Welcome to the playoffs at the Blast Bounty, here courtesy of Gaming Malta in the Blast studio in beautiful, sunny, no longer stormy Malta. We have our 8 playoff teams entering the studio, ready to battle it out for the big prize and a few bonanzas along the way. And to bring you through all the action, I've got some beautiful analysts here on the desk. We got Mr. Maui Snake and Mr. Jacob Pimp Winicky. How you doing, Maui?
I'm all right. I'm glad the weather's gotten a little bit better. I'm glad the teams are in the studio. I'm glad Counter-Strike finally gave us a big update that we can actually talk about, but maybe we'll save that for the next tournament.
Yeah, key bit of housekeeping. We are not playing on New Anubis. We're not playing on the new patch. It did hit last night. That's a little too tight of a turnaround to be changing things around mid-tournament. So we're sticking with the old patch for this one here. Jacob, you excited for the MP7 back in the meta?
I'm always excited for a bit of a change. I'm excited by Anubis as well. The map changes. I've seen a lot of stuff on Twitter lately, you know, a lot of videos, a lot of new boosts. So I think there's a lot to dive into after this tournament, Mike.
After this tournament, we'll leave the new hole and all the other changes alone for now. We'll stick with old hole for the moment as we get into the banquet of teams that we have in front of us. This is, of course, the playoffs. We had to whittle it down from 32 teams all the way down to this before we got to this point. And then we had a little bit of a draft to determine which teams were going to be playing who. A little bit of a recap of what actually happened in that draft show. We've got a look right here.
Here we have it. Everyone in their position, ready for the live draft. It is time to find out who Liquid are picking.
We are picking Falcons.
Falcons. Now, I can understand it on paper, right? They're having to have an academy player coming in. Is that where this conversation went within the team?
Yeah, I would say somewhat. Obviously, you know, losing a player, you know, I think it changes like a lot of things in the team somewhat. The chemistry and all that, it kind of gets thrown off. So, but you know, at the end of the day, you know, they still have good players in Nico and Modesty, and you know, with them having a stand-in, they could have no pressure, you know, and Modesty and Nico could be hitting every shot.
Eamon Stein, did you expect this?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, we expected it. We are ready for every opponent. We are Falcons.
Give it to me, Tobias. Who are Heroic picking?
We are choosing FURIA.
FURIA. So now I need to know, though, what team did you want if the team wanted FURIA?
I mean, we wanted Falcons, most of us, and the media guys wanted Vitality for the impressions, you know.
Were you expecting to be the second pick out here?
Yeah, maybe first or second. Like Keith said, we know that Liquid had this comfortable streak against us, so we figured we could be first, but also second was an option. So yeah, this is something we were prepared for.
Who is Paravision picking, Zwei?
Paravision is picking Team Spirit.
Hey! Do you think that some of your experience on Team Spirit can help in this matchup?
Of course, I can like maybe bring some strats from Team Spirit into Paravision instantly after I get the I joined Paravision, and also I know how they prepare to the matches, and maybe we do some anti-strats, you know.
What's your reason for thinking in the first place that Paravision would go for Spirit?
Basically, because you are the third pick and you don't have an option to pick a team with a stand-in and pick a team who had a shaky result in online. And the third, of course, because of some aura farming. Just imagine.
Yep. And the last one, but there's no pick for you here. You just have to get what was left over. So Hypex, you got Vitality, but I'm guessing, did you expect it would go this way?
No, I don't think anyone expected this, to be honest. Yeah. It is what it is.
It is what it is. You just gifted the last one at the end, Game Legion. What do you make of Game Legion as a team right now?
I mean, they beat Aurora, so we have to respect them, to not underestimate what they did, and just play our game, put the game correctly, and show we are better than them.
Aura farming in the draft show. That's what we like to see. Quite a banquet of games that we've got set up here. What was your favorite pick, Maui?
I guess the Paravision one has to be number one, right? I mean, the fact that there's probably a little bit of bad blood between Zwei and Spirit for his release. I know he's not actually putting that out there, but I feel like he more or less learned his lesson about having a big mouth when he first joins a roster, so has tightened it up a bit.
Someone bring up the Makaze meme.
Exactly.
I think we've all seen a lot of that here. Jacob, what are you excited to see?
I mean, all of them, to be completely honest. Curious to the Heroic one, picking into FURIA as well. They spoke about having practice against each other, and Heroic, seemingly being competitive against FURIA in practice, whereas when they practiced against Vitality, they couldn't get anything done. So I'm curious to see if Heroic can live up to their practice results in that game against FURIA.
Well, we'll have to leave that for the future because it's time to look at our schedule for the day. We're starting things out very nicely with that first picked game between Falcons and Liquid. Then we will get the FURIA Heroic game just a little bit later. I'm very eager to see this Falcons versus Liquid matchup. I think we need more of a test of this Liquid roster coming into this season. And yeah, Falcons are down a little bit, but there's still going to be a lot to prove there. We'll get into that in just a little bit here, folks. But the question on our minds is, what's going to be happening in that second game? You already brought it up a little bit, Jacob. You think that Heroic might have a chance here? You think a team with a stand-in is going to make it to the final?
I mean, a team with a stand-in, maybe. It's not going to be Heroic, though. I'm pretty sure about that. I think that's going to be a tough matchup regardless. Just for Heroic to be inside this environment, to be in the studio, is a big surprise in itself. Them taking out Pain in the lead-up, coming into the playoff was a big result for them. Youngster coming in, playing as an AWP player despite being a benched rifler. There's a lot of stuff going against them. And as I said yesterday, we're talking about FURIA, who 3 weeks ago were the #1 team in the world. Maybe they still are. Let's figure that out. Against Heroic, who didn't even qualify for the major, who are now playing with a stand-in as well. So if you want to set it up in that context, then there should be a skill disparity in that game.
Well, it's time to put some pride behind those predictions because it's time to dive into our Blast Bounty Simulator over on Blast.tv. You can do this yourself as well. Predict all the results going in. We did a very good job of predicting the draft. I think we were 4 for 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So what are we going to get here? Who do we think is going to win this first matchup on our predictions?
Go ahead, Mark.
Oh, okay. I mean, I feel like Falcons, despite the fact that they're using a stand-in coach, stand-in player, I think they'll be just fine. The core has looked incredibly strong, so I'd be taking them in this first one.
Okay, we're going for Falcons here. I don't know if I agree with that one, but we'll lock it in. FURIA Heroic, do we think Heroic can replicate those practice results?
I think Heroic can be competitive maybe on one map, but that's about it. I would be highly surprised if FURIA is not logging in that W.
That's the answer right there. FURIA locked in. Vitality Gamer Legion.
I like snacks, but I like Vitality a lot more for this one.
Yeah, okay, I don't even think the people on Twitter can fault you for that take. Yeah. So Vitality locked in. So far, we're looking at all of the high seeds coming through, all of our most wanted teams carrying those heavy bounties as well. Last pick here, Spirit Perivision. Do we believe in the narrative upset, the Zwei revenge game?
I think that game is going to be more competitive than a lot of people probably would think when they look at the name value of the game. I think Zwei was fantastic in his opening couple of games for Perivision, and they are a team that can come in well prepared. I wouldn't be surprised if they take a map off Team Spirit, but I'd be surprised if they win the game. So I have to side with Spirit.
You guys are so boring. All of the top seeds, all of the favorites.
It gets better.
I kind of
only gets more fun.
All right, I won't put a hand on the wheel. I'll leave this up to you for now. We're headed into the semifinals. This would give us some very interesting matchups indeed. We would have our draft picks coming through, and so we would have Vitality Spirit locked in, which means that we would have Falcons and FURIA able to pick their opponent. If you are Falcons coming into this, which of these two do you actually want to pick?
You're easily taking Spirit. There's no question about that. You don't want to play against world #1, 2025 #1. You'd rather play against a Spirit that's still figuring out how they're going to call with Magix at the helm, how Zontix is going to play, who seems to still be finding his footing as an individual. Just maybe don't want to limit tests immediately going all the way to Vitality when you're still trying to figure out how the stand-in situation is working out for you.
Yeah, gotta side with that sentiment. I don't see another world than that. It should be Falcons, going against Team Spirit, and then you have Vitality versus FURIA, which is kind of the game that we didn't get at the major, which I would love to see as well. So I hope that's gonna be the case.
Now, we would have our matchup locked in for the grand final here. Who would you be taking in these matchups? Who would be winning this?
It's tough. I think the Vitality FURIA one's actually a pretty curious prospect, but if I'm just going with past results, going with 2025, I would be taking Vitality. I think the veto can get a little bit more interesting in FURIA's favor, especially with the inclusion of Anubis. I think they're actually really strong on that, but if you just had to ask me, pick one today, you have to be right, I'm going to be taking Vitality.
I'll side with that one. I think it's going to be a close game, but I'll go with Vitality as well. For Spirit Falcons, though, that's where my predictions are coming into play, because I think Falcons have a realistic shot at beating Spirit Spirit in that game. Yeah, Spirit will probably be the favorite, but let's not forget that they just brought back Suntix into competitive play. They just brought in a new in-game leader in Magix who is inexperienced, who's never done that role on a big stage as well, and who's never done it against a team that I think can apply a lot of pressure to him. So I can see a world where Falcons are going to come in, and despite playing with a stand-in, they have that individual powers to match Donk. We see Nico shut him down a couple of times throughout 24 and 25, so I see a world where Falcons is winning.
Oh, okay. You're still riding Falcons.
Let's do it.
Shit.
All of the end of last year, you were predicting
It's got to happen eventually. You know?
Okay, yeah.
You know, a broken clock will be right twice a day, they say. So then if we get this grand final, Vitality, they've never won a bounty. They've won everything else. They've never won a bounty.
See, here's where it gets funny, right? You're saying I'm riding the Falcons train right here? I think Vitality will smoke them 3-0 in the grand final.
In a BO5 especially, there's no shot for Falcons if that actually is how it plays out.
No shot? 0% chance?
I'm going to give it a 5%er.
Vitality finally claimed that trophy that has most eluded them, the Blast Bounty. The one gem not in the crown of Vitality. They finally secure it. It happens here. We've predicted it. All right, we've locked it in. The narrative is set, the story is built, and so now it's just time for us to get into our first match. But before we do that, a short break.
Yes, indeed. Blast Bounty.
Bomb plant on the other side. He's got him off it. They're halfway through the 2v4. They frazzle the bomb plant. Beautiful.
These guys are demons.
Pushing into the SMG again. Chance for a leash to go huge.
Come on.
Oh, yes, sir.
Kickstand, it's a pretty tough situation for the first event of the year for you guys. Obviously, you do have a player coming from your country, though. So I just want to ask, did you know him beforehand? Do you know much about him?
Yeah, of course, I knew about him. I haven't played with him too much. Obviously, some packs, some face it once in a while. But this is the first time I play with him on a team, obviously, and we will see how it goes.
In terms of seeing how it goes, how much time, practice, like what is it that you realistically were able to do in such this crazy situation?
We had bootcamp with Maxim, with Kyosuke, and during this bootcamp, Nucleons was there with us, so he was just watching how we work, how we are as a team, learning about us, about our team, and after we qualified for the LAN, we had 2 practice days with Nucleons, so around 5-6 maps in total, so it's not too much, but we'll see how it goes.
Is it going to be like a 1-for-1 trade with him and Kyosuke?
Yes, I mean they're pretty similar players, I would say. So they play similar roles. So I think he would just stick to his roles from the academy.
And how strong do you feel this still makes Falcons coming into this event? Like, do you still feel like you're in a good position?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a big loss to not have Kyosuke with us, but I still think we have a good team. Other than him, we still have good players, and Nucleon is a young guy who will hopefully just come and play his game, and I think we can do good damage here.
Do you think that maybe Liquid, when they picked you, and how many other teams wanted to pick you because you have a stand-in, maybe underestimated you guys a little bit?
Yeah, I think most of the teams would have liked to play us, because if you look at the other choices, Vitality, Spirit, FURIA, they're all top teams. So when you have a team with a stand-in and with no coach right now, obviously you're going to target that team, and I'm not surprised that we got picked first.
Is it like the pressure's off for you guys as well? Eamonstein mentioned to us during the draft show that it maybe could be also you guys want to fight harder for Zonic as well and do well at the same time?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we have a stand-in now, so obviously the expectations are not as high as usually. And obviously Danny is not with us now, so we will do our best in this game for us and also for him.
The North Macedonian connection there, perhaps, for Falcons coming into play. New man in the spot. Nucleon's gonna have to do a hell of a job in his first ever LAN debut. That is a tall task set now in this Falcons Liquid matchup.
It's going to be interesting to see how he's able to slot in, but you can, I guess you can hear some of what Kicksan's saying regarding just, I'd say the perspective on his fellow countrymen. I feel like it's a player that not many people are jumping at to say this guy's going to be next up, or he's going to be a guy that we're all suddenly just, we don't think that this guy's going to be a star day one. That's simply put.
No, the sample size is very small, even to have background here. We can see this quote coming through from Kicksan. I can just say that with a lot of Schengen events happening this year, it was impossible to Kyosuke for all of them. They were being a little strategic about this one, perhaps, choosing that this might be the event where integrating a new player, we're working it out in a more of a studio environment might work for them, Jacob.
Yeah, and that's fair enough if they decide to prioritize differently in that regard. I'm a little bit sad, though, because I would have loved to see Falcons come in with the full roster and get a sense of where they're at after the break. Because let's be honest, a lot of us were speculating after the major, maybe they make a roster change, maybe they get another superstar into the mix, but they decided to keep the lineup together and give it a few more months, you know, to prove that they can win trophies at the very highest level. So not to see Kyosuke right here, it's going to put an asterisk to whatever result and whatever they're going to deliver throughout this tournament. And to me, it's annoying, you know, because I would like to see the full roster play out. However, we get to learn a new player to know. We get to see Falcons maybe play a bit more freed up, and if anything, that could enable a guy like the guy you're seeing on your screen right here in m0NESY to play some of his best Counter-Strike.
And with the way that modern Counter-Strike goes, it feels like every time a new, no-name, fresh teenager comes out of nowhere, they somehow light the world on fire. Do we think that might happen with Nucleons?
Not necessarily. I looked a little bit at how Nucleons was playing lately in his FURIA games, and because there's not a lot of data to go off of when you're regarding officials. He's only played 5 maps in officials, and by the way, 3 of those were on train. So can't even really take too much from those data points. So looking at his FURIA games where he played with Tessus and Nico lately, yeah, he's a space taker. He's aggressive. He has pretty sharp aim. I'd say though that in general, he doesn't look quite as smooth via the eye test as somebody like Kyosuke, where he just feels like Kyosuke knows where every next fight is coming from. He locks his crosshair on right to it. Nucleons, I would say, is a little bit rougher around the edges. He's a guy where he's still sometimes kind of thinking about, is it going to be coming from here? Is it going to be coming from there? And those are kind of attributes that I'd say tier 1 players, they kind of trim the fat in terms of crosshair placement, whereas Nucleons is kind of darting between positions from my eyes.
Anyone who's played 5,000 FURIA games at the age of 18, you know, is first and foremost a diehard fan of Counter-Strike. Second of all, will be aggressive on the server. And I think you're right on when you're saying that there's going to be certain things within Counter-Strike he hasn't been exposed to just yet. So if you're Kicksan and if you're the coach behind him right now, that Sonic is not there either, you just got to simplify the game for him, right? You got to put him in positions where he doesn't have to think too much, where he doesn't have to make too many decisions, where he just has to rely on his aggressiveness, rely on the aim, and then let all the clutching, let all the communication, and let all the finer details of Counter-Strike, let that be played out by m0NESY, Nico, when you're dead and you've done your opening jump.
Now, this is also the second change coming in for Falcons. Zonic dealing with a tragedy in his family, not able to attend, taking time to be with his family. Amenstein, their new assistant coach, new to the team this season, coming on in, standing behind the team, and we have some very positive words coming through from them. He worked with Nico, he worked with m0NESY over on G2. Now into this Falcons roster, Kicksan's already liking the early results.
For some greater context on Amenstein, he was on that G2 roster as an assistant coach as they were winning with Taz in front of him as the main coach. So Amenstein was there for the trophies that they collected with Blast at the end of 2024. He was there with the London trophy that they also were able to get last year. He's a figurehead that maybe isn't the most well-known because he hasn't had tier 1 coaching positions, but he's been around success before. He's been with these personalities before.
If anything, it just creates the context that we already know and seems to be the point everyone is making about Falcons, that they can't perform under pressure. Whenever they go into a playoff game, they go into a grand final, everyone is pointing towards them and saying, oh, you can't play under pressure, you can't deal with the pressure, etc., etc. You're now playing with a stand-in where no one has any expectations in regards to the set stand-in. You're playing with your assistant coach behind you as well. There is no pressure on Falcons. They can lose this game and they can brush it off and be like, that wasn't the full roster. So if that has been an excuse that everyone has been using now for 6 months, this is a great time for Falcons to prove them wrong.
I will throw a tiny bit of water on it, which is just with a new coach, with an assistant coach, with a coach who hasn't really stood behind the players before. There is one element that you haven't had reps on, and that's just the cadence of when you want to call your tech pauses or your tac pauses, right? When you maybe want to reset your players.
Okay.
You know a couple of them, you may not know 3 of their personalities. So there is that element that might just be a little different. Do we think it can come into play here?
I'll be completely honest. When you're playing with Nico. Like, he's going to take charge of that together with Kixen. I know Kixen obviously is a big voice, but so is Nico in that regard. And Eamon already knows Nico from the G2 days, so I don't think that's a factor whatsoever. And if anything, I think this is going to be one of those tournaments where Nico is going to have a lot more to say now that there's more responsibilities on his shoulders.
There's also a guy who we know can just absolutely take over the server. That's going to be m0NESY, right? He's had some fiery maps before. We expect him to have many more in the future. We expect him to be the guy on this Falcons roster. What do we expect from m0NESY?
Well, what you want from m0NESY is a guy that, even though we would give Falcons, the team, all of the passes if they were to lose against Liquid, I feel like m0NESY himself shouldn't be giving a pass if he has a poor performance. I mean, think of how slim the margins were from him being the 3rd best player of last year versus the 4th best player. If you're able to pick up a couple of trophies, awards in these kinds of events, it can tip the scales in your favor. So even though maybe 25 wasn't quite as good as his 24, I feel like you're trying to eke out every single margin that you possibly can for a world elite opper who can be the difference maker in every game. Like, if m0NESY today wakes up and says, I want to beat Liquid, regardless of the fact that we have a stand-in coach, a stand-in player, he has all of the capabilities to do just that.
Yeah, and I think he's going to feel great on the server, being a bit more freed up, maybe taking a bit more responsibility, feeling that there is no pressure on his shoulders, feeling that he doesn't necessarily have to do what has been game planned in out, because now you're playing with a stand-in, you're playing with a new coach as well. I'm just curious to see m0NESY get off to a good start for the year, because I feel like we had this conversation that he was going to take a step up in 2025 to contest versus Dunk, to contest versus ZywOo, and as you said, the reality is that his 25 wasn't bad by no means, but it wasn't as strong as his 24, and if you're young and you're m0NESY, you want to be continuing to get better and better and better, because that's what ZywOo and Dunk is doing at the moment. So if anything, in this game, I don't think he's going to struggle against Team Liquid. He's not going to struggle against Ultimate, let's be completely honest, but he needs to make a statement from the get-go that he's in the race to be the best player in the world.
Well, let's get into that, right? Because if we're talking about a team that could really use a hot start to 2026, that would be Team Liquid. These 5 players coming on in, no changes from the end of last season. They had that swap bringing in Elige in place of Twists partway through the season. That was the big news. That was the big tumult, I would say, for this roster in 2026. What are our expectations here, right? Because it feels like we always have expectations for Liquid. We're always ascribing them, and so often they've been falling short.
To me, Team Liquid, what they're trying to aim for in this season, if they are just going to stick with this same 5-man assembly, is to just hover around being a top 10 team, maybe punch up. That doesn't, however, befit the brand of Team Liquid. That's what's so disappointing. It doesn't even befit the name of somebody like Shuhei, who's reached major grand final highs, of somebody like Elige, who's been a consistent, I think maybe 8-time top 20 player in the world. All of those accolades that these players have accumulated say that this should be a team that's really contesting for trophies, but we feel like we're a far stretch away from that. It doesn't even seem likely that this team will be lifting a single trophy this half season, let alone this year. So if I'm Liquid, I'm trying to just say to myself, can we find upsets? And this is a great opportunity to find an upset victory against a team that by and large should beat you almost every day of the week, but now you have a couple factors that are working in your direction that could help you build some momentum into this season.
That's the thing, right? You got to manage your expectations when it comes to Team Liquid, because the name itself and the organization, and I guess the financial power behind Liquid as well, that screams we're going to contest for trophies. We're going to be part of the playoffs. We're going to do well at the majors, but it just hasn't been the case for a very long time. It's been almost 2,400 days since the organization last won an international trophy. We're talking 78 months. m0NESY was barely born at that time, since Liquid last were relevant, in terms of winning big trophies. So instead of talking about Liquid going fine to the playoff right here, getting into the final, just being here in itself is a step in the right direction. And I hate we have to do that. I hate we have to talk about Liquid as being a team that just have to try to establish themselves as a top 10 team when you're working with one of the biggest names in the industry, you're working with one of the biggest budgets, you have a guy like Shuhei, you have Nerds, you have Elige, you have all the player qualities in order to be relevant, yet you're not.
Now, we just saw the huddle over on stage, and I think that's going to be a key point for them, is just getting everyone pulling in the same direction. That feels like that's been a bit of the problem for Liquid over the last while. Looking at that player quality that we talk about, there's one man who's pretty mercurial about whether he's going to have success or not so much. That's Ultimate. He's been under a lot of focus, under the microscope. What do we think of Ultimate coming into the Big 2-6?
Ultimate just needs to step up. That's just, by and large, the biggest problem for me when I'm watching Liquid. I feel like I've watched a handful of the riflers find their form. You can talk about even Naf in 25, how the first season was so bad, how he was able to have such a redemption in the second half. But for me, Ultimate is just the most feast or famine player you could possibly have in Liquid. And for a team that has such good riflers, Pimp, I feel like I know that I'm going to get something out of Elige, Nerds, and Naf in almost every single game.
Yeah.
But going into any given series on any given day, I don't know if Ultimate is going to drop one of the worst opping performances I watch in the tournament or a map that's going to just change the tides of the entire battle.
And that's the issue with Ultimates. He's so consistently inconsistent in the way that he's delivering.
Exactly.
And that's not a nice thing to say about a player, especially not an AWP player. And I also will say, if I gotta be brutally honest, he should be super, super happy that he's given another chance. And the only reason that is the case right now is that the Opus market have probably never been in a lower stock right now. It's very hard to pinpoint someone who could go in, replace Ultimate, and be like, you are significantly better. I think a lot of teams right now are scouting the market for the next up-and-coming op talent. No one seems to found it. So Ultimate is almost gifted another chance, and I sincerely hope that he's going to grab it.
It feels like we had such promise in his initial stint with Liquid, right? When he first joined, we saw those hot maps, the aggressive opping, the fiery style, the crazy interviews, the jokes, the banter, and he thought this could be the guy. This could be the guy who could shoulder it, and he just hasn't been the case down the stretch of this last year. What went wrong for Ultimate?
Ultimate came into the scene as being a hyper-aggressive opper, and every time I see a hyper-aggressive opper come into Tier 1, their first month, 2 months maybe can go extremely well, but once other Tier 1 teams have a beat on you, then they're going to start game planning for you. They're going to flash you off your initial angles, they're going to be ready for your repeaks, and those kinds of counters just worked way too strongly against Ultimate. And I feel like the funny part about this for Liquid is if they're looking back at their past oppers, I honestly think that OC was more consistent. He was a more consistent guy. Maybe he didn't reach the same highs game to game, whereas sometimes Ultimate will just drop a 1.5 and I'm kind of like, where did that come from? But it's usually just because he's smurfing on some team with aggressive plays. OC was a guy where I knew, okay, you're going to get some supportive elements, some good flashes, and he's going to have a great idea of what he wants to do in the mid and late round. And I almost feel like that would just be a better option for Liquid if this Ultimate project kind of continues to be so hot and cold.
I'm going to let that statement stand.
It is.
You know how to make me happy over here on the host.
I'm going to let that statement stand by itself because I think that describes everything that is wrong with Ultimate and Team Liquid.
Well, let's get into what might be right, because we're going to talk a little bit about the veto here. Looking back at their history, is there any element of gamesmanship that we could have going into this veto?
Yeah, the cool thing about this veto is that we had Anubis being reintroduced into the map pool. None of the two teams have had a chance to play it yet. We haven't seen it online, and we also know that both of the two teams don't play Overpass. That's the permaban, right? So you are potentially ending up in a chicken scenario right here where one of the two teams will have to ban out Overpass at some point unless you're willing to let it float and potentially be a third map. Now, if you're Team Liquid, your team, you've been practicing, I don't think they're willing to take that risk. And if you're Falcons, even though you're playing with a stand-in and an assistant coach, I think they believe too much in their own individual skill level that floating Overpass and playing a map that is basically going to be a puck is probably not the way to go.
I would have to agree with that. I mean, I feel like the way you read this in the veto is whoever bans it first sort of loses the veto. If anybody bans it in the first stage, that's a huge L on them in terms of pick ban structure. Even banning it in the second phase to me is kind of a sign of weakness if you do it, unless you're that final ban that just simply has to do it.
Well, it's time to find out, because it's time for the veto. What are we going to get here? We've talked about the gamesmanship through. Is anyone going to ban it in the first round? That's what we need to know. Inferno out for Liquid, so they don't touch it. And then the Ancient coming out for Falcons, so the Overpass has been floated here.
Okay, I mean, already, simply put, that's kind of what we were getting at.
Yeah.
The fact that nobody's banning it here is just a sign that they understand nobody's just going to go Hail Mary, pick it in the first round.
I mean, if you want to, you could, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Nuke being picked up as the first map, not too big of a surprise. It's something that Liquid likes to play as well. I don't expect Falcons to pick Overpass right here. It would be too big of a gamble, and you want to make sure that your Nikos and m0NESY are feeling comfortable, and what map to do that on does too. Also, one of the easiest maps to integrate a stand-in on.
That does make a lot of sense, right? You're going to know how to play Dust 2. You're going to know where to be directed. Kixon mentioned this, right? Like, he's an aggressive guy. We can tell him what to do, and he can do it. You make him the tip of the spear, he's not going to have to think too hard about steps 2 and 3.
There's your sign of weakness.
Yeah, that's I mean, lightly questionable. I just feel like if you're Liquid here, you could have just banned which of the 2 remaining maps or 3 you don't like. But instead, now you get Falcons with this option because they ban Mirage, and we actually get Anubis, which is to me a little bit of a surprise. I guess if it went to that, I would have thought Falcons would just ban Anubis, so we'd play Mirage. You have a Nucleons that is, you know, just a world-class pugger at this point, so he obviously would have just thrived if he was finding himself on that map. But Anubis, you can target him pretty well in terms of just making him go first too.
I understand why, though. I understand why Liquid, as a full team, as a full roster, is not willing to take this small gamble that what if Falcons would actually allow Overpass as the third deciding map and force it in to become a FACEIT game. Because at the end of the day, if you set up these two teams against each other on a map like Overpass, neither of them practice it, neither of them have ever had it in their map pool, that will turn out to be a FACEIT game. And who would that favor? Would it favor Monacy, Nico, the guy who's playing 5,000 FACEIT games at the age of 18? Or would it favor Team Liquid? So I get why, but still, it would have been nice to see.
Some extra intrigue, of course, with Anubis. The update hit last night for anyone who hasn't been feverishly monitoring the CS Twitter. They've changed the map. There's some pretty radical changes to it, especially in towards mid. There's a new window out of the E-box or connector position for you Europeans over towards the platform. What do we make of the changes to Anubis? This might be the last time we see the previous version.
Well, it feels like it's gotten just lightly more CT-sided. I mean, the new box that was added onto the A site, the Austin box.
The Austin box.
I feel like that's actually a nice little benefit to just make it so you can defend against executes a little bit well. I think it'll probably shift the needle maybe 3% though, just be lightly more CT-sided.
But that combined with the changes to the CT economy, of course, Anubis came out before you got that kill buff for the CTs.
Yeah, that's the biggest
That's enough to even it out?
I think that was already a big enough change if you ask me personally. I think I just wanted to see it played out in its past iteration with that CT buff.
So you hate the changes, is what I'm hearing.
No, I don't hate the changes.
Hate the changes.
No, I think
change.
The window in middle is actually sick. I think that's going to lead to a lot of cool new ideas.
It does seem like the boost ups there could get really weird and really wild. Jacob, what do you think?
I like it. I like a bit of a change. I'm a little bit sad, as you said, that we didn't get to see it play out with the new CT side economy and see if that actually had potential. But I don't mind you changing the map pool once in a while, or if you're changing certain maps. And I think Anubis was too T-sided to some degree. I think the feeling of being on the CT side, especially when you're parking as well, it's like being fish in a barrel. There's only so much you can do, and if you overstep just by a little margin, you will get ran over by a truck on the T side. So I feel it makes sense to lean it towards the CT side. But at the end of the day, I don't really care right now because we're not going to see it.
Well, we might. And there's one other detail that changes this week of the bounty, which is that we have our live audience. So I want to take a quick moment and shout out everybody who's here in studio right now. We ready for a little Counter-Strike? That's what I like to hear. There's nothing like having the fans here in person. It's an intimate setting as well. They're so close to the stage, so close to the players. What I want to ask you guys is, we're dialing it all the way back to the start of our conversation. Nucleons, a guy who's played 5 officials on HLTV, coming into his first LAN games here. There is a crowd. There are the bright lights. The camera's going to be on him. How much does that amp up the pressure?
Tremendously. The fact that your 6th official ever is in a studio like this, where sure, we can give him a pass if he fails, but it's a great stepping stone, an opportunity for him to try to prove to everybody that he can be a diamond in the rough. I mean, I'm just going to also drop one hard fact. I mean, that whole Falcons Force Academy team, reminder, the big kind of news and controversy around them was the fact that NATO Safix just hired 4 guys that were part of his agency. This is the one guy that wasn't. This is the one guy that wasn't part of his agency. So you would actually say that this is the guy that really has the biggest reason to be here, that actually proved himself through all of the trials that they went to in order to get on to this spot.
The non-Nepo hire, ready to take things over here on the server, and it's time for the games to get underway. Falcons, Team Liquid, the team with a stand-in versus the team with oh so much to prove. It's time for the Blast Bounty playoffs to kick off.
That's right, and what a fantastic game for us to start things off with, right? A kind of potentially wounded version of the Falcons without one of their stars in attendance. Going to get to see what Nucleons brings to the table, but also, as the desk were highlighting, a Team Liquid that have kind of everything to gain and everything to prove in this matchup.
Yeah, I'd say a really good opportunity to seize here. Obviously, they get the first pick and they go for the wounded Falcons without their full roster, so it's a great opportunity for Liquid, but I do like the discussion from the desk on the veto. I think there were missed opportunities here for Liquid. I can't believe we're in a world, Harry, where teams are banning Inferno against the Falcons, but that, to be fair, is well proven. Falcons' improvement on that map over the last few months, we saw them back at Rivals in Hong Kong, take down Vitality and FURIA. This was a map that plagued their pool. That's a fair ban, but to not risk Overpass as the underdog shows that Liquid at least believe in their map pool, which is a sign of relief maybe internally for Liquid. We'll have to see if they can prove it here today. Up against the Falcons, wounded or not, this is still a stacked roster.
Yeah, I guess one of the upsides to bringing in endless superstars is that if you lose one of them, you've got plenty more willing to fill the boots. Maybe this is one of these games where we can look for a little bit more mileage out of someone like Nico, or Nucleon shows up and seizes this opportunity, a chance to surprise us all. Oh, it's a good start for Ultimate. Talked about a lot by the desk. He's opened up this pistol round with a 4v4, as he will actually get traded pretty quickly after the first. Into Nucleons now. It's the stand-in down here at B, flubbing the opening lines. There's those kills going the way of Team Liquid, and they break through that B hold in seconds. This should be a safe round. Tessez all alone in this 1v4. Dual Berettas are going to find the first, but victory short-lived there. It's an instant trade back. Team Liquid starts strong.
Yeah, that's what you like to see. Liquid bringing in some pace into this pistol and taking it away early. I mean, look at Nucleons. He has not gotten easy boots to fill, not just filling in for Kyosuke, but being a ramp player on CT side Nuke, right? Kyosuke is one of the few who can make that look like a star role, at times putting up some massive multi-kills. So it's going to be very difficult for Nucleons, at least in this first half. We'll keep an eye on him, though, as Liquid already look to test the youngster. Elige's double, and Elige has been the brightest spark for Liquid, at least in these online games, right? Multiple aces, some incredible rounds from Jonathan Jablanowski.
I do love the m0NESY just tried to hit that shot on the jump check, was hoping he could get away with a little cheeky 5v4 to open up.
Missed the bomb going down, though. Nico, he's been here forever. This is not a new position, facing off against Elige. Do they think it's a fake? No one spotted. The bomb does go back up anyway.
Yeah, I mean, m0NESY saw that one player right at the start of the round, you know, but it wasn't a whole lot of info to work with. That's a bit of an awkward TK in the mix for Nerds. Still, he tries to make up for it there with a equalizer onto m0NESY.
Nico's not going to activate. He's going to hope his patience pays off. Meanwhile, Liquid wrap outside, going towards Heaven. Nerds lurking, gives the bomb back to Ultimate so he can late split. Nerds looks to take space. Nucleons again up for the task. Nico re-aggression punish, and that keeps Falcons with no info. Can Nucleons find anything?
He'd be the guy to have to do so right now, but if anything, even that scope in from down here in Hell is kind of given up the aim of the game. They know about him now. They're just going to bypass this player out in Hell. Nucleon's ballsy move, trying to tempt fate with a bit of a climb up through the ladder. First kill secured. How tricky. That's a sick grab. He's stolen the Galil away. Been a nice little sequence of moves here, just keeping pressure, never letting Nerds up in Heaven feel too comfortable. If he can catch the head, I don't know if he's going to get given a second opportunity to do so. And so instead, Contact would have to come first out of the lobby. There's only so far back for Nucleons to go, and for now, Nerds is playing safe, tucked in from that lone Galil out towards the spawn.
Yeah.
This is looking like they've dodged the danger that was presented in this round, and Liquid will find this conversion. 2-0 start.
Yeah, Nerds doesn't know how close he got to getting punished there. 3 kills in the round, though. 4 if you count on Shui. And he puts it to bed here for Team Liquid. So a nice save nonetheless, but not much more Falcons can do. The Nucleons being locked out of Heaven like that. So Liquid in control of this game to start, but still threatening eco coming up for the Falcons. Positives for Falcons in that they have been playing this map to a strong level as well. Maybe Liquid's pick in the series. Dust 2 is obviously a huge question for Liquid, a map they've tried to avoid more often than not. Falcons having no problem even beating Vitality on this map, right, at Rivals, alongside on Inferno. Seeing a serious improvement of their map pool. Whether that applies today with a stand-in is yet to be seen.
Nice as well. Now that we're into the playoff portion here at Bounty, it's good to have everyone on LAN, right? People enjoyed watching some of the madness of the online games, but these ones, even in the studio in front of the live audience, they just hit a little different, man. They really do. Seen a keen example of it already when we showed up to work this morning, Hugo. Nerds and Ultimate were outside playing a little game of keepy uppies, just something to get warmed up, something to get locked in.
Who is winning?
It's kind of a team effort in that game, isn't it?
Okay, yeah, but you know, who has more style, Harry? Who has more pizzazz?
I don't know. Nerds look pretty good, I'll be honest.
Okay.
I think another thing worth mentioning, obviously, is for Falcons, it's actually not just one missing man, right? Zonic not here either. So you have a bit of a double punch in that sense for the Falcons. One of him to fall back on. I also kind of like the Anubis third map for this reason out of Liquid. I'm assuming, right, that they've been putting in some time and energy. It's really not uncommon for teams looking to kind of rise up through the VRS and try and return towards a better form, to look to move to these newer maps quicker, take to them faster. And what a time to try and exploit the Falcons in this standard situation, right? Even if, let's say, Falcons have been looking at this map under a microscope, it's going to be way harder just because it's way fresher in the pool to integrate a brand new player on it.
Yeah, you can't even go, oh yeah, Nucleons just play Kyosuke spots. What are his spots?
Yeah,
we don't even know. So back into the eco here for the Falcons. Honestly gets that Galil. Nucleons knows what he's here for. Elite spots him outside, crossing down Secret at least. No one here to stop him. Pressure on the ramp. And lots of players ready to resist. Liquid toe the line. It does look like this top hit. Nades coming in right now. They go back from the ramp side. Oh dear, Molly falls short. Did they not break the glass before they threw that? CT vent Molly, and they start to go out. They could even vent drop as well. Try and group up with a Liege who is gaining space.
Oh, Tessez creeping out wide. A chance to catch him in at the door. Goes from thinking he's fighting one to suddenly fighting the entire team. And now they will power rush down through the vents. It's Nucleons here once again in the right place, but only going to get out with one, armed with that 5-7. It's the Modesty rotate on the Galil that gives a little bit of pause. One more kill from the B-hold, back up through the vent now.
Fair enough.
And in towards the top site. They've had this under lock and key for a little while. Presence of that gun down at lower has put the fear in Liquid, and so they'll get away. With Nico dead back here in the lobby, chance for Modesty to win this. Does go down drastically as he's trapped in at lower 1v3. Once more, Liquid kind of dodged the big threat, the big danger in this round, and he will get through on the back of this pistol, riding a bit of a high heading into that first rifle round.
Oh, at least they don't lose the bomb there. That could have gone very, very wrong with 15 seconds coming back up the vent. It's so tempting getting a vent kill like that, just thinking B is clear, but Falcons were heavy ramp early. Nucleons was able to rotate down. It's a bit scary for a second here, but Liquid right now avoiding disaster. Like you say, very good sign right now coming into their first gun round. 3-0 start. Galil saved over. Someone's got to take the L. Will Monacy just hand it right back to Nucleons, you wonder?
Above dials.
Monacy's AWP in play, kicks and takes the L. And Liquid still have a MAC-10.
Don't think it's a popular opinion, but I am of the belief that this CT Galil can actually kind of slap.
Yeah, man, the T-Famus is great as well.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief.
It's nice having guns you can't buy.
Exactly. Honestly, 35 bullets? Got the most ammo out of all the guns you could get.
It's true. Wait till the MP7 buff comes through, Harry, because That's going to be a laser beam. That's like a mini rifle. Going to see a lot of that in the next patch, but not here at the Bounty.
Sure, Nerds will love it.
It's true.
Always been an MP7 user.
Been old school. Simple as well. Always wielded that weapon. Outside take, Nico. Classic position. They warbang, but he doesn't move. And this is going to pay off.
Yeah, a little labored though on that first kill. You're left wondering, could that have been even more from Nico? Just the one and done. The reaction's going to come twofold. It's Kixan first, trying to get aggressive out through the main smoke, and silence. Good flick for m0NESY. And I mean, if that's a sign of things to come, it will make this Falcon squad a hell of a lot more exciting. m0NESY's already kind of gone for some pretty audacious shots in this game, and we're only a couple of rounds into the series. You wonder just exactly how long it's going to take for him to get going. Naf making noise. m0NESY will put him down, and he's barely even a flash on the screen. You're instantly dead as soon as you see him.
Yeah, even if your crosshair placement is there, I don't think you can react in time to that peak. We may be back on LAN, but still lightning fast on the frag. m0NESY 2 kills. And this one was lovely. Boom. And yeah, we need a good game out of m0NESY. We need a good game out of Nico today, because making up for the lack of firepower, or at least lack of experience, can't necessarily rely on the LAN rookie on his first LAN match, 6th HLTV game, and in front of a crowd. Quite a trial by fire here. Liquid looking for the A-pop. They've got a couple of AKs. They've got to make him sing.
Yeah, this is going to be our first, like real notable pace change to the game. Let's see how Falcons respond to it. It can always feel like a problem if you're not able to stop these. And we've said already, m0NESY looks like he's dialed in right now. That's another back for m0NESY. Second or third shot rather, just sailing on past. It's just a tag. Catch for Nerds. Pressure still on. Nucleons will have a role to play in this. Nico's lent a helping hand. Leaves Nerds in the hot seat. 1v2, back of the site, sees that Nico hasn't scaled yet. That is a huge pickup for Nucleons on the swing.
Hey, I like that he has the balls to do that. He is on his own right there. Nico not scaling just yet. Doesn't even get his nade in. They don't do anything together. Nucleon swings in, finds the headshot. It's a necessity to get the round back for Falcons. Just a short miss for m0NESY, but the first two are lovely again.
I think at this point in kind of Nico's career, he's had a lot of time of playing with younger, fresher-faced players who, have always had great mechanical skill, but he's always kind of acted a bit like a mentor figure to them. I think, if this was Nico years ago, this would be a more stressful situation, but I hope that right now, kind of what they've said to Nucleons is something along the lines of, look, man, don't be nervous, just try and win your fights. You're not here to be the star of the team, right? Just show up and play your game.
And I'll say, playing with players like this, right, it makes your game a lot easier when you can rely on your teammates. These are the best players this kid's ever played with, so he knows he just needs to focus on his roles.
Yeah, right. There's like no burden for the team's success falling on the shoulders of Nucleons outside of the areas of the map he's responsible for.
For the most part, Falcons are going to hold their part of the map. Liquid want to test it again. Another top hit coming in. Bit limp on the entry, but Naf still finds one. m0NESY provides cover. Tess is not long for the wall. Back at the site, pistol out. He can't get a third. Nico in quick. It's the same round, but with ultimate on an orb.
Oh, and a brutal nade to seal the deal. Just rains on in and makes that real easy for the Falcons. This might have been a 3-0 start for Team Liquid, but the second these guns have made an appearance, Falcons have been hitting hard.
m0NESY 4 double kills in a row, by the way. He's just gone for double after double with this AWP. This one, it's out of his hands on the trade.
I mean, if anything, him dying there, it's a nice moment to know there is a limit to this, right? He's getting run out by multiple players at the back of the site, getting a little bit nervous that he was going to get out with a big multi-kill round, cut down after 2.
All right, bit of pace drive by Liquid. Ultimately doesn't pan out. Honestly, locked in the open, doesn't get punished by a repeat. They're showing one player on the cross outside. Honestly reveals with a nade, and he just misses that timing again. Flick connects. Him and Nico take blood outside.
This is a pretty nice smoke walk for Shui. Had a little bit of a window, but outside's now been open for a moment in amidst the m0NESY reposition, and so eyes were on main the whole time. Naf opens up a window. m0NESY's quick to shut the door.
Oh, you're telling me m0NESY got a double kill? Great moment of mechanics from Naf, but it's going to fall on dead ears here, probably being told to save. An unlikely 1v3. Unfortunately, 2 low players that he might never get to punish. And so that's it. Round cooled off here. Some time for Liquid to chat it over coming into the next gun round. Or maybe the next eco. Falcons have finally broken through the money. m0NESY's looking just rabid right now, though.
Yeah, it's how like down to fight he is that's making me worried. But when I say worried, you know, it's worried for Liquid, right? Like
that's follow recoil, Harry. Don't know if you caught that.
No freaking way.
That was follow recoil.
It's catching on.
Like some people.
I warned you all. It's catching on.
He had it at the major, but only for SMGs and pistols. He would toggle it on and off. Naf is playing AK.
Everyone was so quick, Hugo, to call me the biggest moron in the world.
You crazy.
And here I am, because sometimes you got to get real stupid to get real smart, Hugo.
Ooh, okay. When does the second half happen for you?
All right, buddy.
Interesting. Do you like how we have player crosshairs and configs? I wondered if Ultimates was accurate because it's exactly the same as when you spectate a bot. And I'm not calling Ultimate a bot, I'm just saying he has the bot crosshair. Dynamic while moving. But let's keep our eyes on this one. Liquid still broken after another double from m0NESY. That's 5 in a row.
Naf is the one gun present in this round for Team Liquid. And he's going to be very aggressive with it. m0NESY makes his way over. We've commented already how this guy seems really down to fight today. And you can see why. Naf gets deleted before he even knows what's happening. That tag hit?
I think the nade did. 2 damage. It's only 4 doubles in a row, excuse me. This could be his 5th. m0NESY moves back in. He looks for a little bit more.
Heading on to Nucleons down here are lower, but he does have backup in the form of Kicksan. Window broken. You saw that kind of gave Nerds a bit of a false sense of where this setup was down at lower. And even as Shui takes one back, he's going into a double setup trade available straight away. And so a very quick, very clean round out of the Falcons. They finally broke that money, and boy, do they take advantage of it. Getting out with 4 players alive, making a bit of cash now on this CT side. If anything, that's been the one factor Liquid have been able to hold on to thus far on this streak out of the Falcons. At least the rounds have been expensive. At least we're keeping them modest with a chance to break through early. Well, a clean round such as that last one suddenly puts a bit of distance between you and that goal.
Yeah, it hurts for Liquid because I feel like some of these rounds have looked good and they've run nice exits. They've gotten into good positions. But when m0NESY's doing things like this, it's a very hard guy to get past. Falcons closing all the rounds now, 5 in a row. m0NESY, another opening kill. Success.
He is so keen. That's just what's standing out. You know, if there's a fight happening, m0NESY wants to be involved in it. Tess has handed a bit of a freebie there onto Naf as he tried to edge out around the smoke. And So very quickly, map starts to shrink on down. The only guy with freedom of movement right now is the Liege down here at lower. And even that, it doesn't feel super freeing, right? The only reason you've got this room is because Falcons are taking space elsewhere. It's lobby aggression for Nucleons that is going to give one away.
Nice shot. It's not like ramp is an opportunity. Nico repushes. Knows they won't expect this late timing. Meanwhile, another entry up upper. Why not push in? Liquid have the bomb in front of the door. Ultimate's position reveal, but he again delivers on the ramp flank. There's 2 dead ramp. You've got to expect Tessa's backside. Vent drop is your best opportunity. Liquid make the right call. Tessa's in hot pursuit. No kit.
2 of them are tagged. You wonder if he's kind of curious about giving this a look in. If the first kill comes clean, then he's going to be down to give it a go.
3 are tagged.
In between the single player and the doubles players, and now wrapping around, it's into one hell of a crossfire. I don't know how you're supposed to beat this, Tess says. They've got both sides of him covered. He looks for a Liege, and a Liege just quicker on the trigger. Liquid finally stop this 5-round streak and get themselves on the board. That's from the back foot as well. They were 3v5 down in that round.
You know, Ultimate, there's a lot of talk about him. People talking about coming for his head and, you know, getting a new AWPer. The AWPer market is difficult right now. But one thing we know about Ultimate is he is a really strong rifler and at times wish he would rifle over AWP. Great double kill to find the flank there. And also, our observing wizard J-Raz has informed me that Ultimate's crosshair is not accurate, but Naf's is. Because he XX is config late, etc., etc. So the bot crosshair is just default. Nice double from Ultimate, puts Liquid back on the game. First round since the pistol conversion. Might need another double from Monacy.
Yeah, otherwise it's a potential, you know, breakthrough for Liquid on the horizon, right? If you kind of don't stop them here, the good graces you earned in your anti-eco round start to fall apart, and you will be broken on the CT side. Suddenly Liquid can put in a winning T-side shift here on Nuke.
Falcons mollied outside, it broke the smoke. Liquid have been throwing them fast every round. They still make it down, but some significant damage done. Unfortunately, no one is lower. So Nucleons take space back on ramp. Monacy fills his position. They don't risk the vent. Liquid have 4 players down here. Naf holds their flank. Nucleons has to hold the site.
Yeah, look, I think in terms of getting his one, Nucleons has been solid thus far. There isn't really a whole lot you can complain about, but that has to stay true in this round. Your money's on the line. Rotates are a little bit slow to arrive here. If he goes down getting nothing done, this retake might never even get started for the Falcons.
It's a position made for multi-kills, so can Nucleons deliver again? Not today. Nerds nails that headshot, and with an open plant unpunished, there's a chance here. Back behind the site, in fact. Bomb goes down and Naf's lurk pays off right now. Falcons have to make that decision of whether they want to risk their money this late in the round.
Kind of just hope Naf continues to play fly in the ointment here, you know, floating around the extremities, making the idea, the prospect of saving even feels scary in this situation. And that's exactly what he's doing. It's a save back in towards the spawn, so they've gone away from Nafly at least. Putting a bit of distance between themselves and the lurking player for Liquid. They're going to get out with 3 guns in tow. And I mean, the save is super important there, right? We were saying this could have been a breakthrough round for Team Liquid if they get out with a couple more players falling. Suddenly you're broken this late into the half.
Ooh. It's a nice shot from Nerds. We've had some great moments from Liquid individually, right? We're talking a lot about Monacy, but Ultima's double kill. Naf out of hut 1 round. Nerds, he's had some multi-kills as well, so some good signs at least.
I mean, you know, make no mistake about it, for Liquid, it's going to have to be a win by committee in a game like this one. They might not have someone who can quite hit the same heights as Monacy. It's a bit just streakier, it's not as safe a bet, and so you just want everyone kind of having these smaller moments where it's not, you know, 4 rounds of Monacy double kills back to back to back to back. But you'll take them when you can get them.
Well, B-Trams is back because he's still blowing our mind with stats. Monacy, better rifle than Ultimate. Not a shocking discovery, but very top heavy here for Falcons. Out on ramp, Nucleons holds for 1.
Kixan's already down here. And he's been down here really since the start of the round. You are not going to expect this. Captain puts his thinking hat on and decides, well, they're just exploiting ramp. They're trying to get in the head of our sub. And so he plays down towards lower, only good for the first. It's Tessez and Nico now left looking onwards in this 2-on-3. Shui's but a shot away from death. It's a Legion ultimate that might give you some pause. Just the numbers. When you look at this retake, see the 2v3, you don't really feel like you have much to gain from going for it. And so they'll write this one off. They haven't gotten away from that reset. It's been looming over them ever since the last round. And even then, only saving on 2 means someone's going to have limitations heading into this final round of the half. Liquid could be on the verge of winning out on the T side here.
Just a really good game out of Liquid, to be honest. Even in the lost rounds, it felt like they were just a Monacy double kill away from winning them, saving them in so many scenarios, but cut down in the vent this round. The dangers of dying on ramp. Seen Nucleons try and play passive, fall back towards B. This time he commits as they come through the smoke. But even 1-for-1 proof's not enough. I feel like Kixan needed a double as well. He hit the dink on Chewy. He's a joker in the pack. He could have let them pass. Like you said, never to be expected. And so now Liquid, who lost 5 rounds in a row, still gets 6 on the half and may sweeten the deal. Naf's playing Mac 10 when they have all the money in the world.
Yeah, actually, don't really know. Guess just sending him out like a bit of a sacrificial lamb.
He's
yeah.
going out Hartle door and he's going quick. It's good to take space, but...
Well, what I'll say is the other signature gun has been purchased up by Kixan. His isn't for flair, however. It's really just due to the money for the Falcons.
They can work in this position.
Top hut on an A-rush with the auto shotgun. This is a round made for Kixan. How do you even get past this? Kixan has shut down the A-play. Meant to have bought this because it was cheap and cheerful. And he is cheerful, all right, all the way into this second half now. He's saved it for the Falcons. 3 off the auto shotgun.
A rifle would not have done that. And Shui is just left to wait, left to wonder, left to face the inevitable. And that is a 6-round half here from the Falcons coming in right at the end. No one offering a way back in. He pokes, he prods, and Falcons wait.
Kixan really hungry to show off what that auto shot he was capable of. He floated around for kill number 4, but it isn't given to him. Instead, it belongs to Monacy. Little smirk on the face of Kixan there as the auto shot he salvages that half for the Falcons.
So tell me about the buff rules again. What do you want to know? So countering is illegal, right?
It's legal, but in 100% legal, we cannot just rock up to the booth and start chugging on a branded can. They want you to wrap the can up so nobody can see what the brand it is.
And that's just in booths or stage 2?
Okay, so it breaks down like this. It's legal to drink it, it's legal to bring it with you, but you can't show it when you're out on the break. But it doesn't matter, because for them, it's illegal to stop you. And that's the right that referees and player managements don't have.
Okay, next time, I'm bringing some with me.
But you know what's the funny thing competing around the world?
What?
It's just small differences. They got all the same shit over there that we got at home.
Example?
Okay, like look at the last 2 Blast Majors. In NA you can join any fucking server and it will be filled with crazy people. And also the craziest comps I've ever seen. And in Paris, do you know how they call it fucking Deagle?
They don't call it Deagle?
They got different callouts, man. They don't know what the fuck a Deagle is.
Then what do they call it?
They call it Leon Coup.
Leon Coup? What does they call a force buy?
A force buy is still a force buy, but they call it Le Force.
Le Force. What do they call full save?
I don't know, man. I didn't do any crowns.
Bounty back on LAN, and Liquid are looking for the upset, stealing 6 rounds away from the Falcons here on Nuke in that first half on the T side, no less. It's a wounded Falcons, a missing coach, and a stand-in sub. We're going to have to see if they're up for the task of taking this series. Heavy favorite nonetheless. Team Falcons switch to the T side.
Yeah, and you know, for fans of the Falcons right now, you're liking what m0NESY is bringing to the table. Are you going to like it in this fast A play? That's the question. Double dual Berettas, that's what you're running into. And they both get away with some success. Elige still putting them to work. And only a couple of shots left, but it's all thrown onto Kixan. There's more dual Berettas where that came from.
3 pairs, Harry.
It's the triplies pulled out. For the side of Team Liquid, that's what locks in another pistol round. That's now both of them here on Nuke.
I don't think I've ever seen 3 pairs of dual Berettas. You usually have 1 player drop over 2, buy a flash, take the L. That's triple Julies for Team Liquid, and it's enough. Just enough bullets to finish the job on this top side. Elige, the star of the show, no doubt about that. Always has been the case. Taking the cake here coming into this second half.
It's an interesting stat. Honestly, certainly feeling like the win condition right now for the Falcons, and it's nice to know the numbers back that up.
Oh, this is still really weird. We're controlled towards double door Liquid, gotta be careful. Retaking through this position, not easy. Crossfire's available from m0NESY and the door players. Shui has util to isolate. Perhaps he'll have to use it just to get back control of the stairs.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of almost have to try and grind the Falcons down by getting them to peek.
Or just save your guns, and that's a crazy towel to throw in here for Liquid. Off the back of 1 death, they give up the round.
Oh, it's not even guaranteed that Nerd survives, narrowly getting away, but you can see the Falcons are more than happy to try and give chase there. Smoke will give them pause and stop the hunt. Well, nearly stop it. m0NESY still here.
Whoa. Bomb at least. Helps out Nerds. I like the escape for Falcons. They already know they've found a huge victory by winning the force buy round. Now they can just buy up AKs over the saved armor, and they're winning. They're laughing all the way to the bank here. Ramp empty at the dawn of the round, and Liquid pay the price. It costs them full economic control. They have 1 more try at things before they're put down to a very minimal loss bonus. Lost some nades, perhaps.
Looking like we're going to get a topside exec. And I'm kind of liking the sequencing of rounds from Kixan. Right? Wins the force on the back of just a ramp hit when Liquid had actually poised for this A round that now they're getting given here. Util comes out. If you're able to win this one, Falcons really do set a worrying precedent to open up on this T side. Nerds not gonna let them have it for free. Goes down fighting. Is m0NESY ready for the wrap? Of course he's not. Elige in behind enemy lines, and Nerds with a stellar hold. That little tag team right there just denied the Falcons their upper hit.
Seen some really rough games from Nerds in the Liquid jersey, but looking good right now with another crazy multi-kill. He started the game strong. He starts his second half just as much. Triple kill, turning around, back and forth, still recovers his spray. Onto a Nico who took full damage. Little issues here for the Falcons. I mean, that was 3 players throwing util on the roof, so really limited on their entry power. So round they'll live to forget. Falcons just have this 1 AK on m0NESY. Liege is going to test it.
Just a really nice little kind of bait sequence, right? To get Elige a chance at an opening. He's able to deliver it. Nucleon's dead.
So funny though, when they threw the molly, immediately Falcons looked at the molly. They knew what was coming. Nico behind with a deagle. He might just go for the knife, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, well, he's got some bad memories, so just going to opt for the safe option.
Learning from his mistakes, perhaps. But Heaven still punishing. Shuey comes in from above. This is AK denied.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, right. Thinks he has a good window, a good timing there. Just a millisecond off. 2 from Kixan on this deagle. Low health on Shuey as well. Hold on a second. We were watching the wrong deag the whole time. What's the captain got for us?
He's got 20 seconds. That's what he's got. Need to scale quick. No one's in the Heaven, though. He's got the control for free. Shuey's in such a great position. Surely you don't have time to clear this. You just have to go for the plant. At that point, it feels like Liquid can't lose this.
Hear him dropping in. And Shuey plays it safe, plays to deny. Nice one there for Shuey, right? Just kind of winning that one without positioning your opponent. Never even get worried. Never even put Kixan in a position to succeed. No, he didn't have time to go anywhere else. And so just wait for him to play right into your hands.
Nico's not the guy I think of when I think of a player knifing someone.
No.
But yeah, the deagle. It's just the better option. He had the timing. Full eco though for Falcons. 1 deagle in the round on Nico with a bit of Kevlar. He's gonna make it work. Finding a leech outside. Careful now. Liquid, not a round you can afford to lose with how close this game has been. Uh-oh.
Oh, God. Don't go losing the Glocks now, Liquid. Pressure's on in a round that's meant to come for free.
Don't need to be scared. It is a Glock. Can't get a Legion's gun. Shuey's making sure of that. Nert's outside as well. Full reset lobby.
I was a little doubtful on the deag purchase from Nico. I almost figured he was going to keep some cash aside to try and bring out an AWP fast as possible, what with the game Honesty's been having. But if that deag can be the catalyst to making this a very expensive, interesting round at minimum, and maybe even sweeten the deal, then it's all worth it. Ultimate pushed up into the lobby, still rocking this MP7, dead after 1 as another Glock kill comes in.
How are they in the advantage? Nert's rotation is nice, but there's still trade potential. Glocks or not, Falcons are making this round happen. Kixan going in first. Monacy to trade. He needs it, and Nertz just keeps spraying. Nico, no time to dilly-dally. Deagle doesn't connect, and Nertz saves it. Whew. That is a stressful round for Team Liquid. But a round nonetheless. 10-7. Falcons call the timeout.
Want a silo?
Relatable.
Yeah, that's a very real moment from Elise.
You just know he's sitting there quaking as his team get 3v5. I mean, this game always felt
Sometimes those rounds getting close can leave like a weird feeling in the air because, you know, you saw everyone kind of reacting at the end of it. They all knew that was actually a crazy winnable spot. But also, it's not a round you were ever even meant to get to that position in. It's a weird one to try and quantify. Let's see if Falcons can hit just as hard with the rifles. Because I tell you what, the success in that last round really doesn't matter a hell of a lot if this one falls flat on its face.
I like that you mentioned Nico and his money and the prospect of bringing Monacy and AWP, because Monacy's one of those players where we'll see games that he'll never get to play it on the T side. They'll just never save for it. So Monacy, on the rifle, at least delivers a kill onto the AWPer. He's earned his AWP. Monacy and Nico finding a kill apiece. Feels like that first half all over again. 2 opening frags for Falcons. Liquid, no information. Those smokes are still up. Monacy late outside. They reset lobby. As long as Liquid stay active in this position, they'll be able to clear yard. But right now, it's taking all 3 players to do so. Falcons have an empty A site. Faking it out a little bit, going ramp instead. Honestly, double, you'd like to think it's enough.
It's also just so much info, right? Like, not only got a kill from a player pushing out into the yard, but gets the info as to where Nertz is as well. Now you know where 2/3 of what were the remaining players are standing for Liquid. And you don't imagine that Naf was sent on a solo venture in the downtime, so you feel a lot safer moving into this B site now.
Yeah, it was very sloth-like for Naf, but I would have loved some movement from him there, just to go re-clear ramp or to check the A site. He just sat held the entire round and no one ever crossed. Little did he know 4 Falcons players walked down ramp. No noise made, no need to. They win the round off of position and position alone.
Promising start to the T-side campaign. I mean, you know, that round comes for free. It kind of just falls right into the Falcons' lap. Starts with the double out in the yard, and then they just kind of sit around and wait to sweeten the deal, knowing that the pressure is on Liquid in a 3v5.
Ooh, didn't see how that's how Nico got the entry. Leech being bested outside back-to-back rounds to start off.
Even that's a little awkward, right? I think sometimes it's easy to feel a little tunnel visioned, right? Want to try and best Nico in that position, feel like you can wrestle back control, but Nico's feeling red hot outside in the yard. You've seen some frustration for Elige from that head-to-head. I mean, additionally, you kind of get equally as nervous if Elige starts to play too scared, gives too much respect, too much room out in the yard. I like this as a change, right? Crossing into the back of Garage gives him the ability to watch for the main cross. Anyone trying to wrap in, this should be a safe duel for Elige.
Of course, kicks and makes the perfect call right now. Their team are walking down secret, so no information for Liquid as Falcons make a bit of a fuss on that top site. Nertz is lower, but he's looking like he might rotate back up the vent. Oh, Elige dead, trying to escape outside. And again, they don't know the object of Falcons' desires. They could walk into B. In fact, they should. Nobody's home.
Seeing either side of the smoke, Tess says maybe he leaves the round with 1, and that would be enough to just shore it up for Falcons. Getting 2, ooh. Definitely not. Nertz there to play trade.
Good trade, but again, it might not be a round deciding kill as Falcons are planting on B. They've really 2 great calls back to back. 1 in the mid round, 1 out of spawn. Lots of util on the top side, and Falcons just walk the empty walk down B.
That's the thing that's just starting to feel a little awkward, is that's, you know, Elige's 3rd opening death in a row out in the yard.
Yeah, this one he tried to play passive, right? It was just getting pulled out of position that got him killed. But I even think, even if Elige gets out there, it's the kind of round Liquid would save in. 4v4, no info lower, no control, can't go vent, have to go ramp. It's not a fun position. Falcons are putting themselves in all the right ones here. Around behind Liquid now. We talked about this upset potential. The best pick there was in the top 4. It would arguably be the 2nd worst pick, if not for the stand-in. Liquid, they've swung for this opportunity. Are they going to make anything of it in this CT side? It has been a couple of well-called rounds for Falcons, but not too late for Liquid.
I'm just worried that these Elige deaths out in the yard could be like the first crack to show in Team Liquid on this CT side. Because so quickly your options feel like they're shrinking down here. Right now you're getting worried. You're thinking, okay, we're giving away a lot of picks. We're giving away a lot of chances to compete for these rounds out in the yard. And I feel like it's going to trigger one of 2 decisions. You're either going to get like a full-on scenery change for Elige. Maybe he goes back to that early cross in towards lower, plays up through secret. I feel like Falcons could try and be 1 step ahead of that. Maybe he plays it super passive, right out towards CT, just kind of spotting for info. Either way, you haven't really had a grasp on this yard control, and it's created a huge chasm in the map. You will get one of these moves I'm talking about, right? It's NAF starting off down towards B, but what's that meant for Liquid? Ramp room is open, and that's where Falcons have headed. They now get this real estate for free, and you're left playing to contain. NAF also can't commit fully to the clear down on secrets, so you've traded out this position, but you've ended up with very little to show for it. You do have a man down at lower already, which is nice. It's something that Liquid have been lacking, I guess, in these BXEC rounds. But you're really hoping for something to connect, and that is a really ugly miss for Ultimate.
Yeah, it was getting traded no matter what, but to not even take a player with you puts Liquid into hot water, getting boiled. Down in the B side, Sit, Nerds, and NAF, the two AKs in the right position. Smoke is a problem. Might be able to walk through it, but they're going to try and fight together with the break. Bomb crossing on the rafters. Now drops it. They just spray through the smoke as it fades. 3-on-2. Pistol, no more. And Elige asked to save, begged to save, but no round here for Liquid. Falcons match with 10-10. Another Monacy double. Save under question. But Nico looking like he wants to come through. Terrorists win. Leech will get away with it. And Ultimate gets another chance, but there won't be many more left in this map as Falcons are pulling it back.
Making in the save when Elige got the kill with the AWP. Not a symbol we're too used to seeing. Not a gun that you often see Elige wield. It's far from a comfortable save even. His 22nd AWP kill in the last year of play. Gets it, trying to return that AWP to Ultimate for this round. And really, he's got to show up with it because time is running out for Team Liquid here on their map pick. Falcons tying up this game, and if they win this next one, money is broken for the Liquid squad. What started as a real commendable effort might all end with a whimper.
Yeah, and it's been early half where Liquid have done their best work, right? 3-0 off the T side and then 4-1 off the CT side after winning back against the Falcons force.
Talked about these early Elige deaths as the potential kind of first cracks in Liquid, and you're already seeing those cracks forming, right, as they take from other areas of the map to try and bolster the yard. You would really love it if one of these other positions could withstand a test from the Falcons, but another ugly whiff from Ultimate. Luckily enough, NAF and Elige there to play trade. They keep this in the advantage of Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's just been a ramp abuse game from both teams, really, and there's some punish here for Falcons, but Liquid maintain advantage. Back behind the CT vent, if Chewy peeks, he's going to nail this timing. Catches Kixon with the bomb. Nucleon's a long way away, coming back through main. And Elige up in the rafters, able to swing on his captain's contact. You feel like Liquid have this one in a box.
Just have to anticipate the next swing so well, and he goes to the right place. But the fact that that kill even takes the extra second makes a huge difference for Nucleons in the 1v3. Liquid breathe a little easier, but only for a moment there, able to maintain this lead over the Falcons.
Stop giving Ultimate orbs, please. Make him rifle on ramp right now, because he has missed two very ugly, very committed positions. And his rifling looked good in that first half. Monacy wields his. Ultimate tries again. New position. Even the nade from his team to reveal. Nothing spotted inside of the door. Ultimate wants to keep throwing himself into the conversation. The timing missed.
If the break on that smoke is a little better, here's Tessez right there out towards the door.
Tessez in hot pursuit. He heard that rotate down. Does he want to prioritize holding vent? Nerds is right now moving up secret. No one's watching. He's funneled back into his own death.
A really, really nice way to try and use that pressure.
What do you do now?
Tessa's got the info and now has gone on. Look at how much space he's taken and look at how much of a ruckus this has caused for Liquid.
The bomb is still red. Liquid are trying to save
down on
right
this,
now.
yeah.
What is going on? Bomb coming back through main. Shui spotted down the vent. He's going to get naded into the fight. We'll lose it to Nucleons. Meanwhile, Liquid are retaking the wrong site. Falcons are walking in through A main with the bomb. Liquid don't even know this. They're going to find out when it's too late.
Just been out-positioned, right? You're a little twitchy, you're a little nervous, you don't have info down towards lower, and Tessez just takes that in his stride. It's an experienced move for Tessez, but a kill clawed back. Suddenly some intrigue. m0NESY hasn't been in the business of missing in this matchup. An ultimate dropped out of the round. That one will sail past Elige, giving him a second chance, a chance to close the distance here. It's the reposition from Nico, meant to be the safety net, the insurance policy on this round. Crossing out into the hut, he now plays this crossfire with m0NESY. And there's no road left to run for Elige. He's got to get out of there. They'll come hunting and they'll remove that gun at 11 all. Money now broken for Liquid. And they arrive at the worst case scenario. They've got no cash heading into round 23. The prospect of Falcons leaping over them right at the finish line.
I'm shocked Elige doesn't try and make something happen there. To think he's actually going to get out with the save. Falcons will not let that happen with Liquid's money where it is. He has smoke kit. You just throw it on the bomb right there. Tries to get out instead. Completely denied by another double from m0NESY. And Liquid have nothing left. A boosted rifle. m0NESY finds that headshot. Run that back. Unbelievable kill. You said he's not missing. Well, how about that?
Those gimmicks, that boost, that's supposed to just guarantee you an opening, guarantee you a chance in this round. And m0NESY tore it all away. And I mean, he showed up on a bit of a mission in this matchup. I think he wants a great start to 2026. From the very first fights, we're talking round 1, round 2 of the game. m0NESY looked to be hyper involved, always keen, always down to fight, and he's just carried that energy forward through every one of these rounds.
Also, I think Kixon's called a really strong T-side here. The way that Falcons are walking around in these mid-rounds, they seem to be avoiding Liquid perfectly. And even when they run into those stacks, the bomb's not committed. It's able to reroute. And right now, another example of that. Falcons in the silence walk into an empty bomb site. Liquid burned at B before, gamble stack lower. And Falcons, they've won the round, however you slice it. Map point of Liquid's pick taken.
I think one of the big strengths of this T side is just that Kixan's been very, very sure of himself, that he so often has the read on the response from Liquid. And it has at times felt kind of pre-programmed in that sense. You know, as soon as they fall behind, they're lacking the manpower, they do just group and go for these clears. And so often for Falcons, the real challenge is in getting that opening kill. Once they get there, they're able to just sit pretty and the round kind of comes to them. It's in those lulls in the actions that they secure the round. Even here, though, just the decision, right? Expecting a grouping, expecting a bit of a walk, and thinking as a result there'll be gaps everywhere. A jaunt out into the top site. Kixan has been stubborn in his reads and often been right in the...
I feel like you don't need more opportunity there.
They just haven't really been worried about gambles, about stacks, right? About kind of getting out-read or out-called by Shui on the other side. It's been a very commanding game, leveled from Kixan. And I mean, with m0NESY playing as good as he is, it's ticking all the boxes right now for the Falcons.
Yeah, m0NESY's 24 kills. The next best, who do you think? Nucleons, 13. And he's not been, you know, a game-defining player. He had a couple of nice doubles himself, but really has just been getting 1-for-1. He's not really been too integral a fragger. But he's also not been a problem for Falcons. And that's all we can ask of him today in this debut land game. Just don't lose your team the match. And it doesn't feel like he is.
There are some teams where like a standing can show up and you actually look at them and you go, yeah, you know, they could put in a solid shift and actually come out of this looking great. I think when you're in the Falcons team of all squads, maybe, you know, if you were subbing in for like Zontix on Spirit.
Yeah,
You know, there's
harder,
a couple of teams where you're not really expected to like be the guy, and Falcons is one of them.
But, I mean, Kixon said in the interview with HLTV, this guy's very aggressive. He's going to be going in first. He's going to be, you know, a bit of a tip of the spear here. But he's actually been pretty reserved in a good way, not offering up entry kills away to Liquid, not getting untraded. I say that, Leech spams him through the smoke, but there's only so much you can control. Leech gets out with that 5v4 in a round Liquid need to drag us to overtime.
Yeah, it's a huge step in the right direction of extended play, giving yourselves a chance here on Nuke, but the job is just so far from done. Tesses will demonstrate that with a kill out towards ramp, keeping the pressure on Liquid. Nothing feels safe, nothing feels certain in this game for the Liquid squad.
Yeah, Liquid is so scared of ramp. Another triple ramp setup. It's a lot of resources. Falcons know it. They're going to walk back to A. It's Naf who makes a unlikely move to re-aggress ramp, which is going to give Liquid a chance.
Good catch for Shui. That's the bomb tumbling away. Crazy move out of Kixan. m0NESY cut down back in the lobby, and overtime beckons. An opener from Elige, finally taking a winning fight out in the yard, and then Liquid withstanding that ramp hit puts them back onto a track for victory. They get to run this one back in extra time.
Naf is the last guy you'd expect to re-aggress there, but it's the perfect player to do so. Falcons just turn their back on ramp, and Liquid enforce that top side with a stack.
I mean, you say that, but actually for me, one of the things that's kind of stood out about Naf is in these moments where a game needs someone to be a bit of a space taker when, you know, others have been burned by it a little bit. I feel like Naf is actually really, really good. He won't do it a lot. He does pick and choose his moments. But I think at that point where Naf was really struggling, he hit those like career lows, had a string of bad events. You actually saw like a very cagey, very boxed in Nafly, one that would never come through with those type of moves. It's nice whenever he kind of puts that degree of veterancy to use and explores those gaps, because he is an extremities player. He is out there on his own. And he's a big reason as to why they win that round. Here's a play out in towards the A site. Nerds. Good for one, good for two. Naf moving in through the heavens is in hot water, but still making it work. Can Nerds round it out with a hat trick? Locked in this 1v1 versus Nucleons. There's been clutches that we've seen the stand-in for Falcons thrust into that have felt unwinnable from the get-go. This one is not one of those clutches. This would be a huge step in the right directions and just a huge notch on the belt for the Falcons stand-in. What's he got?
Every advantage. Nerds with no nades, no kit, on the clock, playing silent. 2 shots for Nucleons will win this round. Will he be twitchy? Nerds patient, walking down towards the single door, crosshair in the right place. Nerds just pre-fires, he gives it away. Easy layup for Nucleons, takes the dink, but walks away with the round. The stand-in puts on the first of overtime here for Falcons.
Not really much more you could ask for him in this matchup, right? That's now a 1v1 clutch secured by Nucleons in that head-to-head. And, you know, it's versus Nerds, an experienced piece, an experienced player, star of multiple teams. And you're able to best him in that head-to-head.
Nerds who gave away his position. Nucleons was checking other things, right? Now that we see Nerds got the dink off, what that could have been for Liquid. Ultima, it's just not been there, has it? The AWP, a constant source of missed shots here for Liquid. Same as last round. They even crossed past him before he realized here he's lucky to still be alive. Now he said on the desk that he needs to step up, and that remains to be true here in overtime. Still a chance to rewrite this map for Liquid, but time is dwindling. Cross outside, Nucleons makes it down.
Ali's already down here. Will this go unchecked? Nucleons was softened up on the yard cross, so fight's a little easier for Elige. The M4 and the AK on a level playing field in this head-to-head.
I like the way he's peeking this as well. He's really just trying to get the first peek off. No one really plays his position too commonly, so it's not going to be a natural check here for the rookie.
Especially not, you know, when you're the fresh-faced player standing in. Might have a million other things racing through your head that lead you to overlook this check, overlook this corner. And I mean, the timing couldn't get worse for him. He just jiggled on this position for a solid 30, 40 seconds, and right as he's left it, in slips Elige. Nerds is going to fall in at the top site. Round is far from safe for Team Liquid with ultimate blind. It's going to fall down to this. Naf wrestling 2 back on that heaven push, and another 1v1 clutch to try and decide, will Falcons take a string of rounds to open up OT? It's Kixan left up in this clutch. Their captain, he's called a good game thus far. How's his clutching? There's the swing, and he nails it. Elige cut down. It's a huge 3K from Kixan.
Yeah, beautiful work there again. Liquid, what are they shooting too soon, man? Elige scales into the site. I guess he's shooting his feet between the boxes in the middle of the site. Liquid just keep giving it away in these 1v1s, and Falcons are grabbing it from them. Really, really ugly clutches back to back for Liquid. And Falcons starting to run away now. 2 T-side rounds. Their job is done. Can they sweeten the deal? Team Liquid, it might just be a game of what if.
Yeah, and a number of them, right? It's been 1v1s to decide most of this all of this overtime so far. You've also just got this question of what if any of these shots had connected for ultimate. He's had the AWP a staggering amount in this second half. You can't even make the excuse, you know, that he's had to lean on other guns, that he hasn't had his weapon of choice. They've been very generous with making sure ultimate gets his hands on his gun.
Wow. Could it be 5-1? Liquid trying to hang on to this game right now. They need something on this CT side. Falcons min-maxing, going back to spawn for more utility. Ready to ramp pop. Harry, I hate to say it, ultimate called upon yet again. 3 players walking out ramp into this AWP. He has not hit a shot in some time.
Well, this is a round where a miss costs you everything. Even a 1-for-1 may not be enough, so it's got to be a clean slate for ultimate. Gets out of there after the first. He's done a great job in this ramp take. Dealt with Monoseat, top performer dead, and lives to tell the tale. A 5v3 for Liquid.
Nucleon's died in Garage, very aggressive outside, so Liquid have a lot of room right now. Naf in an audacious position, looking to take one more with him, using this railing to his advantage, but Nico nails a headshot. 2 in the door. Kixan, you're going to get caught off guard, that's for sure. 30 seconds. He makes it. He just about makes it, but I think Nerd's got a bit of info there. 20 seconds as Falcons are forced into B. Liquid should know this.
Down into the ultimate AWP we go.
Okay.
Yeah, but a follow-up with a second, and there just isn't time for Tessez. So Team Liquid, they'll collect their 1 round. A big question mark on this half, right? 1v1s deciding it. Falcons taking the advantage, heading now into that second half of OT.
Well, look at the difference of actually being able to hold on to ramp here for Liquid. In the previous rounds, it's been up to 3 players fighting in that position. Elige has been so hot to rotate to join Ultimate and Naf on ramp. This time, just the solo AWP is able to keep Liquid on the game.
You just hope that that's a bit of a confidence round for Ultimate, because up until this point in the game, he had as many kills on MP7 as he had the AWP, which is not good, given he had the MP7 once in the game.
Oh, that's a horrible bit of information.
That was up until this round. Now he is outdoing his MP7 performance on the AWP, a sentence that you never want to say about your main AWPer.
Dude, the follow recoil, Harry.
It's growing on you, right? It's growing on everyone.
Well, just keep watching Naf.
Nice! Good job, guys.
Liquid trying to believe. Tech coming out here.
I swear, it's always Monacy. Don't know if he's doing something to the cables. Don't know what's up, but it's always Monacy with these
Whatever he wants, he can get it right now. He's 24 kills deep into the game.
Someone is checking his PC right now.
Well, we are back live into the second half of overtime. It's Liquid's map pick. The first LAN matches of the year.
Honestly, just makes it look so easy. The comparison's been night and day in that regard. But a bit more ultimate rifling now that it's gone at the T side here. That's a tag down range for 31.
Through the box in the leg. Naf's got to make something happen. No one's in a position to punish right now. Maybe he could find Tessa's backside. But Kixon's ready to swing off of contact, so things have to go right here for Liquid. There's the molly. Kixon able to get out. Naf delays the peak.
I do like that.
Punish.
That's a really nice idea from Naf, because you saw Kixan instantly suspicious, right? That's kind of an info molly, forcing a reposition that he was going to get swung from the T-vent. He pre-fired it, pre-aimed it as soon as he was flushed out of cover. That's why the delay from Naf hit that much harder. He just kind of written the angle off, but only a one and done for Naf.
Yeah, 2v4, no easy route back in. The gap is vent right now for Liquid if they want to risk it. It's really the only way I can see them winning this round. Just insta-drop vent and try and get that plant in.
Yeah, one of util to do it. You've just got to hope you can find a gap here and get past the Nucleon's hold from heaven. A tag down range to soften up ultimate first man in, and there it is. Falcons, nearly a clean sweep there as soon as they get to the CT half. They've now got 2 chances to close on Team Liquid's map pick.
Yes, indeed, Harry. And Tessa's double as well. He's been pretty quiet on this A side, got punished in a lot of those lower buy hits from Liquid when they were getting into post plants in the first half. Long time ago, though, Tessa's from bottom of the server. And so 2 chances, as you say. Liquid try and stay above water. Fighting the waves. And a game that might again just be the what if, because great rounds out of Elige and Nerds.
How's that the shot that ultimate hits?
Of course, he'll take it. Whatever he can give you at this point. Liquid don't want to waste this opportunity. 5v4. Nobody home. That says, will he drop in? No.
I mean, there's a poison-tipped needle in this haystack that you just don't want to find, right? And that's the Monacy Orb. You're playing to avoid, and they pick the right site. They're going to go in. Tess says, oh, God, maybe there's more problems brewing here as Tess says his double keeps the round very much alive. Nucleon's throwing a flash to try and tee him up out through heaven.
There's more needles than hay.
Double flash, in comes Tess says. Good catch for Elige. And that should be the safety net needed. Nucleon still maintaining a bit of pressure here. Monacy floating around. You've got rounds to play with. And so at this point, why not? Falcons wait on the extremities. That smoke now fades and Monacy plays it forward, but time's getting real low. There's the swing out from Nucleons, and there's the punish. Liquid bring it down to a one-round game again.
It's really nice to see Liquid in that position, not make any crazy moves. No one re-swings, no one goes for info. They had the advantage. The only way you lose is by giving Monacy the kill, maybe swinging outdoor. He finds the frag, then his teammate activates. That's the only way you lose. And so Liquid lock into a post plant and do manage to close it out despite a double from topside. Whew. Sharp shot, Shui. And one more round of this overtime to decide. Liquid, so much focus on yard in regulation, so many smoke walls, so many crossing players a secret. No one in this round.
Fast in and fast out for Team Liquid unless Ultimate and Nerds can combine for something. Might all be for naught here. You're left in a 2v4 advantage for the Falcons. Bomb dropped out towards A. Nerds is trying to wrap around the world, and he committed to this very, very quickly, almost off the rip as soon as they lost those first few players. You can see the Falcons, this is the freedom that being in such a position gives you. They've got Nucleons just subscribed to watching this exact move, this exact reposition. Nerds is now known about on the backstab, and there's no reason to hang around and fight this. It's the safest possible play from Nucleons.
Very smart.
Again with a reposition for Nerds. You've lost the element of surprise, so he tries to gain it elsewhere, but there's eyes on this position as well. He's got to fight for every inch of ground he's looking for in this round.
Door smoke just came in, so Ultimate's constricted to HUD. It's very obvious right now where Liquid are coming from, so Falcons, all eyes trained forward. A rush in the final round of this overtime looks like it's left Liquid hung out to dry.
Oh, awkward timing there for m0NESY and a good catch for Nerds. m0NESY gonna get back on the line. That shot sails past, in comes the cover. Nucleons bails out m0NESY, and then m0NESY bails out the Falcons. They lock in Team Liquid's pick of Nuke and break that streak of success in overtime that Liquid were on. They're looking for a 2-0 finish, and it's Dust 2, some home ground and an easy map to slot in a stand-in up next for the Falcons.
Magic from m0NESY and a last-minute upper rush with the game on the line called from Liquid. That was a wild map of Nuke. It comes out with the Falcons on top. What are your first impressions here? Jacob, what are you thinking?
I mean, good game of Counter-Strike, competitive game of Counter-Strike. Two teams who fought well and matched each other in a lot of the parameters, but there were significant, I guess, differences in how it came about. Obviously, you see on the scoreboard, one side, Elise and Nerds really kept Liquid alive, made them have a good start on the T side, found an awful lot of impact, and on the other side, there was one player standing out in m0NESY with the AWP. That goes without saying that the individual powers from m0NESY kept Falcons alive for long enough in order for them to come in and win this game. A little bit disappointed in Liquid not able to capitalize on some of the win condition they're having for them. When I describe them right now, I'm looking at Nerds, I'm looking at Elise. If they're both playing well, I'm willing to say that there's a great likelihood they're going to do well, but if that's not even enough on your own map pick, then what is?
I would almost just put it pretty simply that m0NESY was the anti-ultimate, whereas m0NESY was doing absolutely everything he possibly could to will Falcons into rounds, get picks that they needed, make sure that they kept their chances alive moment to moment. I would just say that Ultimate did practically everything he could to do the opposite. He was missing op shots, he was sometimes out of position, he wasn't getting a lot done with the sniper rifle. I mean, I feel like in this singular moment, a lot of what we talked about in the pregame came exactly to fruition, that what Liquid needed was a consistent opper for their sake. A guy like I even pinned in the pregame, like OC was for them in the past. He was consistent. He got the kills that sometimes he needed to. He threw good utility, but this time around for Ultimate, I didn't really see a good op shot till 20 rounds into the game, roughly.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I don't think he had an op kill until about 20 rounds into the game either. Didn't purchase it in the first half, if I'm not mistaken. They put it in his hands eventually, had a few misses with it. It's a tough spot to be in, no joke.
Here's the thing, I don't disagree with anything you just said, Mario. I think Ultimate was a big part of the reason as to why Team Liquid didn't win, because I think in terms of game plan, in terms of, crafting the rounds and putting himself in winning positions, we saw that in the first half on the T side. They did incredible well, but Ultimate, unfortunately, weren't awake, the first 30 rounds in this game.
7 op kills.
7
in an overtime game.
Yeah, and most of them were in overtime. That's the other thing as well. I think he was 12 and 20 with 2 op kills as we went out of regulation, if I was counting right.
He came alive a little bit late into it. My issue with this is summarizes Team Liquid as a whole. They find a new way to lose every single time. Whether you pinpoint one player and say, Ultimate didn't really show up this time around, he's at fault. Whether it's the game plan, whether it's either Elise or Nerds not showing up. I feel like whenever I'm watching a Liquid game, I can come up with a new excuse every single time. So it's not a consistent issue. It's a lot of different issues that showcases itself from time to time.
We've got a round here. We've got a round here that illustrates one of those excuses, one of those ways. This is round 22, Maui.
This was one where you could just kind of see the disconnect between Ultimate and others on the team. I mean, okay, there's a smoke early at door, the lurk smoke, but Nertz just smoked door. He just smoked door, and Ultimate nades to try to peek through door after Nertz just smoked door. Like, there's nothing to even accomplish by throwing that HE. And that's just kind of the disconnect you sometimes get from Liquid. It doesn't feel like they're always all together. And because Nertz just smoked door and Ultimate missed the nade, it's Testis who goes down the vent and flanks Nertz. So the whole entry kill here is because Liquid are in a disconnect to start the first 30 seconds of this round. Like, it's just the butterfly effect of one little misstep in terms of communication between the two players, and it just becomes this thread that completely unravels anything that Liquid are trying to do in terms of put up a formidable defense.
Yeah, it's annoying. You know, it's unfortunately. And as I said, like, I feel like we can pinpoint these kind of mistakes from game to game, and we can get different reasons as to why they're struggling to get the win. Even in this one, I was positive. You know, they're looking like they're about to win. Elise is playing well. Nertz is playing well. Yes, Ultimate maybe didn't have the most impactful game, but that's okay from time to time. But it's getting to a point where I get annoyed by the fact that I can come up with a new excuse every single time. I can find a new reason, whether it's an isolation round 22, whether it's Ultimate not playing well. There seems to be these key moments in the game that consistently goes wrong for Team Liquid, and it's been the case for the better part of the year now.
Let's focus on the silver linings here for a moment, because yes, the Riflers, Elige, Nertz having some really big moments. Naf having some big plays in overtime, trying to get some of those rounds over the line. We saw the impact come through from the rifling core here, and in particular, it's really good to see both Elige and Nertz having a good game at the same time.
But the best, I guess, example I can give you is that how many times in this game did you see Liquid almost have 3 players towards ramp and Falcons actually walked into it, right? Yeah. It felt like the reading from Shuhei, the coaching from Flashy, the way the team was set up to win, but then even when you had a 3-man stack on ramp, they'd still trade 1 for 1 or 2 for 2. They wouldn't get something out of it. So in terms of reading the game and putting yourself on the map and giving yourself a good, I guess, win condition to get it done, it's still not working out for Team Liquid. So that's why I'm like a little bit disappointed. It's your own map pick, you have a great read on the game, you're playing a team with a stand-in, and yet you're still not able to get it over the finish line.
I was a little bit surprised that more of Liquid's game plan wasn't targeted around just trying to get Nucleons at a ramp or trying to just kill him every single time. Frequently, it felt like he was just dueled with fairly simple, just single flash plays. If they actually use just more utility, like double flashes or smoke plays, like basically test what he does in terms of reactions. And I know that comes across a little bit one note, but then to try to play into m0NESY and Nico outside is feeding Falcons in the exact way that they want to be tested.
Speaking of the rookie, speaking of the stand-in, the guy coming in, Nucleons, we really didn't have a lot of information coming into this game. He held his own quite nicely. I agree with you that maybe he could have been tested further, but considering the circumstances, considering the rounds, had himself a really nice game.
I think he passed the test, you know. It wasn't a breakout performance for him. There were definitely moments in the game where he was a bit out of it, where he couldn't get much done. But in terms of being a stand-in, and playing your first game on a stage ever, and your, 6th official game in your career, I think he more than passed the test. This was not a map where he was supposed to be the difference maker, but he was not a liability either. So I think in that regard, he did a good job.
I'm still kind of holding on to see if there's going to be more from Nucleons, especially moving into their map pick. But in terms of working against Liquid, where Nuke was not necessarily, I mean, it was technically played by the Falcons Academy team a couple of times, but this performance to me is just saying, okay, yeah, you survived. I'm not head over heels making any claims about this guy just yet.
But look, man, when we're talking about the Falcons security system, it's totally fine for Nucleons to be like the traffic cone, slowing you down a second so that big bag m0NESY can come running down and tackle the offenders.
Yeah, exactly. So even though at ramp, it's not like he was putting up some massive multi-kill holds or anything like that. I'm not expecting to do that today.
You get one, you slow them into the site, you let somebody trade you. That's more than enough for this Falcons team.
Exactly.
Looking to the future, it's so close, right? And when we were talking about the veto, when we were looking at the maps, it really did feel like this one could be a 3-map affair, could be a tight affair. Based on what we saw on Nuke, are we still feeling that optimistic?
I think that was the missed opportunity right here for Team Liquid. They had to win Nuke for my money in order to keep this game competitive, especially the fashion they played out. Now we're moving into Dust 2, and we'll speak more about that. But for Team Liquid to be in a position now where you're not winning your own map pick, you're not winning from a winning position in the game as well, that's gonna hurt them a little bit.
It will hurt. It will hurt indeed, but we'll see if they can recover from that hurt and bring us to a full series when we come back and start breaking down Dust 2.
Ultimate, since joining Team Liquid, there have been some highs and lows, but I want to just get your thoughts now on the time you've had on Liquid overall.
I mean, for me, it was an amazing journey. It's not over yet. We can have a lot of highs together as well. Maybe a little bit of lows, it can happen, but I really enjoyed the time that I spent here. It was very nice. I think I learned a lot of stuff while being on this team, and I'm just happy to do more.
Very positive, and I like hearing that. Looking at your performances and your individual level, we've seen great highs from you, but we've also seen some inconsistency. Do you understand the reason for that? Like why you struggle with the consistency?
Yeah, sometimes I'm a genius, sometimes I'm a donkey. It's like, that's life. That's life. It can happen to everybody. Like, you know, you cannot be good all the time. Like, I'm saving it for the majors, next 4 major wins.
Okay, I like that. I would never call you a donkey, just to be clear as well. That was your words, not mine.
I take the responsibility.
You hit me with something I didn't expect. You're focusing on the future, I get that, but is there something you are looking at, maybe Liquid's looking at, to try and fix and improve this situation?
Well, I hope not changing me, but yeah, we're trying all the time. We're trying to get better. We try to have more synergy, and between a team, we're always grinding, we're always trying our best, so that's all we can do.
And do you feel like you have a lot of freedom in the team? Like, obviously, with all the changes that happened, Elijah's got a voice, Shuhei's got a voice, Flash's got his way. Do you still have the freedom you want to perform?
Yeah, I believe that everyone has freedom in this team. I believe everyone has something to say and do stuff that they like to do and think it's working. And there were some periods that the space was a little bit tricky, that we had to figure out some stuff, but overall, I'm very happy with where I am.
Sometimes a genius, sometimes a donkey. A little too much of the donkey on Nuke, perhaps? That was not exactly a confidence-inspiring interview from young Mr. Roland.
Why did 2 of his answers say, by the way, I'm not getting cut? Like,
The first answer was like the speech that you give after you get benched, and then he finished it up with, excited to continue.
I'm simply confused at why he's trying to just veil that so lightly. I mean, that to me, I don't even know if there's not even a rumor out there right now for my money.
I didn't hear anything.
But the way he talked about all of those subjects was just, it was confusing. I might as well just think he is now at this point.
I hate to be this guy, and actually I don't. To be completely honest, the only reason why you're still in Team Liquid is because there's no better alternative right now, you know, and you're gifted another chance, another opportunity, and I respect that if you go in and grab it, but talking about the future right now, if you ultimate, there's no future unless you step it up right here, right now. I'm not saying he's getting cut after this tournament if they lose this game, but the first couple of tournaments for Team Liquid in this year will have to be tournaments where we see progress, where we see him step up, where we see the team step up, otherwise there will be roster changes. So in terms of talking long-term future and focusing on the future, how about no? How about focusing on right now, getting the job done right now, and just be lucky that there's never been a less viable market for AWP players out there.
Yeah. What a rosy picture you painted here. Sorry. Jacob, anything that we should be looking for on Dust 2, because we're about to hop into the map?
Yeah, Modesty, the Modesty show. I think that's going to be interesting. Nucleons as well. Curious to see how he's going to be fitted in. We didn't see much of Nico as well. I think Liquid are going to have a tough time. I hope they're going to come out and play with a lot of pace and try to at least rattle out the fact that they're playing with a stand-in and playing with a stand-in coach, so to speak. But I don't have high hopes, to be honest. I think Falcons are going to be in control.
I'm simply interested if Nucleons on CT side is going to play like Kyosuke. Is he going to just try to be aggressive? Is he going to be dynamic in that kind of mid to B CT spot, or is he just going to end up helping his B player more?
Can he double up as we're seeing?
Yeah, can he be a hybrid? I haven't seen it yet.
We'll find out. We'll find out. And to take us through this map, we got 2 guys who are way more genius than Donkey. We got Harry and Hugo.
Wow. Do you agree with that, Hugo?
No comment.
Okay, so it's Dust 2. Right, are things looking kind of dire for Liquid right now? We just watched that little OT bonanza. Ultimate never got going, but Monacy certainly did. You feel like that's going to be a big problem on Dust 2?
I feel like the desk have set the stakes very well there with the difficulties that Liquid are going through, and with the success of the Falcons feeling inevitable after taking Liquid's map pick, especially in overtime. Some really ugly rounds from the Ultimate AWP, and good signs across the board from the Falcons. Nothing to really complain about, right, from this stand-in edition for this tournament, and Jixon with some nice calls as well. So ultimately, feeling good for the Falcons to keep that bounty on their head and keep running through in this quarterfinal. It was Liquid's pick, it was their choice. Will they come to regret it?
Oh, Nerds is throwing them a curveball.
Good block.
Ran up through mid to block that smoke at the Xbox, but it might not matter with Ultimate dead out towards long. Gap has still been created here for the Falcons. Are they ready for a Liege tucked in at the car? Flash to set him up for the first. Now they know they haven't boxed in, but it's on a Liege's say-so that he gets to fight, and Nico gets his head ripped off. Hell of a hold from these two players in at the car. You've got the second man in there, Nerds riding shotgun. Leaves it all on Nucleons.
He could have wallbanged out a Liege after the goose, but not meant to be. Nerds finds 3 headshots here in this pistol, and a Liege still gets 2 from the car. Really good opening move. The block that gave him the first frag of the round. Liquid still here to show us something on this second map. It's been a map we've not seen them play to great success recently, right? Back at the major, they got banged out against Paravision.
I say this though, that is Paravision. And I know it's old Paravision minus Way, but I still think even at that point, you know, this was head and shoulders their best map, and I'd say right now they're one of the best Dust2 teams in the world.
Just not really seen Liquid have great success against the best teams in the world on this map. The Spirits of Vitalities and Falcons in that conversation as well. So it would need to be the best game on Dust2 for Liquid in some time.
At least here, if you were like carrying any expectations heading into map 1 for Liquid, those are kind of largely off looking at Dust2. Sometimes that can mentally free you up a little bit. You know, it's like if you don't kind of show up now, you've shown nothing. So screw it, play your heart out, make some aggressive moves. Everyone's already started writing you off, so
sure,
may as well get a little silly, play a little chaotic here to open things up.
Let's see what, you know, the off-season had in store for Liquid. Maybe they've got some new ideas on a map that they ended on a sour note. Odyssey is spotting this nerdy angle. And Nerds running top mid punish. It's not every day you're ready for that position to work. It's the perfect read from Monacy. The 5v4 for Falcons. Even taking lower, Falcons delay their push after the flash, avoiding the nade. Bomb is still in T-spawn. So many options available to the Falcons with this 5-on-4. It's Liquid who go looking for answers. Clear at the long side. That's heard.
Yeah, Falcons were already waiting, right? This was one of kind of their go-tos whenever they seize these man advantages. Just sit back and wait for the Liquid aggression.
I'm shocked that Shui's calling the bluff and just going. They've both heard each other make moves at top middle, and he just goes all the way through.
No one's even looking, no one's even considering it, so a free catch onto Tesses. Would have loved something out of a Liege in that mid-hold, but it's just a bit of damage put down range, and now you've got the defense split 1-1. They're heading out towards Nafly. Out alone on this bomb site. 3 players rolled out in front of him. This has to be huge from Naf, and that's not bad. 2 on the smoke, but with Ultimate rotating in, dead to Monacy over in middle.
Oh no, Monacy's finding triple kills? That's not fair. He found doubles all last map. Can't be letting this guy improve coming into Dust2. Really good try for Naf, but too many players dropping the ball. Liege with an unlikely miss. The flank for Shui arguably overcommitted. And Falcons enter the game earlier than they did on Nuke. Round number 3 comes up. Liquid's money down to dust. 1 buy in this. Oh, Nucleons. Fearless.
There's a lot of solo players all across the map here for Liquid. And that's the burden of going a man down so early. move here to bring Ultimate around to try and help out over a long. He's going to catch one on that push, but 2-for-1 trade there for the long control. Exactly screaming great value for Liquid in what was already a rough position. Naf's been holding his own over here towards B. Another admirable effort on the B hold, but that was just the lurker. The real focus is this A play, and with m0NESY catching Nerds by surprise, this should just be a done deal. They know that Naf is so far from home, and so a second round beckons for the Falcons. m0NESY might even complete the hunt here. Very, very close to Nafly. Should just deliver one right to the back of the head. It's a punishing hunt in at the close.
Frustrating round for Elige. Falcons play the long take late perfectly. Corner smoke means Ultimate can't peek off of Elige's contact, and then because they flash over the smoke for a car player, Elige must turn, and it's that turn that gets him killed. Nice clear for Falcons. Everything about that comes up perfectly. And no save here for Liquid means Falcons destined to take the lead. They know it as well. Mac-10 coming in on this round.
Something else that I've just kind of been enjoying, it's felt refreshing, is, you know, Falcons not ever leaning too deeply, and this is likely as a result of the stand-in situation, right? Not leaning too deeply on the individual talent. Everything's felt very regimented, very under control. They've shown appropriate respect to these situations, and they've been playing well as a team. Just nice to see it, right? Yeah. That long take there, you kind of highlighted why it works so well for them. Just a perfect example of kind of not getting ahead of yourselves, not thinking the individuals are going to be there and enough to bail yourself out. It's just been a very clean and concise game from the Falcons squad thus far.
Just such an easier map to slot in this stand-in as well, because while it's one thing seeing this opening quarterfinal and the round of it, all four heavy favorite teams feeling fairly safe for them, but the question for Falcons is still, can we win the event with a stand-in? And so getting these couple of warm-up maps, getting some experience for Nucleons on a comfortable map like Dust 2, it's going to make all the difference here when it goes into a semi-final and even a grand final that Falcons will be rooting for. It's here to make the money. Ooh. And nice and clean here.
I mean, I think it takes a very specific type of captain to find success with a stand-in. And when I say success, I don't mean, winning a series, winning a map, making a more commendable run. I'm talking, get to the point where you could lift the trophy, get to the point where you are lifting a trophy. That's why really only one name springs to mind, and that's Karrigan, right? Yep. I think you have to be very, very good at explaining complex situations in a concise way that's easy to understand. You have to be able to kind of ride with the rhythm of the game a little bit because your protocols aren't going to be as good or as proper.
But I also think this is an even different situation to most of those, because it's one thing to bring in a stand-in, someone like a JKS who's got experience, right? Versus bringing in a rookie stand-in who's never even played LAN, let alone tier 1 opposition in front of a crowd. So it's kind of a double job here for the Falcons and here for Kixen to bring in this young player for this event. And I mean, maybe some...
And having to do it coachless, I think, adds even more peril.
Okay. It's stacking up now. I mean, there was some kind of implication from Kixen in one of these interviews talking about how there's a lot of Schengen events this year, can't get Kyosuke for all of them. Now, it's one thing of not getting him for the first event of the season. That makes sense. Especially one where the team didn't know they were going to land until they won their matches. But is this going to be something that plagues Falcons all season long? We don't know yet. So, hey, this could be a longer-term project. You never know what the future has in store. All I know is it's a mid to be.
I mean, even to that point, right? The idea being out there that, yeah, you're dead on. This might not be the only time we see a stand having to be fielded. You feel like that puts a bit of a reason for Nucleons to want to leave a lasting impression that he can hang at the top level. Because you want to be first on the call sheet if they end up looking for another stand-in.
No one's in the sight. Ultimate gets hunted down, and they take A with ease. 20-second hit and a perfect flash to disrupt the AWP again. It's not going to get easier here on Dust 2.
Not by a long shot. One thing that's nice here was that Shui went kind of unaccounted for in the speed at which he's coming in on the long flank. Not even needed in the end as Nerds will overrun, and Naf, good for his, leaves it all on Tessez, but he's done big damage, forced wide, Tessez collects, makes it look so easy on that swing. And a big 1v3 as more clutches come up for the Falcons. They've won every one of them in the series thus far. Whatever it's come down to a clutch, it's come up for the Falcons.
Yeah, now coming up for Tessez as well. He was the bottom performer. He was the weak point back on Nuke on that top side, CT side, but put him in this clutch, and it all happened so quickly. Liquid don't know they've lost it till it's too late. Frustration, Russian lower. Nucleons blown out of the water, and Kixon does bound out, giving cover from Nico. There's an AK pickup here for Liquid, but they are not out of the woods yet. Still committed to tunnels, still hunted down by a Molotov. Punished here, there, and everywhere. Naf is on one shot from death. Feels destined to be true. B is open. And so Falcons a bit of chaos at the beginning of the round, but looking like they can just walk it home. 5 on this T side right now. Liquid getting lit up.
You want to do this shit or not?
Nerd second AWP. Over on that B site.
I mean, usually if I'm thinking B-site second AWP, I'm thinking of Nafly. Nerd's gonna don it and puts it to work, actually besting Monacy in that head-to-head.
How does Naf even have a flash assist though? I don't know.
Well, look, Nerd's got his. Let's see how the main AWP for Liquid fares. Flashed off the line. Not much he can do there. The util displaces ultimate. Never leaves him in position to take that shot with the AWP.
He's got other options though. Back on the bomb site. Elige is starting to get suspect of this mid to B.
Nico AWP.
Nico AWP.
Used to have nightmares about this.
Who, you or Nico?
Me.
That's fair.
Maybe him.
Well.
But also dreams. Dreams of actually being an AWPer.
They pulled him back in.
It's always just been irresistible to Nico. Spam damage comes in for Elige.
They're gonna make it.
But out towards mid, Naf. Always been able to hold his own with one. Gets out with that again. Oh, God.
Okay, it's fine. It's under control.
Nico was born 5 years later and, you know, way, way further off course out in Mongolia. He would have been on the team. He would have been with the Mongols. Second open.
Third open.
Third open. Fourth open.
They'll do it.
3v3 retake now for Team Liquid.
They've got to try. No nades.
Elige, good catch.
Nice.
Nico gets his on the AWP, but another man's made it in that they don't know about. Second player, blind to the flash.
No, that's Monacy. And an exit is all it will be here for Ultimate. Nico's AWP puts up the one it requires to win the round. Kixon's just had a lot of impactful rounds here on T-sides in both these maps, using that strong post-spawn position that we see Nico do so often these days on top of the box. Comes out with 3 kills in this B bomb site, including the trades into B, and that beautiful shot to Nerds here. Woo! Kixon on the money today. So a feel-good round for Falcons, who are growing more and more lethal in this T side. Nico, give it back. A new round has begun. Long their top mid instead. Nico, sorry, Monacy,
I can't drop it right now.
I've got to fight.
They're pushing top mid. Nah, they're still pushing, man.
I mean, I'll say this, Falcons really knew that Liquid liked to push top mid, right?
Yeah.
Monacy's been holding this position in 2 rounds that Liquid have pushed. He just doesn't find the angle this time. They're on the right side. So there is a great understanding from Falcons of what they're up against. Monacy gets his ult back. Nico returns to tunnels, and Liquid try to retake long.
It's also with, you know, like pretty old tape on Team Liquid here for Dust 2. It was all stuff from before the off-season. Not a whole lot to go off of.
It's very Liege to see a top mid push, though. Right before the flash.
Liege out from the window. Great catch on for a double. Said earlier, Naf's always been good at getting his one. Well, at 6 HP, really going to have to work some magic. Nico charges him down, and now it's him and Monacy side by side.
What was in the window? Did it fall out?
Ultimate. He's going to be given a chance here with this AWP. Chance to catch Nico as he looks for the bomb.
Oh, dear.
This is a big problem. Shui closing in back at the tunnels. Ultimate firing off. If he can even slow them down, buy a bit more time for Shui. As the clock starts to tick down, it's just a tag from the Ultimate AWP, and Shui's been heard. Eyes on at the tunnels, but with low health on Monacy, Shui closing in. Nade could be huge, and there it is, the killing blow. Shui's gonna deal it downrange. And so Falcons and this big old streak of 6 finally laid to rest.
You're just breathing a sigh of relief again. It's just no round is safe right now against this lethal Falcons squad. And Ultimate makes it very messy in middle once more. Feel like I'm picking on him, but sometimes you just need him to take one with him. How's that a leg? I don't think
it wasn't a leg.
Dink. It's not even a
Nico
leg.
dinked him, yeah.
He didn't even hit it. Well, round's a round for Liquid, but it needs to build into something more here on the CT side. 3 more chances. Falcons no closer to Eco.
Yeah, you know, a round's a round, but you're so far from being all square here for Liquid. It's a step in the right direction, but this is to be the beginning of a streak. Right, that can't just be a one and done bit of success where they get away with a double kill from a Liege. You know, that's something that he was providing for them a hell of a lot back on Nuke as well. He finished in that game only lagging behind Monacy by just 1 multi-kill round, which I think is really impressive considering how memorable the Monacy multi-kills were. It can't just come down to a Liege having to get 2 for Liquid to put rounds on the board. It's not sustainable.
Oh, that's despicable.
That one's not Ultimate's fault.
No.
That's Monacy being just a freak of nature. You gotta watch that again. What the?
See ya.
How do you beat that?
You don't.
How do you beat this?
Oh. Well, Naf gets his third
And
AWP.
now everyone's open.
Everyone but Ultimate. Monacy's not done.
Well, there's Naf putting the AWP to work.
Gets kicks in lurking tunnels. But Falcons can commit with their initial
There is
plan.
actually a world where, like, in the future, Liquid now could be like Liquid of old. The 5 rifles, Naf taking kind of the nitro position of the double AWP.
I'm not even
or
saying,
hybrid AWP.
I'm not even saying bench Ultimate. I'm just saying let him rifle. Monacy's going for the ace. He is running through the smoke. He's seen the legs, and Nucleon steals it. So back to the Academy team. Monacy, maybe we'll forgive him, but 4 incredible kills, especially the first. And it's just getting a bit loose now here for Liquid, picked apart one by one.
Yeah, you know, it's a sick feat. Like in any round, putting up that many kills to just go and win it as a one-man army always feels good. But those were far from the most challenging kills that m0NESY's have ever had to get in his career. He's kind of just swung out from around the smoke multiple times while he's set up at long.
He aims at an angle and Liquid walk into it. Just got that feel for the game right now. Knowing what Liquid are going to do before they do.
I mean, I just think as well, you know, like once you know the AWP is in position on the long side, it used to be the case that was kind of enough to lock you out of that part of the map. Giving it away and conceding the ground. Maybe if you're very switched on, you feel like you could take him there, but I really wouldn't subscribe that to Team Liquid right now. Feels like it comes more from just a place of desperation. Aggression from Elige as he gets past the AWP up on this boost, and it's only a tag. Now they're gonna think he left, surely, right? You've just legged him, you stop that aggression. He actually hung around and went for a bit more, double dipping on the mid push. Elige now known about and pushed very far forward. Crazy flick from m0NESY.
What?
While he's searching for Elige, he ends up finding an unsuspecting ultimate out towards the long doors.
I'm scared. I'm terrified. He's just blowing Liquid out of the game right now on his own. It felt good enough on Nuke, but to do it on Dust 2 again. m0NESY, the headline act here in this quarterfinal.
You just really hope that this is, you know, a sign of things to come for m0NESY in 2026.
Yes. By the time Elige knows that top mid is clear, the B hit is manifesting. Shui on a scout. Nothing to lose. Two players are one shot.
Shui. There's the swing. Good catch. No more damage put down range and an instant trade from Nico. They stop that scout from putting the pressure on.
Felt like he was about to skewer them all.
It did kind of feel like that, but
a little wider maybe. Really hurts. And yeah, Elige. Oh no, yeah, he's gonna give it up. Find some nades. And Falcons onto 8. Dude. Even in slow-mo, it still looks quick. Falcons refusing to let a stand-in ruffle their feathers here at the Bounty. m0NESY in just a couple of rounds has...
We just had to relive that one again. I mean, yeah, it's the type of game the m0NESY's having. And I think that's only really, you know, furthering to show the divide right now between the orbs, right? The fact that you have m0NESY absolutely red hot, seemingly can't set a foot wrong.
There's no macro in this map in the last like 4 rounds. It's just like what happened, who's AWPing and where, and then what's happening off the AWP kills. There's no push and pull. There's no executes. It doesn't feel like a normal game of Counter-Strike because m0NESY is just killing everything in sight. Not again. Not like this. Elige almost takes him out. Tag over top of the box and Liquid get to live another round.
These fake dinks can sometimes be annoying. We won't know till later, but dink through the box onto m0NESY. Could be under the impression he's low when that is not the case. m0NESY still very much a threat in this round. I mean, he would be at any health, but especially right now. Elige on that jiggle. Trades a bit of damage for the info that multiple players have made it up short. All right, ultimate. Good position for the AWP. Santa bar low. A bare minimum just has to get one. Jump down with that miss. Nucleons makes it down into the spawn and wraps upon Team Liquid. From that point on, it's a flawless execution from the Falcons. They take so much control. Nucleons controls the rotates and goes on to close it with a hat trick. The stand-in stands up for the Falcons as they win out this half hard.
Hey guys, this is Mahone, and I'm gonna break down how the pros hold long A on Dust 2 so you can do it just like them too. Let's go. Usually at the start of the round, you want to pay attention to the spawns. That's because only the best spawn for the CTs gets past this corner before the best T spawn peaks. So the best use of the spawn is to try to get a Molotov down at the doors right away to stop a potential rush. Now keep in mind, if you don't have the best spawn, the Ts can already be holding you. With a Molotov down at doors, the next component is to have a second person throw flashes to blind the Ts as they come out. One of the most common ways to do this is just over the building from the long crossing. The flash will blind Ts holding from the doors, so even if you don't have the best spawn, you get a brief window to cross the angle. It's possible to throw this flash too early, so the timing to throw this flash is at 1:49, which leads to the earliest a T can be at the doors. The Molotov and flash gives you a good initial defense, but Ts with the best spawn can run straight to blue bin before the Molotov lands. So another option for the Molotov is to throw it behind the blue bin, which stops Ts from sitting there. And as for a potential T at the entrance, you can use this smoke at the start of the round. The smoke is thrown from elevator, flies over the buildings, then bounces off the top of long house and drops into the doors. This smoke limits Ts from holding the long corner, which gives you an isolated fight on the T crossing to blue bin. But keep in mind, if you want to peek the doors with the best spawn, it won't land in time. The blue bin Molotov and long doors smoke takes away a lot of positions for the Ts, but what if the Ts are fully committed to taking long? There will be flashes or a corner smoke preventing you from holding the entrance. To ensure your Molotov still lands even while blind, you can use this lineup where you run sideways facing the wall and release as soon as you reach the corner. Facing the wall reduces how much you get blinded, and it also removes the need to step forward to throw the Molotov, which means you can cross the pit without any additional movement, and it lowers the chance the T catches you mid-throw. To fight the corner smoke, you can throw a counter flash to blind the Ts pushing up. And this is a flash your teammate can throw for you. The goal of the flash is to have it pop on the left side of long and behind you so you don't need to turn. This flash will blind Ts hugging the wall, as the 149 flash won't get them. With this flash, you can swing to the left side of the smoke or push through the smoke to catch Ts directly behind it. So with these extra steps, let's say you fought off the initial push. What's a good spot to hold from? There's this position at the pit where you aren't directly holding the doors but the side of the blue bin. The idea is to catch the Ts at the moment they have to clear the right side. You can also use this lineup to re-smoke the doors without exposing yourself too much, giving you time to reposition. So that's what you can do if you have long control, but what do you do if you're forced to fall back? If you back up to the long crossing, you can use this smoke that lands at the middle of long to delay Ts from pushing up. The smoke covers the entire choke point, which allows you to move freely between car and CT spawn. And as well, you can use the smoke to push up close to fight the Ts. And that is the last piece of how to hold Dust 2 long A like the pros.
Team Falcons soar towards a semi-final here over Liquid, 9-3 at the half, and a very close nuke. But Dust 2 is nowhere near the same. Liquid looking like a deer in headlights, getting out-orbed by m0NESY all across the map. Team Falcons right now just looking like they're strolling into those semis.
Well, that's a really, really rough way for this to start. That's top performer Elige. Kicked out of the pistol round almost instantly. Barely gets a chance to play. m0NESY has had full dominion over that T. Oh, God, Nico. Bit of friendly fire in there. He could make up for it all. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay. Nico's added a bit of intrigue to this pistol round. Nucleon's in another clutch.
Go on. Don't make him save. Let him learn.
On a 1v1. But a 1v3, been in a couple of these. And they've proven tricky, as they should.
Scared. Liquid are really scared right now. And they have
maybe they should be. That's a hell of a catch for Nucleons! The double swing, and he so nearly gets away with it. Dude, it's all smiles for the stand-in because that was so close.
And also, yeah, you're just here on land. You're almost clutching up. You're feeling good that you tried, that you made it interesting.
And you know everyone's egging him on to give it a go.
Come on, kid. What have you got? Liquid They win the round, by the way. But you almost wouldn't know it.
Whew. Yeah, look, you see them all kind of spurring him on to go for it.
Liquid with all 4 pistols, Harry. Well, they've converted all so far.
Oh, I just don't know if facing off against a Monacy scout right now is something you want to even attempt. Really, it's all the map control they have. And so I'm worried they are going to face off against the Monacy scout.
Waiting for those smokes over the top. It's a flash on Nucleons to pop through this long smoke. Monacy gets obliterated.
Good pickup. It's a huge pressure point removed. The attempt at a flash through does not pan out for the Falcons, and so a clean sweep and a clean record for Team Liquid in pistols and conversions.
And as Falcons' pistols continue to elude them, it is yet to cause a problem in this series. This would need to be an unbelievable half for Team Liquid on the T side for that to ever matter. So one more eco. Nice deagle out of Nico. Top mid push for Tessa is contained by ultimate as well, so Liquid just speed up. Unless a long range deagle connects. Should be all fine and dandy for Liquid. They've got a leash lurking out B as well. There's another one for Tessez. There's 2 for Tessez through the smoke. Leech actually needs to save the round right now, and he's got him boxed in. Oh! Stab denied by Monacy, 17 and 9. An ultimate thrust into a clutch. How has this gone so far?
You kind of don't believe you're at this point in the round. Never should have got to a position where Ultimate has to clutch up, but at least he gets it down to this 1v1. He's got to face off now against Tessez. He's got hot hands. And a Galil picked up from mid.
Spotted.
Ultimate with the plant. There's a Molotov on Tessez, so Ultimate kind of has to reposition here. If he sits in at the site, he's going to get burned by this molly. Forced out into the open now, commits to the fight, and Ultimate nails it. The rifling has stood the test.
Yeah.
Ultimate with a critical 1v2 if Liquid do want to try and course correct late in the day.
Tessez rushes the molly, maybe scared of getting repeaked there from the site, so it doesn't land deep enough to burn him. Tessez, 2 crazy deeks on the long side though. Just couldn't finish it. Even this one, sickening. So yes, the rifling is there and it will keep going into the next round. Liquid facing their first full buy. Leon's out on his own in middle. Committed position, looking for a fight.
Shadow spotted, but Shui quick on the trigger. Smoke down out here towards mid, and they're going to try and carry this momentum through. Shui, after his reign of terror, that double to open up, his round ends to spam, but he's praying, he's hoping, he's done enough. Kicksands low on health, trading places with Nafly. He comes through, that's fantastic value. Monacy even gets one through the smoke. And same could be said for Nerds on that drop down, getting in behind enemy lines. Kicksand thought that smoke push had sealed the deal on something.
Overcook?
Slow down for a moment. They're expecting him to have repositioned. Are they ready for Kicksand so quick in behind enemy lines?
He was really hoping they would reroute out and try and avoid him. And in doing so, puts himself in middle, probably in a position to save Monacy's AWP. Oh, reassuring for Liquid that they are able to still find the gap there. 2-on-1 going into that bomb site. Scary. Lots of damage done by Naf cooled. Big drop down from Nerds into CT. Found m0NESY on the boost box as well. Kixon's hoping that bomb blows the orb just a little bit closer. Maybe it will. Maybe it'll just get trapped in the corner. Oh. No.
Terrorists win.
Well, no orb. But no orb for ultimate either. Is that a blessing in disguise?
A bit of hulking individual effort later, and you're actually back within striking distance of the Falcons. Right now, the T-side effort for Liquid very much spearheaded by Nerds, Elige, and unsuspected candidate in Shui, right? An important string of entries in that round. Sure, even then it gets a little wild. Thankfully, the other guys able to pull through for Team Liquid. Slimmer margins now on this game. If Falcons want to dodge the fall, they win this round here and now.
Tessus respects the take. It's not got enough help on this long side. Shocked he gets that kill. Damage. Tessus surviving with the block smoke on long will slow Liquid's roll. He may get this space, but not very reassured to commit. Falcons clear middle, and now they can fight A together. Look at this commitment from Falcons right now. They are not scared of Elige lurking through tunnels like he has before. 4 players here.
Block on the smoke for m0NESY. They'll hear that tag. They try and peek on the back of it. Good catch for Elige. Smoke still lands, gives them something to try and get across with. Util in, an attempt to slow this one down, but the openers keep flooding through for Team Liquid.
In all of those fights, Falcons are 1 bullet away from winning the round, it feels like. But Naf is nailing them to the wall. 2 headshots on 3 low players, and Naf says, I am not planting that bomb. Full health, gives it a check, goes back. And Nucleons tries again. But Naf fly, 3 kills, and Liquid a round behind. So close every step of the round there for Falcons, but none of the kills come through.
1 round game, money broken for the Falcons. Have Liquid really got this in them? This was far from a small order. You managed 3 rounds on the defensive half. This one had semi-finals for Falcons written all over it, and at the 11th hour, in comes some of the Liquid riflers to try and shake things up. Just been nice, because been a feeling of a real team effort for the 4 rifling players, right? All kind of pulling their weight here across this streak of T rounds that Liquid are now on. And a big multi-kill from Shui in the one prior to last. Nafly with a sick 3K there. Lots of room to overthink in a round that looks to tie up this map. From the most unlikely of positions, Liquid just keeping it low and slow out through mid. Into the stack they'll go, 3 players here.
Why am I scared? Nico, back turn, catches 2, picks up the AK as well. Could he get the highlight from the back of the site? 3 kills for Nico. He's just going to put him in a box. All 4 in the stacked site. Liquid get locked out.
Yeah, seen a Falcons highlight from there before. That's a beautiful 4K for Nico. Right as the aim's throwing off and they first turn into the bomb site, Nico is nothing but a problem for Team Liquid and one that they just can't get past. If you give him too much room to work with, give him an extra couple of seconds, that's all it takes for Nico to go and uproot the round. And so that was the chance for Team Liquid to tie us up 9-all and a low econ round, but played into the stack, played right into Nico's hands. And so the margins start to widen again. Short control taken. Faster pace on this round for Liquid. They've already got key map control with plenty of time left. m0NESY AWP is always threatening. And you have to pay the price just to get that info. Shui fed to the AWP. This is the start of the downward spiral for Team Liquid. Another aggressive move. Nico feeling good after that 4K flash through the mid-smoke. Didn't get anything for it. But a spot that there are players out here in middle, and that's causing a lot of suspicion for the Falcons. They've got eyes on from the B site. m0NESY watching with the AWP, ready for this smoke to fade. Now able to be active on both angles. No easy route here, but it does feel like that B site is the path of least resistance, and so that's what Liquid are looking for.
Buy the ticket, take the ride. Liquid out mid, 4v5, and they've got to go. Falcons just full rotating. They kill players from the A side. That break on the smoke breaks Liquid's hopes and dreams. And now they have to clutch up in this B bomb site. They don't have a second to spare. Everybody holds the line. B site not even required. 4 of the 5 kills come from the A defenders. As Falcons right there on the precipice of taking this map, this series, and into the semi-finals. Team Liquid just hit the wall, and after that, Nico multi on the eco on the B bomb site. They follow up with a flawless round. Been utilizing this boost very well. Liquid have nothing. Uh-oh.
Ouch. That is a huge nade. Good catch for Nico, and I mean, ever since that 4K, this guy has just been raring to go. It's a race between him and m0NESY for the eco kills over on short, and Nico wants to win it. They are literally leaping over each other to go for this final kill. They've stopped respecting Team Liquid. That's an eco round, and they are playing it for the stats.
Really great to see Nico performing like this today. I mean, back on Nuki was a threat as well. The forefront of so many opening kills. Maybe his end scoreline isn't spectacular, but he set the precedent early on that CT side. Him and m0NESY shutting down round after round, and now 4 opportunities to finish off their map pick. A fearless Falcon. And with a stand-in who's gone under the radar in the most positive of ways, because m0NESY and Nico are just taking all of the highlights. And it's what we said going in, just nucleons has to not be an issue. And safe to say, objective fulfilled. Liquid's final swing of the king.
I mean, if this was Nico at the start of the series, you might not have minded running into him in this A-hold, but this is an entirely different beast right now on Dust 2. He's going to be the guy responsible for shutting down this short play from Team Liquid, and look at the routing he's taken.
He loves this spot.
Are they ready to clear him? Nerds has opened in the downtime out towards long. Nico in position to succeed to shut this down. He's out with a double, but a big follow-up kill for Nerds. No one about on the long push, still gets out with the kill. 2 versus 3, damage done. You know that Nerds is low. Confidence is far from being at an all-time high, and you've got m0NESY in red-hot form, playing it forward. m0NESY finds another, and with Nerds out in the open, it's only a matter of time. Falcons find success. They run away with Dust 2 and in to those semi-finals. For Team Liquid, a bitter pill to swallow, a chance to face off against a wounded Falcons, not just a stand-in in Nucleons, but the absence of Zonic. There were multiple things going for Liquid here, but the engine never fired up. They never got going. Nuke was their best and maybe only chance.
Yeah, I mean, if m0NESY is anything to go by in this series, what a year there is ahead of us. I mean, this was an unbelievable couple of maps out of m0NESY, puts a bow on it by the end of Dust 2, and Nico warms up with a massive 4K on Eco to break Liquid's momentum. Everything to enjoy there from the Falcons, from the individuals showing up, considering a team without a coach, with a stand-in. This is a great result.
And Nucleons in his 6th LAN game gets to taste victory alongside this main Falcons roster. He's got more LAN matches to play in this stand-in position. Now moving into the semi-finals, and when he looks down the line, he's got a red-hot m0NESY, a fired-up Nico, both of them showing up in great form to open up 2026. It's a very exciting prospect. Got to take the highs with the lows, though, for Liquid. This one feels like a pretty big swing and a miss. You had some good stuff from the Liquid individuals. Naf had some nice moments in this. Largely, the riflers weren't a problem. Elige, Nerds, both finding their form right from the top of the series. But it never got going for Ultimate, and that's really what you remember at the end of this series.
Falcons find themselves making it through to the semi-finals. I got the stand-in with me here, Nucleons. It must be a very difficult situation for you to come in at this point and make it work. But just tell me, playing inside the server, playing with these guys, what was it like for you?
It was very good. They've helped me through it a lot, and they've actually taught me a lot, and it was very nice playing with them. And we'll play again.
You will play again, and you can keep going all the way with this if you want to. Looking at just your personal feeling, what kind of nerves did you have coming into it? Did you think you handled it pretty well? Like, just talk me through this moment and these emotions you might have had.
Yeah, it was stressful, like a bit of pressure, but I think I handled it well. There is some rounds that I could have done better, but we'll fix it for next time.
You'll fix it for next time. I like that. And you were saying about the team helping you. What kind of help were they able to give you? What were they telling you? How did they help you get ready in here?
They were teaching me the tactics. They were helping me through it, like what I need to do, like understanding of the round and the timings and everything.
And how valuable do you think this is for just this part of your career? You know, your first big match, you're in your first big LAN event. Like, how does that go for you?
It was very good, and I think I have learned a lot, and I'm gonna implement it in my academy.
Okay. So you take that experience, bring it on back as well. Also, I see some flags out here, some supporters at the same time as well. Who's that? Do you know these people in the crowd?
I don't know it.
You don't know? Oh, okay, well, we got some support. Come on, guys, that's more like it. You're going to get some support being on the Falcons side at the same time as well. And just having this first game under your belt, getting used to it, do you feel like you'll be able to play more confident going into the next game as well?
Definitely. I think I'm getting used to the stage, and I think I'm going to play better next game.
I look forward to seeing it, man. Congratulations getting your first win under your belt. Well played. And we'll see how it goes for Falcons later on.
It's time for our big surprise of the weekend. It's time for the Bounty Bonanza, because here at Blast Bounty, you know, we got to do something a little bit weird, a little bit special. I got Monacy here. Monacy, you absolutely crushed it in the server, but are you ready for your second win of the day here on the Bonanza wheel?
Yeah, hello guys. I'm so ready. I'm so ready.
What do you think about this madness that we've cooked up?
I don't know, it looks special, you know. Looks fantastic.
Special and fantastic. What do we think, Malta? Ready for the Bounty Bonanza? So the way this is going to work is we have this fabulous Bounty Bonanza wheel. I'm going to give it a big old spin, Monacy. And wherever it stops, you're going to win the prize that corresponds with that number. Unless it's a giveaway, then our audience watching at home are going to win a giveaway all their own. Are you ready?
I hope they will win, audience.
He's a man of the people, a man of the giveaways. Are you ready? Should we give it a spin?
Let's go.
Here we go, the Bounty Bonanza. The wheel goes. Where it stops, no one knows. What's the number going to be? It's going to be settling in on lucky number 19. And that means that you are going to be rocking on in with lucky number 19. You're going to win something for you and your teammates. Time to find out what it is.
You have won this limited edition Fuck You Apex t-shirt. The perfect outfit when you're walking out in front of an arena of 15,000 people that absolutely hate you.
Embodying the spirit of the Fuck You Apex moment, we have this lovely t-shirt for you and the whole team. What do you think about this iconic moment in Counter-Strike, Monacy?
Man, this is absolutely amazing.
Is this, show the back. Yeah, the back is truly the best part. Just an iconic thing. Is that the energy you're trying to bring in here this weekend?
Yeah, of course, we just want to destroy.
Just want to destroy. Destroy it on the wheel, destroy it on the server. Monacy, hell of a game, hell of a wheel spin, hell of a Bounty Bonanza. Go enjoy that, share it with your teammates, and we'll see you next time here at the Bounty Bonanza. Madness on the Bonanza, a little new drip for Monacy, and drip that he surely earned in the server. Look at that. That guy was tearing it up. He's giving a gift on over.
I'm jealous.
Sharing the love.
I'm jealous. I would have loved to win that t-shirt. Not gonna lie. I would love to wear it right now.
It's one of the most iconic moments of last year, to be completely honest. I mean, when do you get a guy that's flipping off with a selfie video? 10,000 people? That's how many people were in the Moody Center? Ridiculous.
That's, I mean, truly one of the most iconic moments, right? We've got the charm in game. Now we've got the shirt on Monacy. What more could you want?
Well, you could have won it.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, Liquid give us a competitive series. That would have been nice. That would have been nice. All right, let's dive into it. Let's dive into the breakdown here, right? Again, just a tale of two teams where one team's flying high, Monacy's shredding, and the tale really is told by their offers, isn't it?
It kind of went as we expected, to be completely honest. I think Falcons were the favorites heading into Dust 2, and especially after the, I guess, rather lackluster performance that came out from Team Liquid on Nuke, it was tough to envision a world where they would come back mentally after not getting it done on Nuke. And we saw glimpses here in Dust 2 that they perhaps could have made the game slightly more competitive. But at the end of the day, Mario, I don't know how your stomach is feeling at the moment. I've heard some rumors, but I was never really in doubt.
I mean, I think the ADR difference, the fact that Ultimate has half of the ADR, it's not always the best metric to measure how well an op is doing, but it was clearly a tale of two snipers in this one. And I would say for at least the rest of the Falcons, though, what they can be happy about is that Nico totally showed up for Dust 2 as well. I mean, he was lights out in terms of closing the last round out, in terms of just kind of keeping them afloat through a lot of them. I mean, it was basically pick your poison. Is it going to be Nico or Monacy that destroys you this round, Liquid?
And it's kind of the part of the narrative that we were bringing in, right? Is that even if there's a stand-in, in many ways the stand-in just frees up Falcons to lean on the superstars even more, to lean on their freedom to make the plays that they know they can. We saw Nico and Monacy win a trophy with a stand-in in Dallas. We know they can do this. We know they have the class, the caliber of play, and they just show it again here on Dust 2. What are you meant to do when Monacy is hitting shots like he was all map long? There was that one straight through the mid doors. Ultimate tried to peek into him, got his hair cut straight through the smoke. He's just so razor sharp.
Falcons are just one of the best teams to have any sort of adversity hit them. I'm not saying that you'd wish any sort of ill will towards any of them or anything like that, but it's just the fact that, yes, you can throw out some of the playbook, you can let the stars shine a little bit more, you can let Nico and m0NESY get a little bit more just aggressive with their fighting. I mean, the way that they want to play the game is generally going to be the right way, even if there's no system in place. I honestly think that when it comes to them, I don't know, I would like your take on this, Pimp. Like, it almost makes Falcons scarier because they aren't just relying on Kyosuke in the right position or on T-side to execute all these steps of a default. If they go into plays a little bit quicker, as I saw them do in this Dust 2, then I'm almost just worried because you're not going to be able to pick them apart through every stage of the round. You just have to take them head on immediately.
There's no doubt that having Nucleons instead of Kyusuke is a weakness of the lineup, you know, and a weakness of the prospect. But I think you're right in saying that Falcons could be a team that is thriving a bit better when there's no pressure, when they can just release it, you know, and put down the shoulders. We even saw when m0NESY joined the first time around that they were winning trophies, getting into grand finals. One of the few teams that probably should have beaten Vitality in their golden run, you know, and that's when nobody expected anything because they didn't have any time whatsoever to practice. And I think, if anything, the external pressure coming from us and coming from the fans, I don't really think they care too much. But the internal pressure of Falcons, I think that's what's sometimes harming them a bit. Because in the beginning, when m0NESY got in, they had no time to practice. He was freed up. He was playing some beautiful Counter-Strike. Nico was firing on all cylinders. TeSeS was playing some of the best Counter-Strike. That was in a period where they expected nothing because they didn't really have any practice or any reasoning to expect to win tournaments. Then they started to practice, and then everything went a little bit more, you know, rough on the edges. So I think we're entering the same vibe right now where Falcons, doesn't really matter. They can win, they can lose, they can brush it off saying we don't have our coach here, we don't have our player here, and if they were to win, then maybe there's something to be said about that pressure.
And you also have some magic moments coming in from the rest of the cast as well, right? I want to point to one in particular. This is the TeSeS clutch on Dust 2. Absolutely ridiculous. This is the moment where you're thinking maybe Liquid can get something going here, and not so much.
It's nice to see TeSeS have a moment like this because if people weren't watching the rest of this event, I mean, the online group stage, TeSeS was a standout player. I don't think he ended it with the technically highest rating at the end of that group stage, but in terms of expectation versus performance, TeSeS was a monster. I mean, he was having so many of these moments, good spray transfers, just switching between targets as rapidly as he did. It felt like he was kind of finding himself once again in 2026. You could tell his aiming style was just so much snappier and cleaner, so he brought a little bit of that here today.
And I think, you know, big picture stuff, that's so important for TeSeS and so important for Falcons, because I feel like we know what we get from m0NESY, we know what we get from Nico, we know that Kyusuke is a superstar in the making as well. One thing that didn't really work out was TeSeS moving into his new positions where he's not finding as much impact as he used to, kind of has to redefine himself as a player, and if he's off to a good start and he's had now the player break to figure out some of the minorities and some of the issues that he's had, I feel like TeSeS is probably the player that can elevate his level the most, given what they have to work with. And we saw what Falcons did, you know, the last 3 months of last year. They came incredible close winning tournaments, one of the favorites in a lot of them. And if TeSeS is starting to play better, then all of a sudden we're talking about a team that maybe doesn't need another superstar.
I thought it was something interesting in that long form interview Nico did at the Major this last time. He mentioned TeSeS is the hardest working teammate he's ever had. And I know that TeSeS also came back earlier from his vacation to put in some individual work ahead of their teamwork as well. Like, he clearly understands that he is the player who could be the difference between Falcons being a championship roster and not.
When you look at some of the other anchor stars that you have in CS right now, I mean, you could point to people like m0NESY and Rops, for example, on Vitality instantly, and just say, look how much value they got out of really tough positions, how much they performed above expectation, and TeSeS is entirely capable of that. I mean, when he was on that Heroic lineup, I always called him one of the most overqualified B anchors in the world on Mirage. Like, even though it's just a spot that's supposed to be so sacrificial, he would so frequently get multi-frags, and so finding his own form again on this Falcons team can definitely be that extra little X factor that a team like Vitality had in their support players last season.
Yeah, and he won't lack any motivation either, right? You're playing together with Nico, you're playing together with m0NESY, you're playing together with Kyusuke. You know that if you're doing a good job and if you're doing your part, not only are you safe within the team and you're not really on the cutting block, which I think has been a conversation. You know, I think you could find anchor players that right now in the current form is better than TeSeS, but maybe he can evolve into becoming one of those players that, you know, other teams would like to sign for the future in that exact role. The point being is, if you're playing next to Nico, m0NESY, Kyusuke, and you're part of the Falcons project, you have all the motivation in the world, because you know if that's going to click at some point, you're poised to win a hell of a lot of trophies.
I'm going to throw out one last question before we move off of Falcons and think about Liquid. There is a logic to a lot of the conversation for Falcons and integrating csgo and getting him into the roster was about giving him space, was about Nico giving up roles, about giving opportunities over. When you have a player like Nucleons, you just like, bro, do whatever you're fine with, comfortable, we're going to cover it up, we're going to make it efficient. Does that give more space for the other players, for the Nico, for the Tesses to step up?
Well, it's more like they have to, because when you're giving space to Kyosuke, you can almost expect 20 kills per 24 rounds. He's so on the dot, consistently going to outfrag, especially teams that are outside the top 10. Kyosuke just kind of bodies them. So Nucleons, it's not that I really think there's anything in the system for Nucleons that's going to make those guys shine more. It's almost just by virtue of them having to. Like, he's almost going to die more. That's just going to open up kills. You could see on Nuke, for example, times where Nucleons would get his kill then die. Well, now there's the time for other people to step up.
Well, let's dive into the other side of the conversation because we do have the exit interview with Flashy ready to go.
Liquid went into this and they tried to pick Falcons for some obvious reasons, I would say, but still it wasn't enough for the team at its current stage right now. When you're looking at it and looking at how, at least with Nuke being a close one, what positives and negatives did you see throughout this series?
I think we made a lot of good plays and a lot of good rounds happened, like in the team aspect. I think we made a lot of individual mistakes that costed us the crucial rounds on Nuke. On Dust 2 it is a bit different matter. I would say that there things started to fall apart a little bit in some rounds, some frustrating rounds to lose, and we couldn't really pick it up after. Although in T we had a really nice run, but unfortunately that we didn't really read the round well in that force stack on B.
Yeah.
And that basically costed us all the momentum that we had.
I was going to ask you that, with that round where the 5-7s and Nico grabs the AK, do you feel like had you taken that round, that could have been the difference between winning this map or not? Because it seemed like you kind of had them on the ropes.
Yeah, of course. I think it was a huge difference maker. That was the deal breaker round, and we unfortunately lost it. We need to go back and look and make a solution for the future, how we can analyze it better so we don't run into a stack. We have this solution usually, but unfortunately it was missing now.
What happens in the voice comms? What's happening in those moments for the team when you lose a round like that and you're going into the next round? Is there any alarm bells there?
No, like everyone knows that we need to reset and obviously look forward. So we are trying to reduce the frustration a little bit. But yeah, I would say that even the next round, like we were full effort there, trying to win as best as we can. So that's at least a good thing.
And I don't want to, it's never just one player in a team environment, right? But obviously Ultimate with the AWP and what he can do as a player. We've seen the highs of it, but also we see a lot of consistent lows at the moment. What is it that can be done within Liquid's system to enable him more? Does he have the chances? He has the freedom to do what he needs to do? Is it just more on his own individual?
I wouldn't put it on him necessarily. I would just say that he just needs to find more consistency, and we need to help him find that consistency. And we believe in him that he will find it, and then he will just start going. And I think once his confidence arises, it will be much easier for him.
And just looking at this event as a whole for you guys, obviously very good in the online stage of things. You were surviving even crazy games where it got very close. How do you view this start to the year?
I would say this was like kind of a warm-up tournament. Like for most teams, you know, we are trying to take this tournament as the most we can learn from it. We were happy to get to LAN and play against a good team like Falcons. So we have even more material to work on now. And now it's full focus on Krakow.
Thank you very much, Bashiban.
Thank you so much.
Vote of confidence in Ultimate from the coach. Warm-up tournament, perhaps. I don't think Liquid's a team that can really afford to do warm-up tournament.
No, I want to be completely honest with you, because I agree with that. It doesn't piss me off, but it leaves me with a sour taste in my mouth. I don't think Liquid either is in a position where they can treat any tournament whatsoever as a warm-up tournament. They need to establish themselves as a team that is even relevant talking about. They need to establish themselves as a team that if they were to make a roster change, if they were to acquire a new player, a team that people actually want to join for their qualities as a Counter-Strike team. And I see that slipping more and more and more. This tournament is not a disaster for Team Liquid. It's okay to lose for them. It's okay for them to be in the playoff, but treating anything as a warm-up for them, that's not where you're at right now. You know, you can talk about that when you're a stable team, but you're not.
They haven't even beaten a top 10 team with a Liege. So, I mean, at this point, you should be looking for any sort of victory that can instill confidence. The best win that they've had was in stage 2 of the major. They beat Astralis in a BO3, and they were ranked 11th in the world at the time. So for Liquid right now, they clearly are just so far away from being a top 10 team that it almost feels like the pivot, and one that I would stick to wrap back, everybody loves a good bookend, is just that the OC conversation or just getting an American offer. I mean,
can we stop with this OC?
I just think
got two Americans on the desk, baby.
At this
Propaganda.
point, I think you just want free major stickers. Like you just want, and that's the easiest way to do it. And it is not, to me, a downgrade in terms of your offer.
That's fair.
Yeah, we'll leave the conversation alone for just a moment. We'll dive into maybe a little investment advice here in the Novashots.io game. Again, not real capital, but you can go to Novashots.io, courtesy of Nova Wallet, and participate yourself. Invest in the teams that you think are headed to the top. Again, points. Maybe sell on some teams that we've got some concerning
look at that, Mike.
feelings
We
about.
started with 1,000 tokens, and we now have
we're doing
3.9K.
great.
We're doing fantastic.
And it's mostly been you and me.
It's mostly me and you, yeah.
We've been growing
go
it.
ahead,
So
Maui. Go ahead.
maybe real financial advice. Maui, time to take a stab at it. We got a big pool for you. You got 1,000 to work with here in the playoffs as it's reset through. This is everything that we earned through the first week of play. Who you buying? I know it's not Liquid.
Oh, okay.
I kind of want to put a bit into Paravision. Just a little bit of it.
Are you kidding? Paravision? I'm down. I'm down. I believe in the narrative upset.
Yeah. If you guys want to do that,
storyline, man.
if you guys want to do that and I get outvoted, that's completely fine. Where are they even? They are so cheap, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, so buy now and they can go to the moon.
That's...
Come on now.
I like what you're saying.
Come on, invest.
I like
invest.
what
What's the risk?
I did 25%. I don't know why.
That feels correct. That feels correct. That feels like a good investment here.
Can I do a safer investment on the next one?
Okay.
The other
what are you buying?
75%. I would just probably go Vitality, right? Because I mean, Furia and Vitality right now,
They've never won a bounty, man.
Furia costs a bit more than Vitality, so I'm just gonna go with the cheaper option here in Vitality.
That's okay. Let them have
And
it.
I don't want to hedge against. Why would I pick Furia if we just pick Perry?
Look,
also?
you know, we'll let you have a little bit of scratch to play with. What are you investing in? How much?
Just the rest that's left.
The rest?
The rest that's left.
Oh, that's everything we have for the week.
It was only 1,000 that I was given right now. That's all I saw right there.
Yeah, but that's for us to keep buying all week long. All right, Maui's got in.
We got to make a new
Maui's
account.
got in. We'll just have to sell some pieces.
Well, Vitality's
going to
win. Vitality's going to win.
Okay.
What can I say?
We're making a heavy bet on in here for
what can
the
I say?
Novashots.io
American investment advice, huh?
Yeah, I mean, this is, look, risky. He's not a financial advisor. Also, this isn't actual money. It's just points.
Warren Buffett taught me a lot.
But join us. If you think we're fools, get on in Novashots.io.
Buy low, sell high.
Courtesy of Nova Wallet to make this happen. This is how we learn. This is how we put our money where our mouth is. We're going to be right back after this with some more Counter-Strike action here at the Blast Bounty.
another underdog challenge. He's got a flashbang in his hand, but he sees that utility start to trickle in. Fallen keeps it clean. FURIA, a playoffs feature.
Sit back and watch.
Oh, hang on.
This is a 1v4. He doesn't know. He hears him running. Prison finds all four.
Now, I want to ask about the mentality for you and the team coming into 2026, because you had these great runs, you had the great trophies, but the major wasn't living up to expectations, what we expected from FURIA. So do you feel like you have something to prove this year to start things off with here at the Bounty?
It's hard. I think we need to keep in doing what we were doing, like the last 4 or 5 months. The major, actually, when we see, like individually, we play bad. So it's hard to win like a major when you have 2 or more players playing bad. So, and before we were playing very well, everyone, and were playing like insanely good, like for 4 months, and we won some tournaments. So we can see that we need everyone playing well. And on major, it didn't play. Maybe the pressure, I don't know. But I think this year we need to keep doing this. We want to win as many as possible, like all the tournaments as is possible. And yeah, let's see.
Now, looking at the goals for Heroic outside of obviously this event and facing the fact that you do have a stand-in, do you feel like with Prisoners and IGL, the changes you guys have made, that we might see the best Heroic come up again? Because on paper, this looks really damn good. Roles, you know, how it's all working, a young lineup as well.
Yeah, right now, I think we had a better I think we have a better lineup because we have now a younger age, I think, in our team. So I'm the Unk of the team.
You're definitely
I can say I'm definitely not, but literally I'm right now. Yeah. But in general, I think we have a better perspective of CS, and if we can like add in our team like the flowing a bit more, like using Nilo, using me, or maybe using Alcaran in that like team play, because like I think playing team play is good, but I think against elite teams that you need to show your like quality, you know. Yeah. You can't win as a team only. So I think if we can improve that, I think we can be top 10 easily this season, inshallah.
Awesome, man. I like that. There's a good smile on your face while saying it. Last thing I have to ask about here is veto-wise for you guys. It kind of looks like they're just better in every way on the same maps that you would usually want to play. What does that do to you and how you approach this game?
We played against them in prags after off-season. So like when I check our prags, I think I'm very comfortable playing against them. I don't want to talk about for my team name, but for me individually, I have a very good plans for them. Hopefully it works. Either we're gonna write history or we're gonna be history, you know. So let's see.
Unkfloud, we call him. Good old Unkfloud coming on in. Oldest player on the roster, that's kind of crazy to think about.
It's 23. What does that make us?
Ancient. Dust.
We're barely even here, I guess. I mean, yeah. No, I mean...
I feel my knees creaking just saying that.
It's a wild perspective, but I feel like Unk really starts at maybe 30 minimum. Either way.
It gets younger and younger at this point. But no, seriously, this Heroic roster, right? A lot to like with Kristen in the fold. It's been impressive as well, working Youngster back in there, playing without an AWPer, trying to make this all happen. Honestly, we were kind of shocked to see them get here to the playoffs.
Yeah, that was a big surprise. There's no beating around the bush. Them beating Pain Gaming, the fashion they did it in, and qualifying here for the playoff was a bit of a surprise, and I guess a big surprise in its essence. But I'm not really bought into Heroic just yet. You know, I'm a little bit sad we don't get to see the full roster first and foremost. I'm curious to how much Kristen can do with this lineup, and I'm also looking at the player material they have to work with and comparing that with last season, where they had some, you know, they had a guy like Tinea, and I, you know, look at Tinea and I think to myself, he's a real prospect. He's a guy that I think can go all the way. Same could be said for Nilo as well, but I feel like in terms of player material, Heroic have taken a step down, where some of these guys will have to overperform and over-deliver if they want to kind of replicate what Heroic did last year.
Well, I feel like that's what Kristen can do for them. I feel like Kristen actually has been, in the last season, he kind of showed that he could take an OG team that, in my eyes, didn't really have a business winning some of the sort of online tournaments, little lands that they did win, and kind of be greater than the sum of their parts. I was surprised, I mean, for example, when they won over teams like Passion UA, teams like Paravision in Grand Finals earlier, that's a bit of a surprise to me, because when I look just player for player, I'd say, what, OG's last season, they had like Nikodas. I mean, that's beating a James-led team on Paravision. That's beating a Grim-led team on Passion UA. I feel like Kristen has already proven himself that he can make a roster like this be a little bit better than what you may expect given face value.
Looking to elevate it, we saw the quote, and that was also in a response to a question about Heroic gaining a rep as kind of a bit of a farm team. Time for farming is over. It's time to harvest for Heroic. Time to grow these crops into something.
I don't know about that.
No?
I don't know about that.
All right, we still think it might be farm cycle.
Maybe pump the brakes a little bit.
It is winter. It's seasonal.
I don't think Heroic's going to necessarily become like a top 8 team or anything like that. I still think until they actually start showing that they can win titles or make playoffs more consistently, they are a farm team. I'm not even really ashamed of saying that. And yeah, they might have some up-and-coming prospective pieces, but I feel like if you're looking at any of their guys and you're a team that's one of the big dogs, like a G2, you're just going to instantly poach them.
What do you think is going to happen if Nilo is going to continue to play well as he has for the last couple of months? Then obviously G2 is going to come knock at your door. FaZe is going to come knock at your door. Na'Vi is soon going to need a player as well, most likely. So I feel like there's a lot of teams right now in contention to be picking apart some of these smaller teams. And, you know, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong in being a farmer team. There's nothing wrong in being the Ajax of Counter-Strike in that regard. They're making a shit ton of money selling players and selling cores. So if you're Heroic right now, you're just happy that you can continue doing that. And if Kristen can help them sell Nilo for maybe a couple of $100,000 more than initially thinking, then why not?
Guys, we just finished with a NovaShots.io segment, but apparently we're right back into it. What the hell? We'll talk about him. We'll stick with it on Nilo. Look, this guy has shown some really impressive results. His team is big-upping him in a big way, right? Kristen's talking about him. Tobis is talking about him. They're saying this is future top 20 player of the year material. Have you seen it?
I would say that mechanically, at times, absolutely. I feel like the snappiness, like target selection, how just quick he can be in terms of the two bursting of opponents, even under just like nades flying around him every single time. It's extremely impressive. I feel like decision making is maybe an aspect that I haven't seen quite as much yet, but what is this, Mike?
This is the comparison to Jimfat. This was Kristen talking about playing with Jimfat over on the Mouse NXT roster. Do we see it?
That is incredibly apt, because when Yimpat first joined the Mouse team, that's kind of what I saw in him. He was so quick, even in really tough defensive situations. Yeah. He's able to just get 2 kills that most anchors would get 0 or 1 in. That's what Nilo's been doing for them. Role-wise, I think that Nilo gets a couple better spots here and there. But for the most part, yeah, I think it's actually a pretty decent comparison.
Yeah, there's just one question mark attached to him, and he's a bit mysterious, because we did see him join Heroic, you know, being bought out of his former team, and then he didn't play an official game for, I think it was 5 or 6 months before he was introduced into the lineup, right? Yep. So we don't know what was going on right there, whether that was something personal or whatever that may be. But in terms of judging him on the server, you know, what he's delivering, as you're saying, when he's playing Counter-Strike, when he's actually part of the team, I see him being a top 20 potential player, and I see him being picked apart by one of the better teams relatively soon as well.
Well, the question is really, can we demystify him? And what better way to do that than to talk to him? So we've got Nilo chilling for an interview.
Nilo, you played a great opening 2 series for the Blast Bounty. You were the 3rd highest rated player of the online Sage. What do you say about your performance you had so far?
I mean, I'm proud of the performance, and I feel like I'm just more comfortable with this lineup, and I really appreciate Susp and Chris as well. So it's nice with the new what do you call it? The new guys. Yeah,
the new guys coming in. Looking at that, when we've seen you at bigger lands in the past, obviously Heroic's had some ups and downs, but do you feel like here is where you want to prove yourself on a bigger event to put up these kind of numbers again?
Yeah, of course. I feel like also like playing with a stand-in, it's hard to always meet the goals in the same way with the original lineup. So we just play without pressure. We're meeting the #1 Valve ranking team right now, so just let's see how it goes.
And looking at that, no pressure, is that a good thing for you guys as a whole collective? Because I saw the vibes on the boot camp looked really good. Everyone was smiling all the time, even bad rounds and stuff.
Yeah. I mean, we're just gonna go in here, try to do our best. Even if we lose, we will gain 17 points from VRS. FURIA's happy, you know.
I love how you say even if you lose, there's still a positive in this because of VRS, which is obviously very important for you guys. And how is it for you with now Krizen leading and having more time? Do you feel like he's a leader who can help you put yourself in better positions and play the way that works for you?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like sometimes, even though I don't say it, he sees it through me.
Oh,
so
really?
basically, like I don't have to say it sometimes something. He just thinks what I'm thinking, you know. So it's really nice.
Mind meld situation going on in there. Look, HEROIC.CET's in a great spot. Even if they lose, they win, apparently. It's all gravy here, and Krizen's getting inside the brain of an ILO.
I gotta see more to understand exactly what that means. I think it just means probably
meld.
giving him a little bit more freedom in the spots where he wants to try to take some kind of advantage. I mean, especially on the T side. I mean, Nilo's playing a lot of those kind of lurky spots. So if your IGL is in tune with what you want to do as a lurker and not microing you too much, that'll usually lead to good things.
Yeah, I like how he's well informed in terms of the VIS as well. You know, well aware that even if they lose, they still gain some points. And I think they jump from number 19 to number 15 in VIS, which is, I guess, a good start for HEROIC. But then you got to factor in the fact that maybe you're changing out, you know, Youngster and you're putting in Alcuin again. So that could mess up with that. I think overall, that's the notion as well. That's the vibe I'm getting from Nilo. They're coming in with no expectations whatsoever. No one is anticipating that they're supposed to beat FURIA, the favorite to win the major 4 weeks ago against a team that didn't qualify for the major. So come in, play free, see if you can take off a map, and if anything, just gather your 17 points for VS.
And hey, get your Youngster his next job. You know, give him a little bit more in the resume. We'll tilt the scales, talk about the other side of things right now, because you are right in expectations. This is a little bit more of a mismatch, perhaps. FURIA looking very strong at the end of last season, picking up trophies, coming to that major with strong momentum behind them, wind beneath their wings, top players on the server here. There's a lot to like about the Panthers in black.
And we would have had so much more to say. We were so close to saying last year that they were the second best team of 2025, but now you have to add all these caveats that they're the second best team of the second half of 2025. Doesn't really roll off the tongue all the same. Then that's because obviously they dropped the ball at the major. Losing in the quarterfinals was well beneath expectation.
Still, look at this, right? FURIA, they're going to be very happy with it. Before 2024, they've been an organization since, I want to say 2018, 3 trophies.
Yeah.
This year, 4 trophies just this year, 3 back-to-back-to-back.
See, that's what happens in Counter-Strike. You know, recency bias. All the fans all of a sudden forgot, you know, there was a 5-6 year period where they got nothing out of quesoRado, nothing out of Yuri. They didn't really win anything. And all of a sudden, they find themselves in prime position, picked up some trophies, went into the major, were one of the favorites. And they are a very relevant team in the sense that we still talk about them as potentially being the best team in the world. And even if they weren't, even if they're number 2 or number 3 or number 4, or even drop down to being the 5th best team in the world, I think that's still pretty decent for a team that was, you know, irrelevant for the better part of 5 years. If anything, take Liquid as an example. We just saw them. They kind of are going through the same thing as FURIA has been through, let alone the fact that Liquid are nowhere near being back as FURIA are right now. So we speak about them as a favorite. We speak about them as a potential title contender, obviously. But if they're not winning trophies, just the fact that they put themselves on the mark and Fallen put himself on the mark as an in-game leader that is leading a team that can win trophies in 2026, that's pretty impressive.
And I mean, you consider again just how recent the moves were, right? They came into that second season having made the roster moves. They brought in Molodoi, a guy who we can have the conversation about international. That's been done to death. We'll leave that alone. It still bears repeating that Molodoi came out of nowhere. He was on nobody's radar. He owned them in a scrim, and they said, all right, we got to figure out how to make this guy work. And they were so very correct for it because he has been a revelation in this FURIA team.
He's been absolutely incredible. I mean, it's incredibly difficult to even poke a hole in his resume off of his rookie year, the only one being that on major playoff stages, it's such a slim sample size of games where he is not delivering to the highest level. But you take any other tournament that FURIA are winning or going deep at, and you could say that this guy is an MVP caliber player. He's completely reshaped the face of how FURIA run their defenses. They allow him to just completely take over positions with the AWP. They made Fallen get off of the AWP so that they could let this guy thrive, and they have been paid back in dividends. Like, he is absolutely carving it up, and he's clearly slotted himself in the conversation as a top 4 opper in the world.
See, that's the cool thing as well, because we don't know the full potential of Molotov. You said it, Mike. He came in just, what is it, 6 months ago, 7 months ago, relatively new to the scene as well. Small sample size with the major. That's fine, that's fair. This kid could be growing. He could be getting better and better and better. We just had the conversation whether or not m0NESY is on track or on par to contest against Donk, Saivu, you know, to be the best player in the world. We had a conversation, and a lot of people believe right now that Molotov is on the same level as m0NESY. They're kind of similar, you know, they have the same output. If that's the case, then, well, why are we not talking about Molotov as potentially being a contender to be the best, second, third best player in the world? That's kind of the step he can take up in 2026.
I think he made a great argument for himself, and when we consider in this roster that they continue to put their faith in him, when they had 4 players within the top 25 last year, they have a lot of player quality. You talk about csgo, you talk about Yuri, you talk about Yakindar. These are very strong players, and they all say Molotov is the focal point. Sid re-emphasized that in an interview with HLTV, said anytime we can afford it, we're putting the op in Molotov's hands. That is our priority, is to set him up, is to facilitate.
Yeah, I want to start with a bit of a hot take right here to begin off the year. And I want your opinion on it as well, Maui, because I do think to some degree, and I'm not going to be popular for saying this, that Yuri and Yakindar kind of overperformed. When you look at how they're doing and how well they're doing in FURIA, I don't want to take anything away from them, but if you look at Yuri's past 4 years, like, he's playing some of the best Counter-Strike he can possibly play right now. The same for Yakindar. Had a very strugglesome period, came into FURIA, and I feel like he's performing at a very high level. Do I expect him to be performing as well in 2026? Not really. I could see them drop 5, 10, 15% in output, and I wouldn't fault them for that. They'd still be great, but do we really expect them to be as good as they were in 25?
Well, that's one of the big questions, that the revitalization in Yuri and Yakindar's form is something that I almost feel like FURIA fans are taking for granted, that they think it's going to just continue indefinitely, but one thing that you can say for certain is that there simply are no certainties for how long form can last, especially with riflers. I always find it so fleeting that you can have a great 6 months out of a guy, and then he's never in a top 20 list ever again. So for Yuri and Yakindar, they definitely benefited from a great FURIA system. I think their T-sides were especially good under Fallen's calling and Sid. They were always combining so many good tactics together. Like, they had the best strategies and finishers from practically every team. That takes a lot of work. That's a lot of effort to make sure that you're always up to date on all of the meta ways to finish off a round. But I'm not going to also say that there's no chance of it happens, because Yuri and Yakindar were both top 20 players in the past too. Even when Yuri actually got onto the top 20 list before, he overtook csgo in, I think, 2020. I mean, there's been years where he's just looked like the best player on FURIA. So I'm not ruling it out entirely that these guys can't keep up at least that top 30 level of form.
I think it's a good point. The callback, the fact that they've done it before in different rosters and different systems. We are going to be diving into our matchups soon. Before we do, there's some housekeeping. We got to get into the veto, but before we do that, we've got an interview with Yakindar.
When it comes to the veto, it looks, when you're playing Heroic, this will be quite comfortable for you, because almost every map they play, it's a really good map for you guys. Does that give you extra confidence here?
Well, we really, like, if you ask me, like, we only, I would consider Train being a little bit on a downrise for us, but the Train is now out. So, like, if you go on HLTV and look at our map pool and you see, like, every map is like 80% win rate, and then you're thinking, like, okay, what do we pick and whatever. We're comfortable to play all the maps. Yeah. Maybe Anubis is more of a fair ground for everybody, because it's like a newer kind of, like, it's back in the pool, and we of course didn't have the same time to practice it and whatever. But every other map we're comfortable to play. Specifically against Heroic, we expected all of these maps that came out in the best of 3. Those are strong maps for them and strong maps for us. And the plan is just to be better in these micro situations. This is something we're focusing on, and hopefully we're gonna show improvements in that case.
Focusing on the micro, focusing on the details, we're diving right into our veto here. Anubis out the gates early. csgo's going to be happy to see that one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he was vocal about that in one of the interviews. FURIA going with their permaban of Ancient. Now, Heroic in the earlier 2 series at this event with the stand-in situation have just gone for Mirage, so I would just bet that they go for that one.
Yeah, no big surprise in that, and that is the strongest map Heroic possibly could have picked against FURIA. I like Yakindar's way of phrasing it though. They can play all the maps and they don't really care which map they're playing, because they have a high win rate on all of them. So I don't think they're going to be pressured by the pick of Heroic being Mirage. Dust 2 coming in for FURIA, also a staple in their map pool. They were struggling a bit against Foot. That was a very competitive, very close game, so I'm curious to see if they can do slightly better.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit surprised, I suppose, now that we get to the playoff, the land portion, that FURIA don't go for the overpass, which I feel like would be the easiest way to exploit a stand-in. Instead, we now get, well, we get Nuke as the decider, but I think the Dust 2 performance against Foot draws a little bit of concern, but in general, I would say FURIA are so favored in this series that I'm not really too worried about it.
I think we can throw all those asterisks on online performance, getting your season started, maybe a little bit of rust, all those things. I'm not sure I'm too worried about it. I don't know if you heard it come through on our microphones, but it seems like we got some vamos coming through from the audience. Do we have some Brazilian fans here in Malta? Yeah? Yeah? A famously well-traveled fan base. There's a few sprinkled on through. You know they're going to get loud. You know they're going to bring the energy. Speaking about the energy in here, we've kind of set it up earlier. How do we think this stacks up? Seeing the maps, what are we thinking?
I have no doubt that FURIA are going to win this game, to be completely honest. It's just, in what fashion is it going to happen? Is it going to be a Heroic that can put up a fight? Is it going to be a Nilo that is showing that, yes, he's great in online Counter-Strike? Can he do it on a larger scale, you know, on a bigger stage? Can he do it against a team like FURIA? I want to see those small glimpses. I don't expect Heroic to win a map here, but if they do, I'd be surprised.
To me, this is more or less an audition for some of the individuals on Heroic to see if they could stack up against a roster like FURIA, but I feel like the eventual outcome of this game is going to be Heroic collecting their 15 VRS points and getting the hell out of here. 17, my bad.
Get it right, Maui. Two guys who always get it right are our wonderful casters. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your expertise. Let's get this show on the road, shall we, Mohan? FURIA on LAN. This is where we hope that they get their show rolling, because obviously what we saw online left a lot to be desired if you're in the FURIA camp, to be honest.
There were surprises in the online portion. There was eyeballers who were also surprised, but Foot were genuinely good, and that's something we also have to accept when we talk about that match. Question is, would it happen on LAN? No one knows. Well, Foot will get the chance to play at Krakow, actually, I think. So we'll maybe get to see that. As for FURIA, they nearly let it go, but Molodoy brought it home. I mean, that was one of the biggest sort of carries you could ask for in a game that would have been lost otherwise, 100%. So Molodoy's impact was unbelievable. On LAN, that won't change, that's for sure. And I did some media with him, and he gave Foot a lot of credit and said they were surprisingly good. Man, we got pushed a lot, and I gotta say, like, there was stuff that did it on Overpass that was, you know, worth looking at. So now that we're here, I do think that there is a huge advantage now for FURIA. If this game took place online, and Heroic obviously took down Pain on the way here, they've shown some impressive stuff, but another team with a stand-in versus the second best team in the second half of the year.
It's a mouthful, but it's still impressive. FURIA kicking it off on the defense here within Mirage. Again, map pick for Heroic that they've tapped into throughout this event, online and to LAN. Eyes on Nilo. Utility exec in middle. We've got an unsilenced USP of Molodoy. Keep drawing those comparisons, folks. Simple-esque. But he sits there and he waits, and it's going to be Heroic to take up position inside of middle as well. Just put that thorn in their side of a potential A problem. With that clock down to 1:10, we've got no more grenades here for Heroic. Kid on Fallen for this one, sits on ticket booth, and the first shots of the round are fired towards Connector. Then that walkout through the Palace gets Molodoy into the action, but he leaves a lot to be desired with that one. Fallen doesn't get anything for his efforts either, and so Heroic take their sweet time with that hit, but they just walk right into the free frags.
I mean, I really like it. If you actually look at the setup, it's not that great versus Palace specifically, so I think once they heard Yakinder shooting, even though it's a stack, all those guys have great fights on everybody on the site. From CT, it's kind of hard to get that under control. From the angle that you're firing from Yakinder's perspective, he needs support, and he's fighting Connector. And obviously, Sandwich would have been great, but they didn't get tunnel vision. The guy in the back end side of Palace held it, so they had everything covered.
Oh, what a classy little pistol round we had.
Good.
No,
you know, one day,
mag spam,
everything will be USB-C to USB-C, and there will be no online games.
Okay, right? You want to explain that one for the people that don't understand?
That was like dead simple.
Definitely not me. I totally understood.
It's just in the future. There will be no USB-A to USB-C. It'll just be USB-C to USB-C.
All the time.
You can never miss. It'll always be that one cable, same jack on both sides.
I got you.
I mean, in fact, one day everything will be wireless.
That's what I see. We've had that conversation. I thought that's where you were going.
It's the step before that. And then right after that, there'll be no more online games.
Whew. It's a world we can all look forward to. When bunny hopping and surf are fixed too.
Yeah.
Pile it all together.
The changes are, they're here, they're coming.
Shouldn't be any changes in the momentum at the start here. Pistols in hand, utilities for a few. And leaning on Fallen to keep eyes on this A site, where grenades trickle over top from Heroic, but obviously not the all-in, keeping enough nades for a second volley if needed. Ooh, xCloud finds timing on Fallen though. Just trying to find refuge on the other side of that wall of smokes, maybe thinking there would be more going down towards A when suddenly Krizen comes through those stair smokes. And what do you know, 5v3 made easy. So attempt to the bomb plant, it's gonna go uncontested. FURIA is still showing that they're nearby, but eat that flashbang. Things continue to remain slowed down and comfortable for Heroic out of the gate here on their pick.
They look really well organized, taking this game seriously, of course. You know, it's like at a minimum for them to get those VRS points, but it's a FURIA that after their start to the tournament, you say maybe they're wounded a little bit. Maybe they're like a little bit slow. We don't know how long that lasts. Maybe we can capitalize on that. And I think that's totally possible.
Yeah, we can chalk it up to online play or whatever not, but the numbers did paint a very bleak picture for FURIA versus Foot. You had Yekindar, Molodoy playing lights out, as we've already discussed. Beyond that, csgo is sitting at a 1.03 rating coming to this portion of the event. Everybody else sub 1 for FURIA.
Yeah.
To really just hammer home how hard Molodoy went.
It was one of those scoreboards that, like, you couldn't tell who won.
Yep.
You know.
It's the kind of scoreboard you look at it and you go, damn, they really wasted Molodoy's carry?
Yeah.
Because it just, the odds are that still would have wound up as a loss, but FURIA held on to it.
It's the first map for xCloud and Youngstar against FURIA in their careers. I wonder if they were excited or nervous. Youngstar gets to op against Molodoy.
Yeah, shame he hates using the op.
Yeah.
Forced into it. As we mentioned, the standard situation, bringing Youngstar back from the bench. Good on him to do what he is asked to do.
He said it's fun, though, to experiment with all the freedom.
And again, kind of a low pressure, nothing to lose type situation coming in to Bounty. More chance at LAN experience. Put up a highlight. Flesh out the resume, perhaps. These
Won't take
pistols
too long.
inside of window, going to try to take a pry down into underpass, but they see multiple bodies with multiple guns, and so it's an easy cleanup as far as Heroic are concerned. And Susp, catching csgo, makes sure that these losses stay at a minimum. Maybe Krizen gets caught, but he's going to be protected by his teammates, and we go 4 players strong for Heroic as this 3-0 start begins.
It's pronounced Susp.
Susp. Oh, that's how you know he's Swedish. Swoop. See. Quick little
lip pillow, bruh.
Quick little pit stop before round 4. And we're good to go. All right, Op's got him. Molodoy's got an Op. Keep your eyes on him. It's going to be hard not to notice his impact if things continue from the online portion to the LAN, and they should. But Heroic aren't going to skip a beat with this one. Straight in to the full-on cross in A site. csgo finds lineups, and still unable to extend into the deeper part of this bomb site. Youngstar is going to join up with Nilo. Bombs already made its way into default. They know that stairs and connector are going to have to be contended with, but when?
Does csgo clear this? Oh, he's made noise. He's not even thinking about it.
2 players sitting mid. xCloud jumps on it. Oh, third kill. Very clean shooting here onto Yekindar.
Uh-oh.
To nab all of the frags he could have, and that's all made possible because csgo doesn't consider clearing top boxes.
It's hard to get one by him, but they did. I don't know if they molly top boxes and there was a gap they didn't clear, but the fact that he wasn't even nervous about it is very strange.
There's no charred earth sitting behind those boxes, so it doesn't seem like it. Got smoke.
I guess Yeah, well, we see him looking for the defense as he could have peeked into connector, got those fights. And xFloud really held his cards close to his chest, didn't peek early. They felt a little pressed for time.
Well, they'll get a bit of it, but in a tech timeout. We'll pause.
For Molodoi, you can have all the time in the world.
Right. Carrie and Hugo were discussing that with the tech timeouts for Falcons earlier, because they said, God, it's always m0NESY. They said, it always seems like it's m0NESY.
Is it really?
The thing is, if m0NESY's got a problem, let's fix it. For the sake of all of us.
Definitely. If it's a problem, it's real.
I don't want to watch m0NESY on crutches. I want to see m0NESY on rails.
Yeah. Want to see him on speed. That's what you meant, right?
Yeah.
Going quick.
Yes, sir. Full steam ahead. Problem sorted. We jump back into this 4-0 heroic start. It's got our interest again, because this is all building off of the struggles of FURIA versus Food.
Food.
That's how Jacob Pimp-Vinicki's been saying it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, like a proper European football.
Yeah.
Serato takes to the top rope of Catwalk. Oof, he's got the target, but the gun goes empty.
How did xFloud get away with strafing that long and that wide?
That smoke spam ends up costing Serato, as he couldn't keep it as clean as he needed. This MP9, though, point blank on the smokes. Going to take a man advantage for FURIA.
This is crazy.
Their first man advantage of the game. And it is instantly taken back by Youngstar. Problem here, 27 health for 2 of the 3 remaining heroic players, but xFloud's gotten away with this corner. Yuri's playing around through the apartments. If he goes to clear middle, that could cost Heroic 1. And even scaring him back into mid. Now xFloud fully ready for this exact moment. Frag grenade's gonna just pressure him back, instantly kills Yuri. And of course, Molodoi is gonna take this moment to come and clear out that chair spot.
He killed him before his own nade even did.
Gets up into the ladder room and doubles back towards window. And FURIA is suddenly not sure where Heroic are heading off to with that bomb in 40 seconds.
The best thing they could do right now is clone Molodoi. The second best thing they could do is just rotate quickly together. Heroic with 30 seconds are in a fine spot. It looks like they're earlier than FURIA are going to be ready for to come back to A. They'll have the side of default to plant on. They can get their nades out. Youngstar's health won't matter, and I think Molodoi's going to wish he didn't really have this op in this retake.
Feels like pressure falls on Susp as the player with full HP. He's able to tuck back into the palace. You can see the concern here for Heroic, because yes, they did leave middle, but there was the rumblings of FURIA players in that direction, and they've had enough time to flank Heroic as well.
They're not going to be able to clear this with the time left over.
It's going to remain on Susp's mind, still holding flank even at this moment, and just letting Youngstar try to confirm numbers as we get the rumblings of this moving forward. Good catch on Yakindar, and that's going to send Molodoi back away with his op. It is 5 consecutive now for Heroic. And this one coming off of the back of catching Yuri, pushing through the apartments, pinning him in top middle, and making sure that at that 3v3 where you had a huge health disadvantage, Heroic still come up with the win.
We talk about the gaps as well. Like xFloud, he got here way earlier in the round after wide swinging Serato at the beginning of the rounds. Basically just never left, and Molodoi didn't clear him. They didn't think about him. He ends up getting the Yuri kill. There are pretty big gaps in awareness here for FURIA that are a little alarming. That is a calm team. That's the difference.
Op shows presence in B halls and dips. Krizen tries to take up the mantle, but that grenade honestly had Youngstar's name on it. Krizen takes it in turn. Just tries to throw a bit of a threat around that smoke. Remains just Yuri towards B as we get this float from Serato out middle yet again.
I like this from Heroic. I mean, a default where they can just try to be a little annoying. They know that FURIA, they're not going to just sit back entire rounds when they're up against a team like Heroic.
Ay, ay, ay.
Maybe it was on purpose.
Your map pick, by the way. But Molidoy gives a little slack back over.
Okay.
Sets up the trap, and Xfloud goes down to the second shot instead. Youngstar crossing over in that timing, caught Molidoy off guard, but we've got the support of Heroic in bottom middle. Again, they will face a health disadvantage. This time with an additional player on Furia's squad. But they've scooped up the bomb, and 40 seconds to figure this one out as well.
It's a lot of utility, a lot of thinking they got to do. You kind of want to go the pacifist route in a round like this, though. Even like trying to get a kill lurking or something with the HP and the op and play, it's going to be very difficult. But also finding out what's open without getting killed is also difficult.
Oh my
God, he wasn't even looking at you. Yukinder, that could have been your first kill.
Now falling over towards the ramp should still be fine. They're going to start crossing over. 7 seconds for the bomb plant. Any pressure, but that coverage comes through. And unless this spam connects, which it will, because he is so low, so FURIA find their first.
Ooh, that's after time.
But man, that was sketchy for a second.
Is that after time? Is that low-key expensive?
It looked like it was still just a second before
Just
the round
a second
expired.
before the round expired.
Or Nilo had a bunch of extra money.
Which is also possible because they haven't had a good start.
He's got $2,400 after.
Molidoy brings it back and then...
No, it is after. Round
It is
won by
after.
time.
Yeah.
Double op comes out for FURIA. They find their first round. Again, another moment where Heroic are going to show us that they're willing to fight even when the odds are pretty heavily stacked up against them. Lesser teams would have just kind of tucked back into a save maybe in that 2 versus 3 no health. Heroic keep trying to secure a 6th in this half instead. Eyes on FURIA to try to find consecutive round wins. One op here for Molidoy and Connector. The other one's going to pick up position towards B site, hold a deep line into the apartments.
Two ops can also make it easy if things aren't feeling right at first, things aren't gelling. Mirage is a good map for it. Especially when you got a part-time opera like Fallen.
Molidoy wanted that angle back, but sees nothing for it. We get this trickle towards Fallen's direction at 45 seconds. But he gives up his line just as they come around that corner, squeeze up through the catwalk play as well. And Fallen missing his chance to strike first up into the apartments. This is Heroic, very much on the brink of a bomb site, jumping down into the waiting hands of K-Serrato. Fallen dies in the meantime. Yukinder is on the scene, and he's trying to get more than just the one, but it's man advantage Heroic fought for with that exec. Late lurk by Crizin through Connector, as FURIA are going to take a bit of a faster pounce towards site instead. Crizin's not in position yet to really activate this flank, and his bomb site's falling in the meantime. He's got to get a go for this. And he's going to crawl out through the murder hole. FURIA still not considering it. And even better for Heroic is the bomb site holding on its own. Yuri's crept in, and down he goes. 2 survive for Heroic. A nice late squeeze. And a squeeze is what that B site was under the entire time.
They try to keep it real simple. Once they got spotted coming up B apps, they just continued forward with the exec, and like, you could chalk that up to Fallen just missing a shot, or the 2 players that were there missing one and dying. It's definitely messy. There's no multi-kill potential even from Yukinder under window as the like overflow spot. They're just not that threatening at the moment. And in Heroic, they keep it kind of simple. Every other round's been great though. I think there's nothing bad about the way that they're playing, that's for sure. They're having fun with it. They're playing good defaults. They're trading more effectively. FURIA, it's time to wake up.
Everybody from top to bottom contributing for that one. Yeah. And it was just enough kind of feigned cat presence. We had a lot of the defenders' attention turned towards catwalk, ready for that split that never really came through on the timing they were hoping for.
You know, you replay that round again, I think FURIA take that position again because they had enough players, they had a guy under window, they had an op in sight, they still lost.
Heroic making a real go at this, and on top of that, gonna keep the pressure on thick. Yuri doesn't win the battle of the SMGs. The MAC-10 tagged up, then takes refuge behind Arch, and Nilo's gonna find the kill to Yakindar over top of him. So this round is instantly done for. Furia, no way they're gonna go for this retake. And it's a desperate save where Heroic are starting to rack up some money. Where Furia are suddenly finding themselves trailing by 6 rounds. When does Furia show up?
Tell Heroic it's a land match right now versus Furia.
Showing no fear from online to the studio.
It's great.
To be honest, though, this is not one of those teams where I would expect that change up to apply too much pressure.
I agree.
When we're talking about, like, let's say Foot, you know,
it's pretty exciting. The
no
only thing we
land.
have to mention is that Youngstars here as like a stand-in, but otherwise it's like an exciting team for sure.
And a team that's gone through their LAN phases already. Heroic no slouches, seemingly. And remember, taking down Pain, top 8. The Austin Major tried to ride that high for the second half of 2025. Obviously not as successful. But I'd say we were both impressed with Pain's first best of 3 at this event. So Heroic being able to defeat them caught me off guard at least.
Yeah, Pain will be watching this like a warning to Brazil.
And Liquid will be watching this thinking, damn, maybe we should have picked Furia.
I'm not sure Liquid could beat anybody with the way they played that last match.
What about themselves?
Yeah, that's they're champions of.
Bomb in the apps, but also a double up inside of Palace. Trying to play both sides of the coin right now at a minute 10. You walk through this smoke, Fallen's got you dead to rights. Could have nearly gotten that lineup, but second player just off it. Elo starts to move back towards spawn. Krizin coming back to join him as well, but curiously, this bomb still remains on Youngstar. Sitting over towards B, doing nothing with it, but waiting.
Again, nothing fancy. They're trying to keep it easy. The rotational B are plenty of time. Maldoi might just get a clean pickoff right now because, yeah, there's little incentive for Heroic to do something else, like show something with X-Flout and 3 players coming into B versus 5 on the map's not that threatening. They've just been coming up so good on the trades.
Yuri waiting for his chance.
Oh.
Damn, down with nothing again, but Yakindar's there to clean house, so you've got it. Another round of the board for Furia, only their second in 9 rounds played. That is still shockingly low as the favorites come into this, but I think unfortunately for Yuri, we got to start to talk about it. There's been multiple moments where he's had a chance at finding kills inside this site and goes down empty-handed.
Yeah, I mean a few of them have missed shots, missed opportunities. Definitely, Yakinder started this game 0-5.
Trying to go for another walkout. X-Flout gets away with it, just spamming smoke into window while Yakindar's out there meant to get the kill back, sure. But Quesarado maybe gets unlucky. Maybe X-Flout's really just that good at the moment, tapped into it, evened out off Molodoy's top stair peak, and everything else for Heroic walking out middle at the moment. Molodoy clearly sensing that he could make something more happen, take some damage, but will have a chance to remain a part of holding back Heroic's mid-walk. Nade goes too deep to open up the angle onto Catwalk.
Oh. Won't see a thing but senses it, and can hear him on Cat, obviously. Fallen's in an interesting spot. He can't really use his utility from here, but he could use it later. If they want to go get that bomb planted, he'll probably just take a timing peek. But he might be in a position where he has to just let it go down. It's going to be hard because he's got no one taking attention away from him.
Yuri finds the timing. Yuri comes around that corner the moment they turn around. They do cover their flank with the smoke grenade, though, so Yuri loses his line. Molodoy adds himself to the cat retake side of this. And Fallen, like you said, has to kind of just let it go down. Never even took any kind of a look at the bomb site. Molodoy.
There's no distraction, you know what I mean?
Oof.
Oh.
Down it goes. Yuri made easy inside of connector. Man advantage established. Fallen's gonna hope to just come back and catch them off guard. Like you said, no distractions, but Molodoy serves one up. Fallen getting wind of this, catches a duel towards jungle, but leaves a lot to be desired. And now Molodoy 1v2, time is certainly against him, and he's gonna just tuck tail and try to save this off. It is an 8th round with still the possibility of a 10-round half for HEROIC.'s T side.
This is you know, another game with shades of Foot, where it's like HEROIC in this match are definitely working them, making them try harder and so on, but you're just not hitting your normal metrics for any, or like targets for any of the players on FURIA, where it feels like even much of a challenge right now. They seem just sort of like a low energy team, you know, no ferocity.
Yep. Kind of like a team still with one foot in the Christmas break. It's an interesting conversation the desk had discussing, you know, the sometimes time-limited placement of a rifler at the peak of their career. And you never know if, you know, FURIA, you don't want to take it for granted that Yuri and csgo are going to be able to start this year as well as they were playing at the peak of 2025.
You're him, bro.
That's my goal, bro.
Nice.
My Turkish goal.
I will suck your toes after, bro. Let's go.
No.
Okay.
Wow. All right.
That's what they do at boot camp.
That's why they're so excited.
Emphasis on the boot. Another piece of missed utility coming out of HEROIC, though. Again.
The weird part about that one, though, Connor, is everyone on, like, these FURIA players, like csgo's been consistent his whole career.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, in this case, I'm just thinking more Yuri.
Yuri, okay.
You know, you're obviously playing keep up with a guy like csgo. And also, I think the desk aren't just, they're not just defining that conversation by this one game, but you know, we got a whole year of CS ahead of us, and
they do some foreshadowing, though.
They do. That's what they're paid for.
And this is what we get. So it actually kind of is like, noticing.
Nice nade.
Wow.
Fallen.
That's an understatement. My
Places
goodness.
That one to perfection. Molotov's going to get the angle of catwalk taken away by Molodoy. And Yakindar concerned about jungle, but if he lets his guard down towards window, I thought Nilo would have had that kill before his teammate died. Instead, Yakindar gets the robbery. Nilo brings it right back. 3v2 for HEROIC. And Fallen, while that grenade was well placed, fully flashed as Susp comes out off the team play and puts Molodoy into yet another seemingly unwinnable situation. 9-2 in the half. And at this rate, I'm just going to say HEROIC get double digits.
Yeah, go for it at this point. You're right, for
Sat
sure.
back waiting for HEROIC, or FURIA rather, to kind of make a move. Go in on a round. Do something. Clearly HEROIC hit the ground running tonight. Will not waste this opportunity. Take a chunk out of FURIA's confidence on map 1 at the very least.
They've been doing a good job of avoiding Molodoy in the late rounds as well. Actually, I think he's been trying to move around, and they haven't had to run into him as much. Just in that in the early mid portions of the round.
Yes, free smokes. And there were free.
So do they try to weaponize him for the 12th? Sits behind bottom mid smoke grenade. csgo coming off of the catwalk. This will be a chance for Molodoy to strike first in underpass. But again, timings go back and forth, and a little bit of discomfort here could cost Molodoy a chance at the 5v4. Risen to take a look at B again. Can't forget about the amount of success Heroic have had.
They've been very disciplined, eh? Like, they haven't just resorted to full rushes. They've done some contacts, like mid-round and stuff, but not just all-out A plays or anything. Like, they've been very default heavy, which is, that can be a tall task versus FURIA.
And yet FURIA have kind of sat back and not really tested the waters. Again, you get csgo just sitting into the corner. Molodoi will recover with that angle, and Yakindar's position catches Youngstar off guard. The Apps player too hyper-focused on the cat hold to think about Yuri back sight, and now Fallen's going to find timing here as well. This is one of those ones where Heroic kind of step into the trap, seemingly. That additional body added to the cat hold in Yakindar catches, at the very least, a third round of this FURIA CT side. But we cannot call this defense inspiring.
Okay, a triple out of Molodoi prowling the street.
He's not warming up. He's hunting.
It's just a fluke. You can't drop 30 like that every match.
What possessed God in heaven to make a player like Molodoi?
God did not make Molodoi. I made him.
You trained him, right?
I teach this kid everything. Discipline, positioning, grenade lineups. He's ignoring it all. You wanted to see me? Come sit, Daniel.
I've seen your flashbangs. Did Fallen teach you nothing?
Utilities for people that miss. That's not game sense, bro. That's madness. Madness? No, confidence.
He's not blinking. I don't think he's blinked since he walked in.
Look, Daniel, the teams out there, they know you're dangerous. They're planning around you. They don't want to end up in another highlight reel from you. If they don't want it to be in highlight reel, they're gonna need one thing. And what's that? Disconnect.
He's so intense.
You think you can keep this up every single match? They can't stop me. You remind me of me. Just younger, TikTok generation. A little bit less patient, but still very good. You can't coach that. You can only survive it. Stop trying to coach me. Start following my calls. Ha, be careful. Last time I said it, they made me an IGL.
Is this how roster changes happen?
Not the most action-packed CT side out of the likes of FURIA, but they did have themselves 7 successful opening duels through that CT side, and those 7 opening kills only reverted to 3 round wins. Launders, how did FURIA only win 3 rounds on the CT side?
It's kind of a damning stat. Yeah, that's extremely poor. Again, like, they weren't meeting their quotas. They weren't getting their multis. And sometimes you take a snapshot of their positions. They had enough players in the sites they were trying to defend.
Right.
Those guys just didn't put up.
Yeah, I mean, you really wanted the damning stat. Yakindar had 1 multi-kill round that whole half. Molodoi had 3. Fallen, csgo, and Yuri all 0. It's just not there for them.
How many did xFloud have?
Probably more than the whole other team combined. No, he had 3 himself. Youngstar gonna get helped out by xFloud. Susp off of triple. Just going to find a headshot to Yakindar, and Molodoy's wallbang is going to try to keep the hopes of the pistol alive, but not for very long. Nilo comes through, catches him off ticket, and a 16 HP K-Serrato 1v3. That is what's asked of him, or else Heroic's 10th round is won in the pistol, and they will go full speed ahead towards the finish. But hang on, because we've got a second
trying to give him a
push coming
chance,
out of
actually.
K-Serrato, and he's got this position in the back of the bomb site now.
Don't test a guy like this, actually, even though he's low on health. So are you.
He's already tagged Krizen down to the 22 health he sits on.
There's no one that's going to try to milk this for everything that it's worth, but Krizen still gets his duel. They close out, and it's another round, Connor, where Molodoy gets a multi and is the only one to get kills.
12 and 5.
Exit.
So far on map 1, and not enough tonight. I'm glad we discussed Foot at length before this started, because yes, even though if it was online and there was a shakiness to FURIA, it's actually just turning into more of the same. Top-heavy performance from Molodoy, and unlike versus Foot, this time it's clearly just not enough.
Energy's great from Heroic. I love how many defaults went into the last half. And, well, if Xcloud's, you know, going to come in, not be afraid of anyone, Nilo's going to continue to have good maps here at the Bounty. It's welcome. We're getting consistency, teamwork, and enthusiasm.
It's a recipe for disaster as far as FURIA are concerned in this flat start of Mirage. Hoping Molodoy's Desert Eagle can kind of get this going, but that nade placed to perfection. The Desert Eagle of Molodoy whittled down to 29 health. You're not even going to get out the window by the looks of things. Molodoy will try his damnedest, and he will be the last man standing in the face of 4. Krizen's pistol finishes, and Heroic 2 away from this win in what has felt like a 25-minute map so far.
Yeah, it really has.
What's wild is earlier this very same event, we were looking at FURIA losing that blowout map, and we said, when has FURIA ever lost so badly?
And it was one of their worst maps.
And now here, we could be staring at a 13-3 finish, and so for the first time and the second time, we get these absolute blowouts from FURIA in the same week of Counter-Strike.
But this time's on land, too.
And so if that doesn't indicate something is wrong out of the gate in 2026... you know, maybe you'd rather be a Na'Vi that just gets blown out of the water, upset online, chalk it up to that kind of a playing atmosphere. You know, people will remember this choke by FURIA more than Na'Vi's online loss.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be... how would you even frame it? It's almost like, you know, it feels like an apathetic performance more than necessarily a choke. Like, I'm not even seeing them give it their all. You know what I mean? It just feels like they've shown up and, hey, they've flown here, right? They've qualified to get here. They've flown here. So obviously they're trying to figure it out, but it certainly doesn't feel like they're in it.
Walk up into the cat play. Krizen's missed this timing on Fallen, and Fallen's gonna get away with the double kill. Much needed multi-frag rounds coming through from anybody other than Molodoy, but Susp is quick onto the scene at the B site, kills the bomb carrier in the middle of that, and gets wind of K-Serrato already being back behind the van. Great nade from K-Serrato to soften up the one. He'll finish what he started.
Oh,
now Youngstar finds timing to dive the bomb. He gets him off the plant. Xcloud finds the kill to Yakindar. Both other players confirmed here, and Molodoy was low health. K-Serrato was never able to put that bomb down, and this pressure
so
he
good.
goes in big for the double.
That was so good. I mean, even threatening to peek at first, getting the bomb off, having the trades come in, second player rotating. Like, the speed of which you're seeing the decisions being made, that's what's missing from FURIA. You're not getting that at all. You're basically getting no pressure. Yakinder in the interview said that we're going to focus on our micro decisions for this match, and I think that really shows that they need to. I was surprised in the first half they couldn't fall back more on their utility, get some easy fights. But there's obviously a litany of things that are falling apart right now.
Wasted impact
just
off
like
of
every,
Fallen.
You know, even Yakinder holding that and dying is weird. But let's be real. Are FURIA going to get it that excited if they win a round? No, they're not. The bar's too high for them.
I don't think
Use that
FURIA-
against them, too.
Yep. FURIA wouldn't get that excited if they won this map in the end.
Yeah.
I hate to spoil the script, but I just don't think that's going to happen. Full-blown exec over the top here for FURIA, trying to tap into the textbook. And Yakindar's got the trade back, at least, for Serato. Jumping play from Yuri gets punished mid-air. And now, Nilo trying to find a second through that smokes, almost finish off.
The molly. I think it's spam.
A spam in through ticket. Oh, it's a late extinguish on the fire, so Molodoy takes a substantial amount of damage, and Heroic have a chance in this 2 versus 2 with a health advantage to end this game right now. Oh,
what?
Through the top of the smoke, Molodoy's head popped.
Nilo.
Triple kill for Nilo, and a rock-solid start coming out of Heroic, who will not waste this opportunity to strike first in the best of 3. FURIA flat as they hit LAN in 2026.
How about them apples? Heroic coming out with an absolute right hook across the jaw of FURIA. That is not what we expected to see here, is it, boys?
That was wild. That was wild. That was unbelievable, to be completely honest. I don't think anyone saw Heroic winning against FURIA, especially not in this fashion as well. But not only did they win, Mike, they dominated them from start to finish. We spoke about some of the individuals. You had Nilo, you had xFlout, Kristen with some immaculate calling as well. I feel like everything that could go right for Heroic in this game went right. That was a breakout performance, that was a solid performance, and that was a performance they should be hella proud of, regardless of how FURIA conducted themselves. Because we'll get to it. They did not play good Counter-Strike, but it takes a good team to make FURIA look bad.
That was extremely impressive, especially in terms of the calling. I feel like the T side is exactly what Kristen, I mean, he talked a big game before this match in terms of being brought onto Heroic to try to win, to just be more of a mainstay team in the Tier 1. And wow, I mean, he had them fooled in a couple of rounds. I mean, yes, FURIA got a couple of their players onto those bomb sites, but the crunches in particular, A side crunches, B side crunches, every single time, it felt like FURIA were getting hit from 2 or 3 directions.
That's exactly what you want, right? You want to make them uncomfortable. You want to have them show that the online jitters maybe carry through. Well, you come out quick, you keep them off balance when you're on the T side, and it's just all gravy from there on out. And it felt like every time maybe FURIA were going to get the feet under them, we had an individual step up. We had some pop-off rounds. We have some sus plays. We have a whole lot of Nilo plays, right, coming on through. It just makes it so uncomfortable for FURIA to play.
I think that's part of my assessment of this game as well, that yes, they were set up well, it was good calling, but even in the 2v2s, like we just saw in the last round, whenever we had a clutch, whenever it was down to the individual player within Heroic to do a good decision or to show up or to win a duel when needed be, they outclassed FURIA in that regard. So yeah, they were set up well, they were prepared well, good calling from Kristen, but the individual decision making as well from guys like xFlout, from Nilo as well, top tier.
I feel like the setups were so good in some of the rounds that we could go back to
We can go into one of them. We got round 4, I think, locked in here.
Yeah, and this is a great example of just the way that, in some ways, I'm actually disappointed by FURIA, but some ways I'm also just really impressed and satisfied by Heroic. I mean, they're going for this just quick A hit out of spawn practically, but they got xFlout into upper mid at the beginning of the round, and then the fact that he's able to just sideswipe these players, it's a combination of both setup and delivery from the individual. So everything was clicking for Heroic in this game. And the way that I'm also a little bit disappointed from FURIA though, is that this is a play, the exact play that Heroic ran twice versus Pain in the very last match. Like the exact same setup, start to finish. And so my question that I'm already kind of raising for FURIA going into the season is that you got destroyed in the quarterfinals of the major by a team that anti-stratted you. I wish you brought a little bit of anti-stratting here to day 1 of LAN play.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. Whether or not they were aware of it, whether or not they were caught off by it, whether or not the players weren't able to process whatever anti-strat that's been going on in the lead up to this game, it's always very tough from the outside to be like, that's the issue, or this guy didn't prepare well enough. But when you end up losing in this fashion, where you never even became competitive, like you're the big dog, you're the favorite, regardless of this being Heroic's map pick as well, you're supposed to dominate. It's not like FURIA can play Mirage. We've seen them take down some of the best teams in the world on the map. So overall, just a very disappointing performance for FURIA. Again, it's one map in a series. It's one map in a best-of-3 series. We could be standing here in 2 hours. FURIA would be winning 2-1, and we wouldn't be breaking a sweat in that regard. But in isolation, this was a rather weak performance coming out from FURIA, and a very surprisingly well-playing HEROIC.
I feel like even in that storyline that you're building, we're still raising a little bit of a flag here of saying this is just not the kind of map.
Especially when you hold it up against what we saw against FUT as well, because they were like, there were signs to be set right there. They probably could have and maybe even should have lost that game if you go by the extremities. But if you struggle a little bit early on against a team like FUT, you now lose a map to HEROIC regardless of what's going to happen on the next 2 maps. Like, we're not seeing the same FURIA that were dominating, you know, the last 3 months of last year. So they seem beatable at the moment.
And it feels like some of it's coming down to individual errors. I mean, we have another round here that kind of shows that even though FURIA, they're in a great position, a great setup, it's just kind of dropping the ball or maybe just not really holding on to that space. In round number 7, we see that Fallen, he just kind of pulls out a smoke, even though he's got an op holding the line, ready to just kind of clip one side of this HEROIC split that's coming onto the bomb site. There's a great opener here from HEROIC where they get all of this mid control, they keep FURIA in the dark, but FURIA resorting to the double op setup. If you're Fallen, I need you to just hold this, man. Like, I really, really do. But instead, he pulls out the smoke, and that's unfortunately the worst timing possible. Now HEROIC, they begin the split. They have all of these great nades, and this is where I do give credit to HEROIC. The spacing is fantastic. The double jump out a window at the same time, the fact that they mollied bench and the market door wall smoking window, like they got all of their nades out in seemingly like 2 seconds. So that's a very impressive finisher coming out from HEROIC, but it's one where that opening pick just barely evaded Fallen, and to do what? Throw a smoke towards B apartments? It's not really going to change the fate of the round if you don't just, and I'd rather you just hold the op on the line.
Yeah. I also have bad news. We talked about it before the game, right? How long can Rifle Peaks last? How long could the form of Yuri Yakindar last? That was Yuri's worst rated map in an official ever in his career. That was a 0.36 rating, I believe. That is a really concerning sign for Yuri.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jinx him in that way. I was just, you know, trying to point out that I don't think he's necessarily going to be a player that is easily entering into the top 20 players of the year. Same could be said for Yakindar. Again, it's easy to point out that they didn't play well. It's easy to point out that, you know, in a 2v2 and a 3v3, you'd side with FURIA more often than not. In this game, nothing worked out for them. In isolation, very poor performance, but it's not going to change my mind. It's not going to change what I think of FURIA. It's not going to change what I think is going to happen on map number 2 and map number 3. All I'm saying is what we saw right here from FURIA was severely them underperforming. HEROIC playing probably the best possible Counter-Strike they can, and now giving themselves a chance of winning. But I'm not going to make any rational conclusions right here, because I don't think that's fair to neither FURIA or HEROIC for that matter.
We'll look at it a little bit in the future, but you now questioning the map pool that we've gotten onto, where we have this Mirage, we have this Dust 2 coming in. These are maps where HEROIC are playing with a stand-in. We've just seen it in the Falcons game. Dust 2's not a bad map to slot a stand-in into.
Without a doubt. I mean, it's one where Youngstar throughout this event, just in the online portion as an opper, has just been okay. I'd say serviceable. He didn't really jump off on any of the maps, but he wasn't really a liability either. I don't think he's going to go toe-to-toe with Molodoy throughout any of this series, but it's not necessarily about that. It's just that this is a well-drilled HEROIC team that Crizin is clearly just kind of bootstrapped, giving them a cool amount of set-piece split plays that are hard right now for FURIA to tackle with if they're not in the form that made them world beaters last season.
It's an interesting note as well. I don't know if we've touched on it yet, but Crizin and Tobis worked together previously over on that Mouse NXT project. So you're kind of reassembling an existing IGL coach pairing where you know that you have that chemistry, you know you like to work together, and that does allow maybe a little bit of a quicker upload of getting some of this ante, getting some of this prep, making things work on the fly when you know you have that pre-existing relationship, right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point to make, and I can already see now, you know, the imprint that Crizin have made within HEROIC. The 2 rounds you showed us right here, Maui, is 2 rounds where there's a layer to it. We saw X-Flout, you know, being placed top middle, getting a triple kill, you know, in the flank, so to speak, in the afterplan scenario. That's a layer added towards the strat. We saw the B side execute as well, where Crizin himself is flanking from middle, coming in through from behind B and getting a double kill as well. So I feel like that's a very Danish way of playing Counter-Strike, that you never have a strat where you just execute on towards the A bomb side. You put yourself in a 3v3 and then hope you're winning your duels and hope you're winning your round. You're always trying to add another layer and another layer and another layer. And if you're the underdog and it works out, well, you can seemingly punish some of the better teams with it.
Well, one of those layers that was very, very nice in this map of play is the man, Nilo. Let's look at some highlights. Let's just talk about this dude. They're saying top 20 player of the year material. He's showing it here on LAN against FURIA.
What's so impressive about Nilo is that even when you put him in those tougher 2-on-2, 3-on-3 situations, which is not necessarily Heroic's game plan, he's over-delivering. I think the last round of the entire game really captured that sort of feeling. The fact that he's able to just nail the player sitting default with a just kind of haircut kind of shot where he just barely sees his forehead. I mean, the precision on this guy, I think it's an incredibly apt comparison to place him next to Yimpap, because it's just that he stretches the margins in these really tight sectors, that he's just so snappy between targets. He feels like on bomb sites, like this guy is just such a ridiculous weapon that if Heroic just get him onto that site, he can over-deliver and he can steal around.
All I'm saying is that he's going to be very, very, very expensive for someone to purchase by summertime. And I think there's going to be a lot of teams looking towards Nilo right now, thinking we could use that prospect within our roster. Whether or not Heroic can keep him, whether or not he's going to continue with this level, that remains to be seen. But I think it's fair to say that the hype is real when it comes to this guy.
And I think if you're Nilo, right, and you're in this situation, you're in this team, you're deciding whether you want to look to other horizons or not, the fact that this team keeps putting their faith in you, keeps putting their confidence in you, your IGL's up in you, your coach is up in you, every chance that they get, they're building this team to have success with Nilo. They're really putting their eggs in that basket. You know, Tanir was here at one point, Tanir's gone, that's the other star out. You're the guy in this roster, you're the guy in this team. That's got to feel damn good.
I mean, he's an incredibly interesting prospect. I feel like the duo of him and Krizen already is a great point to start from. xFloud to me has been an underrated and probably slept on piece lightly in the Turkish scene. I feel like...
I mean, they benched him.
Yeah, there's no reason that it shouldn't be him instead of Soulfly. I would take xFloud in a heartbeat over Soulfly, roles withstanding, because they didn't even care what Soulfly's role were. They just took him on the team regardless. That being said, also, Alcarin on the team too, just kind of a hot prospect in the opping department too. I mean, I feel like in the Spirit Academy sort of conversation, he's already shown some pretty decent signs. Like he could be pretty easily one of the oppers that also we look towards for who could possibly upgrade with an opping upgrade. But today, they are a great trio to work around. I think Alcarin, Nilo, and Krizen, you have some good bones to work with there.
Some seriously good bones for the future, but right now it's about the here and now. And so we are going to take our break here and now to get towards Dust 2 when we come back.
do you need to be careful of going up against this Heroic, who it's going to be hard to be ready for? No AWP, different setups, stuff being thrown at you.
It's not going to be easy, like I said on the stage. They have a really good coaching staff. They have really good players. They have nothing to lose, which is very dangerous in a way. Like he said, they're going to play like underdogs, and they know they're coming here just to do the best they can.
Nothing to lose, but absolutely everything to win here. We already got the standard set. Even if they lose, it's plus 17 on the VRS. Why not just keep rolling on through? What a hell of a Mirage. Now we go into Dust 2. Maui, what should we be expecting?
Well, I feel like this is where FURIA, or should I say Molodoy, evens up the series. I mean, watching them play against Foot, though, in the online portion of this pimp gives me a lot of worry, because I would make the easy case here that it wasn't really FURIA that won Dust 2 versus Foot. It was Molodoy. He took matters into his own hands. This guy was pushing top mid with an op on CT side just to desperately find and will his team into a 5-on-4 situation. And I'm going to need more of it, because if the rest of FURIA is going to come out as lackluster as they did on Mirage and let themselves just get run over in terms of all the map control going the way of Heroic, then you need a guy to be an X factor, be a difference maker, and there's no better guy than Molodoy.
No, and we even saw it on Mirage. Like, he was the only guy actually stepping up. He was the only guy trying at times in order to keep FURIA alive in that game, or maybe kickstart them to remain competitive or get competitive. So I agree with you. All eyes on Molodoy when it comes to Dust 2. On the other hand, for Heroic, you know, as you said as well, Mike, it's relatively easy to integrate a new player or a stand-in, dare I say it, on a map like Dust 2. And I know we praise Youngster as a stand-in, right? But he is a player that's been playing with this team for a long time. He knows the system in and out. He's well aware of how the players are reacting, how they're communicating. He's playing a different role, sure, with the AWP, but he's not going to be uncomfortable in the communication and in the calls and understanding. So I think there's a slight difference in terms of quantifying him as a stand-in compared to what we just saw with Falcons earlier.
He's a stand-in light, that's fair. But two guys who are absolute heavyweights, Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate you, brother.
Shall we?
Respect, brother.
Map 2, Dust 2, FURIA.
HH.
Triple
brother.
H. You big WWE guy?
Hulk Hogan, brother.
Can't see this.
John Cena, brother.
And unfortunately for FURIA, we did actually see it. We saw the way Mirage went down, Launders. We couldn't look away like a train wreck. Heroic absolutely owned them, and now we're going to take it over to Dust 2, where, again, I think the desk put it aptly. Last time we saw FURIA here, it was all Molodoy all day in the absence of his teammates.
But isn't it so simple-esque that the desk is like, yeah, okay, well, Molodoy's going to win this map.
It'd still be enough.
What other team you say this with right now? It's just him right now, so... And that's just, that doesn't make FURIA look good, and they are much better than that.
100%.
Like, you know, like, it's not like any kind of situation where that would make sense, or
they know it, we know it.
That would be the most expected result. Let's not make that a thing, okay? Let's give Molodoy a team here.
And let's give Malta a show.
Wake up, FURIA.
T-side pounce into this B-bomb site. Not going to waste a moment. Door smoke and the Berettas, two pairs. Attacking this flank pretty damn instantly. Bomb's going to be able to cross over to the sites. It will be planted, uncontested. We go two players for Heroic inside of the tunnels and another double over towards mid. Another smoke, though, comes out from FURIA. That one goes a bit deep through the doorway. Berettas go down instantly as Fallen finds the headshot onto Xfloud. And so you've cut through half of the retake already. But the pinch still comes from both sides in a moment. Highly unlikely 2 versus 4. Nilo's not even taking a look at this one anymore, and so they found their exit path out through middle. FURIA will win the pistol.
They're up, they're awake now. But it could still very well be too late. It could be. It's again another match where we look at like the underdog, and we look at Heroic and you go, there was a lot of great things to say.
What's at the top of the list of things to say?
I think the most
thing you can say about them.
I would say the most impressive part was that they ran like 6 defaults in that one half versus FURIA, where when you think about if you're going to play the best teams in the world, that might be the type of round you're most worried to try. Because you have to keep up on so many individual fronts and stay coordinated. Wow, Heroic had been on a pistol run streak. First loss this event.
At least of their CT sides. Molodoy tagged down.
Good interruptive block here on the smoke.
A couple players already on the other side of that mid-long smoke, though.
How did he survive there?
Chris is going to find that out the hard way. Drop down to 18 health. We've got a whole bunch of bodies stacked up inside of this A defense here for Heroic. Yakindar's got a flank going, though.
They're all up on these railings, however.
Nobody to hold back Yakindar's mid play. Even if he had come through the mid doors, there'd be nobody to hold this back. So now they're starting to get worried about it.
He's actually just not going to see anyone right now. Oh my gosh,
Finally
get
starts
it. One
to take
bullet
the
in.
legs out of Krizen, who's then just going to quickly climb right back up into the cover. And you've got Fallen dead, which means bomb down over towards Car. 5v2 looking comfortable.
No way.
And Molodoy dead after the one. So that scout finds him a second time. And a Heroic force buy takes that momentum right back.
Well, that is, I'll say great. Like, the way that they all held was great. They had only a few bits of utility, but they made it feel like a bit more. They also body blocked that first smoke and got a lot of value out of that. Another moment where you just see, like, you see from Krizen's POV, he peeks long into two players. They're not even blind. They're both shooting at him. He gets off a few 5-7 shots and just gets away. How's that happening? You know, that's like mechanical sloppiness, has nothing to do with your coach, has nothing to do with your analyst, nothing to do with your preparation. That's like, did you even DM before this game, you know?
Yep.
Have you been doing your individual prep to get ready for this game? That Apex interview that just came out on HLTV was great. Not just for the quote, so much insight, very explicit, and he was talking about Rops and how, like, Rops, when he comes and he says, I'm having a bad tournament, but or whatever, Apex always tries to remind him that he's a great player and that the good games will come back. But he said, first, everyone's got something a little different. And for Rops, he needs individual time to prep more than other people do. He needs his own time to prep. And you got to figure out what you need and then give yourself that.
Suspray now would have loved the multi-kill to try to stop this big cross into sight, but he's only going to find the one before Yuri deals with him. And that's a rifle picked up. Oh, nice coverage out of Molodoy, playing with the scout, but the Deagle will do fine. And now you've established a man advantage, but a very well-placed grenade makes Molodoy's job of getting into this. Oh, he's done for. Nate's going to finish this off. Now the retake officially underway. You've still got that flashbang. Oh, and xCloud catches the headshot. csgo turns, and he's going to win out the 1v2. Pressure on FURIA, but really more pressure on Heroic as they're forced by momentum robbed right back. And it's csgo to post a clutch. And for a player who had so few multi-frags, for a team that had so few multi-frags barring Molodoy, this is a better sign out of FURIA early on.
Yeah, totally. This is a good round to grab. Obviously, getting into the post plan with the Molodoy Deagle, it felt like there was no chance of pulling that off, and Heroic were pretty crafty to get those two nades in place. They knew how Molodoy was going to hold it, and nearly gave themselves a chance to pull off a B retake, which is always difficult.
Ouch. Lineup there for the doorway. xCloud thought he was going to get more out of that one, but instead, Yakindar 9 health and xCloud dead. Youngstar robs the gun off the corpse, tucks that back into long cross, and we're going to get the mid-hold here for Molodoy, netting him a multi-frag early on Dust 2. Just catching wind of Heroic, who felt the pressure to make something happen here with the lesser guns. There's an M4 upgrade for Susp here towards Xbox, and he'll be looking for that if he could have killed Molodoy. Molodoy gets the quad versus what little was left of Heroic. And so FURIA, I think, just a speed bump in terms of losing the second round of this half. They get all that momentum secured, and now they're going to be going up against Pistols in the 5th round. This T-side's got the makings of a strong start.
Yeah, and it's almost nice that they don't have a perfect start. They kind of have a huge disaster that follows the last map, and then they still bounce back this way. Earn themselves a 5 USP save. No kits, no half armor, no utility here for Heroic.
Nothing. Zilch, nada, junk. And yet you still gotta clock in for an honest day's work. trying to charge down Quesarado. USP's never meant to get a kill, but Yuri will fall victim to the one. That's fine by Furia's standards. 4 move forward in the 4-1 lead.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
And the fact is, Furia are down a map, so it'd be Heroic who have a little bit less pressure while Furia play catch up. It didn't cost them in the foot game, but it could have, definitely. One thing that's nice about the Bounty is virtually everyone who's like got the chance to play that we didn't expect has been impressive.
Yeah, whether that's because they put in the extra preparation on the player break, whether that's because they are more comfortable in the online realm at the start of this event.
I think it's like proof if you win a qualifier in tier 2 or whatever, if you get the VRS points to get to an invite level just outside of that, sort of like only tier 1 teams, it shows that that's not easy either.
Defense has been hard on this triple B stack since the very beginning of this round. It's gonna leave xFloud with that much more responsibility, and while he did a good job of hanging on to his grenades, they're not gonna respect them. Furia already into the execute of their own. Sus kills Yuri though. Ooh, and xFloud's gonna find one before the nade hunts him down. 4 versus 3 established. Crizin playing with the kit, and a relatively fast rotate coming out of that triple B stack means many bodies inside of the CT spawn.
No one's retaking from Cat, so they don't need to necessarily have one, but no one's going to catch this when they start to push back.
Ooh, falling gets dinked and dealt with. Sus strikes. Quesarado can't manage it.
Youngstar got the guy in the back first.
Way too easy. 3 players up from CT spawn. Crizin towards long, never even called on. And Heroic, I was thinking numbers so light inside of that A site. They're not going to be able to hold back enough to justify the retake. What do I know? It's strong out of xFloud from the ramp. Crizin wins his fight solo towards long. And it is indeed enough. Or excuse me, Susp in middle, catching wind of the CT push. Still enough to work with. Heroic will find a second.
And I actually like seeing Youngstar just using a rifle. I don't even think he opted on Mirage, like, at all, right?
I mean, yeah, not a primary opera, right? Brought in to do it for Heroic
He did it.
temporarily.
I think he out-opt Monacy once, or Moladoy, excuse me. I always get those two confused.
That's a fair mix-up.
And there's the op.
Just a rifle clip for the road, and then right back to his responsibility. Moladoy, though, first blood.
Ooh.
And Sus popped in an instant. Very ferocious looking Furia hit into the B bomb site. Utilities all where it needs to be. No real damage done by the original defender, and that's going to tie up the hands of Heroic, who are now forced back to the save.
Yeah, you're not going to think about this at all. B anchor and your opper die at the same time in the kill feed. That's the round over. Most of this map really comes down to like set B plays are so valuable. How's your B anchor doing?
Already just the more reliable winning formula for Furia. The fact that Quesarado is on the scoreboard alongside Moladoy. In contrast back to where Mirage, again, he had 0 multi-frags coming into that second half.
Wow, what a nice pre-aim.
That one looks a little too easy for Moladoy. Furia won't be complaining.
I asked Moladoy about the walk peeking. I said, in the online portion, it felt like a lot of operas were getting walk peeked. Do you think it was that? And he's like, oh, that never happened to me. I was like, oh, okay. He's like, yeah, that'd be kind of embarrassing. I'm like, yeah, that's okay. That's what I thought, actually, that you would say. So what's something that you would want to fix in your game? And he said, I repeak a lot. And I said, the day you stop repeaking is the day it all goes wrong. Keep repeaking, my friend.
Good. Yeah, prop him up. That's what we want to go for. Miss that classic.
He's made it cool. So again, it was never. It felt like it was never going to be cool again. People used to get bullied for repeaking after like 2015, but it's back.
It's that classic like racing clip quote as well, right? Like the day you don't go for a gap is the day you're no longer a race car driver.
Exactly. That's.
You lose that.
Perfect.
You lose that sight, and you're just another chump. You're just another Sunday driver.
And you're just driving to work while everything turns gray. Go race a car today, folks.
You heard it here first. Floor it. Couple flash bangs go back and forth. Looks like Heroic tried to throw one extra, but you didn't catch Fallen with it, and Fallen, a blinding couple of headshots comes through on Catwalk. That's going to serve as the trigger for FURIA's commitment. You are already extending into elbow. That bomb will not be stopped. It feels like they know Heroic had a lot invested in making that cat hold happen. CT's hunting down first blood, instead lose 2 heads. And FURIA's 6th on this T side made easy. Not so easy, though. Good shot from Sus. That's a nice long-range.
And you know what? The bomb's actually not planted, and the bomb just got dropped in the smoke because it was actually on case.
Surely Sus can't win this round off those 257 bullets.
But the thing is that Krizen's also here with an M4 just below them. Ooh! And he's just caught them jumping into CT spawn and hasn't got seen by the Opera yet.
That Opera that's stuck on the other side of the
smoke. You can also jump up on a cat knowing there's only one player there and doesn't know about the flag.
As Sus keeps working around the T's smoke. Oh, it's a back turn from Krizen. Easy pickup from Molodoy.
Unlucky.
Sketchy for a moment there, but the 4v2 still turns into FURIA's 6th round win.
All good for FURIA.
That was nice, though. We were on the edge of our seats for a second.
Yeah.
It's needless to say, if you watch that first map, you'll know it wasn't too close.
3 wipes. 3 windshield wipes is crazy.
Heroic's economy back online. Youngstar going to take a more passive mid-angle. That's one of the scarier things as a CT Opera on Dust 2. You start getting out-dueled. You start kind of giving over a little more ground, and within that ground, clearly, as you see, FURIA will take up positioning.
Oh, yeah. As fun as it is to op on Dust 2, it's not fun when there's, like, such a big op difference.
Yeah.
And that guy's hunting you down.
And your team needs you.
Like, not a lot of maps your ops are going to go head-to-head. Dust 2 will happen. It'll happen very often, so... You always try to avoid it, but Molodoy... and Molodoy's also, like, he's a headhunter. He comes for other operas. Specifically, it feels like last year, I don't have the numbers for it, but it felt like more than anyone else.
That's how you make sure you have the best op stats. Simply kill all the other operas.
Actually, I disagree. I think that's the riskiest thing you could do for your op stats.
It definitely is.
And he still just did it somehow. Yeah.
It's the extra guarantee.
Right. He's a race car driver, man.
That's how he puts that gap between him and the others. Ooh, that one's going to get predicted. xFloud far too ready for K-Serato's antics. Nilo backs up, but Molodoy moves forward through the mid doors. And that's as Yakindar catches another kill over here towards the A site. So 3 versus 3, slight health edge here for FURIA. Oh, never mind. Youngstar turns back and clips out Fury. Bomb trying to cross at 7. Fallen with just enough time on that clock. Just enough. If he didn't get that headshot a second sooner, then all of a sudden, this one's already done. But here we go. Krizen grabbing a rifle instead. Oh,
that's unfortunate. Youngstar got a little shaken up with that peek. And
Bonders,
great shot from Fallen.
I just got taken back to Budapest.
Yeah.
The Fallen 1v3.
Right.
The perfect amount of time. Fallen walks out through those tunnels, gets the trade on doors, and wins FURIA's 7th.
Get back in the server right now. That's one of the best Connor gifts for sure.
Even paused, right? He paused. He didn't even full run. He paused. And he could only pause for that exact amount of time. Gabriel Toledo, folks.
Presente.
Give him a round of applause, would you? Well,
he might retire this year. Did you hear about that?
Say that. Stop saying it.
Check on HLTV.
Every time we say it, it feels a little more real. Although at least with a guy like Fallen, I do believe that when he does retire as a player, it's not like we're going to stop seeing him.
Yeah, that would be wild.
He's not
I mean, there'd be
going
no reason to, like, let's not get drastic, right?
No.
He's got to be, no, he's going to be doing everything, I'm sure about it.
Might take our jobs. Kindar gets dinked on the peak. He doesn't give a damn. Just confirms these are light buys coming out of Heroic, some pistols, sets of Kevlar, and you've already got yourself out through the mid-split, so what's left of Heroic is nowhere to be found. And instead, you get yourself an 8th on the attack. So we wanted FURIA playing LAN in 2026. Feels like it has officially begun.
They've finally logged on. It always makes games like this really confusing to cast because there's so much conjecture about who's actually playing well, what's actually happening.
How much of it's map
If we played Mirage now, what would happen now? You know, it's hard to say.
Yep.
But that's Furia's fault.
I did, while I was outside before this game started, saw FURIA playing, they were playing football. They were passing the football back and forth.
Oh, throwing the pigskin back and forth?
No, they were kicking the football back and forth, and the ball got away from the circle, and so Molodoi ran after the ball, chased it, and as he chased it, I could see it coming from a mile away. You know, he's maybe 30 feet, 40 feet away from the circle. He turns around and he just kicks that ball.
Okay.
And he kicked that ball thinking everybody was watching the ball.
Right.
Launders, nobody was watching the ball.
Nobody was watching the ball?
Especially Queserado.
Uh-oh, okay.
And as that ball flew through the air, I saw the fright on Molodoi's face as he realized that ball was going to hit Queserado right in the back of the head.
Ooh.
And lo and behold, that football nailed Queserado in the back of the head.
Oh, really?
Yeah, hit him with it.
Wow.
And I thought to myself, you know what? If Queserado has a bad map 1, I know why. But it feels like he's shooken off the trauma.
CTE.
Little temporary brain damage.
That's not temporary.
You hope. It seems to have been, because Queserado's playing much better here on map 2.
Well,
Slow start brought to you by Molodoi.
You never seen the guy who got hit in the head with a baseball and then you remember the weather every day since that happened?
No.
That could be Queserado now.
Ooh, get out of there. Yuri, lucky to be alive. Oh, what? Tagged twice? I swear I just saw Nilo get hit twice. Op once.
Dragon armor, plot armor.
Could have been a bullet whizzing by, not the op shot, but lucky to still be standing. Although, how lucky? 6 health to work with. Obviously, Heroic tried to go back into another one of these early cat setups to go for that pressure. Try to keep FURIA at bay. They're relegated to their bomb sites yet again. Susp hears it. It's got to go big. Good on him, dodging the flashes, tries to play the cover of the car, and Queserado keeps the clear clean. Fallen's gonna buy a little bit of time here, floating out in middle, waiting for this flank. Yeah, good call to tuck into the tunnels as well. Now when that barrel's top mid run comes through, he's not going to be spotted, and he's going to hear the rumblings of Krizen if he makes it faster. But looks like Heroic are actually going to pull the plug on this.
Yeah, I mean, you take the B site. They're a little late to it with the long flank, and it's scary with the HP. I think that's got to be the ultimate factor here. So, wow, round 11 safe.
Fair to say we're not seeing the same Furia that we did back on map 1. I know we had some criticism in terms of just like them kind of being a little docile, not making rounds happen.
Docile is a great word for that.
Right?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to sum it up. They epitomize the average Furia round.
And now we kind of see them on the ball, especially Queserado. Some of these
Ever
B
since
commitments.
you got smacked upside the head.
Yeah. Did hit him twice. Watch the HP, 16-6. 2 op shots.
You know, woodpeckers wrap their tongues around their brains to make sure that their brains don't shake when they peck.
I taught you that last week.
9 of Molodoy's 10 kills are with the op. He's top fragging the server. Wait, an opper can get mostly other op kills?
Insanity. And a team under pressure is going to have to start getting more desperate, so that's why Heroic are maybe extending beyond Cat. We've seen them try to fight Xbox a few times. This time it's top middle control that gets Xcloud first blood. And unlike a lot of the other rounds, it's an all-in Furia long play. So we're going to finish this half with a different flavor by the looks of things.
Very different. Yeah, you're going for entries.
Oops, damn, 2 missed. This is a rough round here for Furia in the nade department.
Little awkward for sure. Counter util is a little slim. Maybe a smoke would make a huge difference here for Heroic.
Well,
Molly's nice, yeah.
Over towards ramp. Yeah, that burns Yuri. That's going to kind of force him into the flashbang. Awkward for Yuri. Krizen fully blind, gets popped by the Opper in the backdrop. And Fallen's looking for his. Him and Yakindar combined with a kill apiece, and that's going to be the 10th for Furia. Double digits on a T side that looks like an entirely different team than that which played back on Mirage.
Youngstar, welcome to the Blast interview bonanza. We like to be bold here at the Blast Bounty, take risks, like a risk of you coming here. So in front of us, we've got 3 pots, green, yellow, and black, easy, medium, hard. You get to pick the questions. What would you like to start with?
I mean, let's go from easy to hard.
Oh wait, I should probably take it. How different does your game plan get when it's do or die?
Not too different. Like, for example, if you lost a shit round and the score is close, but you know, like, what you're doing is it's working, you know, you can just keep going. If it doesn't work, like your game plan and stuff, like, then you just need to adapt.
Can I pick the next one?
Of course.
Spicy. What's a bad habit in your own game that top teams will try to abuse? You gotta shoot yourself in the foot here.
I don't know if this is too smart to say, but I would say like the confidence thing. Either I pop off fully, or then I'm like kind of mid. When I have a good game, then my instinct gets like sharper. I have more confidence to do stuff, you know?
Right.
But for example, maybe when I have like a slow game, slow start, then I'm like thinking, okay, now I don't want to fuck up for my team, so maybe I do like the more textbook correct thing.
Wanna go for hard again?
Yeah, let's go.
If this tournament goes wrong, what do you think people will blame you for?
Nothing. I haven't off ever.
Stand in, Youngstar.
Yeah, I'm standing, I'm playing off for the first time.
Yeah.
Like, we had like a week of practice, so I don't think people expect too much.
This week you tweeted, looking for team. What team would you like to join?
Any team I would want to play.
Yeah.
I always said I wanted to play with Brolan, because I played a lot of faces with him.
Oh, okay.
But like, I don't think I'm ready for like the top, you know? But
Don't say that.
But it would be fun to play with Brolan at least.
Medium?
Yeah, let's go for a medium. Let's try a medium.
Who's in their villain arc going into the final week?
I would say Donk.
Donk?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I saw like the Twitter thing, like with the stats, and Donk had like
26 out of 28, number 1.
Yeah, exactly, something like that. I saw some people say it was like because of team success and stuff, you know. So maybe Donk now wanna prove that he's really number 1.
What should we do next?
Let's do a spicy one.
Okay.
One more spicy one.
Let's turn up the Scovilles. What's your weakest map?
Like when I was anchoring before.
Yeah.
Dust. I hated Dust.
What's your weakest map as an opper?
Mirage.
Mirage. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's your favorite teammate
Of all time?
right now?
I would say xCloud. Since like I spent so much time with him before. So.
Do you think xCloud should be on the best Turkish team?
What is the best Turkish team in your opinion?
Whoa. I'm asking the question.
Okay.
All right, let's end off with a spicy one. You've been handling them very well.
Sounds good.
Which team do you think is overrated right now, even if no one wants to say it?
Overrated?
They have to be at the Bounty.
At the Bounty? Okay, then I was a Heroic then. A bit boring.
What could Heroic do to improve?
Get an offer. I'm joking.
Youngstar, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Youngstar's self-proclaimed worst map, and yet lo and behold, still at the top of the scoreboard. I think that's a damning stat because Heroic obviously trailing Launders 2 rounds to 10.
Yeah, it's a big gap, and it's like, I mean, it's what they dished out back on Mirage, so you got to be able to take a little bit too, I guess. They're the ones playing with the map, and they're the ones who could make a comeback. They've been so great on pistols, apart from obviously losing the last one.
Yuri's going to see the presence in a tunnels, and ooh, it's an all-in. Heroic trying to get through this. Yuri, clean second headshot. Quesarado already through the doorway. And he's going to drop that bomb and need the reload. That presents a chance for xFloud to come through with his, but in that same window, Molodoy's flank connects. And now xFloud pinned into the corner is going to drop Molodoy with him. Nice headshot for the road. Yeah. But that road looks to be heading to Nuke. Our third map queued up is now FURIA take second pistol.
It's like both one team from each map wants to forget about it entirely. Just move on as quickly as you can. Nice round here from Yuri. I like when Heroic do a rush, they do like a contact explode. They don't like, I like that they don't go through a telegraph phase, a fake first exact, a 1-layer execute into a second. Like, they always explode on the contact and fully commit through. And I feel like that's been good at really surprising FURIA, even if it doesn't work there.
I think it's good to highlight the potential success of Heroic, because going into Nuke, I think we could hopefully get to a little more even ground between the teams. Obviously right now, feeling the wrath of Molodoy once again. Quesarados showed us better form than he was able to tap into over on Mirage. And Krizen's 18 health about to be swept under the rug so that FURIA will have themselves 10 map points. Ooh, never mind. Hang on a second.
It's winnable, actually.
Clutch is officially on with that Tech 9 headshot.
You might have him a little bit stressed out.
1v4, Yukindar's low.
This would not be the play,
Yuri's
right?
watching it. Was watching it. Oh! Wow.
Whoa. That's something stirring.
Dangerously close, and if that round was that close and it wasn't 12-2, then we'd hype up the possibility that clearly any round is winnable.
So you won't now?
No, I won't. I'm going to save it all for Nuke, Mohan.
Okay, Nuke is just, it's just pending.
Yeah, just saving it for Nuke.
Right.
I don't think there's anybody at home right now that doesn't believe Nuke is about to begin in about 15 minutes time.
I think Nuke is a guaranteed map to come out in this game today.
I put everything I own on it.
Everything you own.
Everything I own.
Even your magic cards.
Even my magic cards. Even my fairy deck.
Even your fairy deck.
I'd put my mother on it. I guess I don't own her, but... Moving swiftly into round 13, 14, 15.
Sorry, Sharon.
Sorry, Sharon. Love you, Mom.
Sorry about your son. He got hit in the head with a soccer ball before the game started.
Thinks he's Quesarado.
Started trying to speak Portuguese.
Oh, man. A Scout, an AK, a Galil, and Deagles. That is what keeps Heroic in this second map. I don't know how long they want to stick around here on Dust 2, or whether they just rather get on to the next one. The way they collect themselves top middle will give them the benefit of the doubt. No contest, Furia. They're, I think, confident that whatever comes their way, they'll be able to just shut down, leaning on their bomb sites. They don't have all the utility in the world either. They're putting the pressure on Heroic to break the door down. Feels like Heroic are going to sit here for a second, try to get that response. And if it doesn't come their way out of utility usage, which, again, by the looks of it, Furia aren't going to bite down on anything. You either commit to this bomb site, or that clock is going to run out as far as Furia are concerned.
Yeah, it's because of the money advantage. Furia know they can play like this, and they have a good chance on either side. It's really on Heroic to just get confused or gamble or run headfirst into their death.
It doesn't bode well that Fallen's picked up that first one towards long. Quesarado knows odds are the pack now comes his way, and good on Yuri to cut that player down swiftly. His reposition here, catching Youngstar off guard, and xFloud soon to be surrounded. 7 seconds on the clock. Nothing that they can do about it this time. Heroic go up in smoke as Furia turn this game upside down and show us the Furia we know and love here on Dust 2. Nuke is where this quarterfinal is decided.
Well, that's a little bit more like we expected from Furia, coming out the gate swinging on Dust 2, making a series of this one, and absolutely dismantling a Heroic squad that were feeling like they might just have the momentum to make this a 2-0.
That's kind of what we expected coming into this matchup, to see a clear difference between the two teams. Again, we're talking one of the best teams in the world versus a team who didn't qualify for the major, who's playing with a stand-in, who's playing without an AWP player. That's kind of what you expect in terms of the scoreline. At no point at this game was it competitive. At no point did you feel that Heroic were any close winning rounds that could mount into a comeback or that could mount into something interesting. So a little bit of a shame that we've seen two so one-sided maps so far. You know, obviously Furia didn't play well on map number 1. Dust 2 much better. I hope that we get what we deserve on Nuke.
And it was much better team effort from Furia. Yes, you could point to Molodoi as probably being the top performer if you look at the rating, but I feel like we saw decent moments from practically everyone early on in the map. We were seeing multi-kills coming out of Yekindar. I feel like Yuri as well was kind of good towards the latter half of that game, but yeah, there's nobody that I would point the finger at and say, you're not stepping up today. It was really just actually on the other foot. Nobody from Heroic could really hold practically anything.
And it was any particular issues that we saw for Heroic, or is it just that general out of your weight class, out of your depth? You knew this was going to be a tough task coming in.
I guess they didn't really read some of the plays. Like, Furia had a couple good mid-rounds in this one, which I feel like made it difficult for Heroic to capture what was going on. But also, I just feel like sometimes, yeah, the openers did go the way of Furia. I feel like there's only maybe a glimpse of Heroic being composed in a mid-late round. I think it was the second round they won this entire map, so that was a far and few between moment.
It's always tough to break down these very one-sided affairs here, Jacob. So what did you see? Give me a detail.
I mean, it's always tough to say, like, yeah, everything went wrong and nothing went wrong for Heroic in the same sentence, because I do feel like they were just outmatched in every single aspect of what it's like playing Counter-Strike on a map like Dust 2. There was a round where I believe Furia ran the clock down a little bit late on the T side. Fallen is entering the B bomb site with a bomb with 8 or 7 seconds left, where unfortunately Youngster decides to force him and fight him with AWP. He loses out on the duel and you lose the round. That was like the only clear-cut mistake I saw in the game, where the rest of it was just Furia playing better Counter-Strike. So overall, I'm not too disappointed in Heroic. They just got outmatched.
I mean, this is the one that Tim's talking about. I mean, it's a good split coming in from Furia. I mean, they took a lot of space early on, and they kind of have this plan B option where things just aren't really going as perfectly as they want to as they're going into A. And you see Fallen's just hightailing it towards the other bomb site with the bomb. Yuri tries to make the first entry point, and with such little time left, you just kind of want Youngster here to just hold on. I don't know if they exactly knew where Molodoi was or if he could be crunching him, and that's probably what caused Youngster to be a little bit afraid there, but it's just one of those moments where it's kind of do or die, and Youngster dies.
He does.
And that was kind of the story of the map.
He does. Look, we saw it at the halftime interview, right? Launder's sitting down with him. The joke was, how does this team get better? Well, they get an opera, right? Youngster knows what he's doing here. He knows the situation. He's doing the best he can to help out his guys, to help out the chemistry, to help out his teammates, but he knows he's not an opera. He's not trying to be an opera. He's trying to do what the team needs right now.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do if you're youngster. And again, we spoke about what were some of the win conditions for Heroic if they wanted to make this game competitive or win it. Well, Nilo didn't really get to do much on this map either. It was very limited how much he could, I guess, impact the game. We saw in the round that you just showcased right here that he was constantly being forced out of position with Molotovs, with flashes. And that's where you got to give credit to FURIA as well. They played a very structured, a very, I guess, basic way of playing Dust 2, but that's the way you play Dust 2 at a high level. You do the basics, you do them at a high level, you make sure your utility has a purpose, and then the spacing and the way you move around the map was just impeccable.
I feel like the way that I would characterize like Crizzen versus Fallen is that Crizzen might actually have the more interesting idea out of spawn. You know, get a guy top mid, try to fake out some side of the map, then just get a second guy in. Fallen's a better mid-rounder. Like, Fallen's going to usually come up, say, okay, plan A is not working. We're going to swap this up in a millisecond right now. Everybody follow my lead. And then you win those rounds by the skin of your teeth. It's what made him a championship IGL throughout all of those years in the past, even the most recent year. So Crizzen, on the other hand, like great ideas, but just kind of getting schooled sometimes when you don't know what's coming next.
We've got another round to take a look at here. I believe it's round 3 coming on up. What were we looking for in this one?
This is, to me, this actually kind of told some of the story of the first half, where you get this great opening pick when you're FURIA, and then this is kind of it. You get the mid-round. I mean, I feel like Fallen was sort of 1 foot in, 1 foot out of this idea. Even though all of his players are practically towards long, he just decides that he wants to go all the way back towards B. Molodoy's still making a bit of a presence in middle, and this is just kind of outskilling your opponent. There's no real reason that Sus should lose this sort of situation. He's got a great rifle, he's got some decent positioning, even has some help, but they just get the kill that they needed to get open this bomb site, and then Molodoy just steps up there. That's a great kill to make it a 3v2, and then this is the great Queserato moment. Like, we wanted more of him and all of the players from FURIA, and like, this is so uncomfortable. Like, I mean, winning a 1v2 on top of this barrel, you feel like you gotta drop, but he just knows that he's gonna hit the shot, and so he never has that little window of inaccuracy when dropping from the barrel. So I think that the individual stepped up for me.
And this is the conversation, this is the comparison we're having as well. This is now, I believe, across both maps, if I'm not mistaken, the stats coming on in. But Fallen really doing a good one here on Dust 2, making it look good. Doing what the team needed him, right? Because at the end of the day, he's trying to set up his younger players, his teammates. But whenever he is called on, we know he's more than capable.
It was cruise control for FURIA. Again, I sometimes I dislike, as you said, Mike, I dislike doing these segments because we can overhype the result, or we can overhype the performance, or we can dive into the minutiae details of the game here. But it was just two teams duking it out on Dust 2, where there was a clear difference in how good they were able to conduct themselves. FURIA could have played at 50%. They still would have won this game. And as you said, Mario, right here with round 3, that was the only moment in the game it was competitive. Had Heroic won that one, sure, they lose the pistol, then they break FURIA's economy in the following 2 rounds. Maybe they get off to 3, 4, 5 rounds. It doesn't change the outcome of the game. So in that aspect, it's you know, take the game for what it is this time around. There's not too much to talk about. There's not too much to dive into. This was FURIA cruise controlling and Heroic not showing up.
Well, I'll give you one more thing to talk about. One more thing that we can overhype, and that's Molodoy. We've been talking about him going into this series. We've been talking about him a lot, about how important he can be for this Dust 2. He was, in fact, very important and very good.
This is what you wanted to see. I mean, I feel like his just the way that he handled Foot leading into this. I mean, if people really want to see a hard carry performance, this is not even necessarily...
I thought it was Heroic who were handling Foot in the comms.
That's true, actually. Okay, wait a second. Okay. Yeah, Molodoy did great. Can we just address the fact that on map number 1, that they said
sucking toes?
That one of the players on Heroic, when they were doing well, said they were going to suck the other player's toes? Like, I do need to address that. Like, that's kind of a ridiculous statement.
Talk about team chemistry here. I'm pretty sure, I'm not 100% sure, I'm pretty sure that was Youngstar. I think it might have been offering it up. 100% KAST coming through from Molodoy. This dude's doing it all. Every round, day in, day out, he's delivering.
Well, that's the cool thing about, you know, FURIA right now. And if you want to dive into a storyline, that's for Molodoy. He was firing on all cylinders online. He was doing so well against Foot. He's coming in here now. He's at a 1.5 rating over the course of 2 maps, despite having lost one of them, 13-3. Molodoy is making a case that the form we saw last year is something he's going to continue with in 2026. And I pose the question, if he's as good as people believe, if he's as good as the fans believe as well, we have a player that is in contention to maybe title for the best, second best, third best player in the world.
Be bold. Say first. Let's go for it. Well, if the foot got you excited, well, there's a whole lot more coming on down the pipe. We're going to our third and final map of play when we come back.
coming in after a break, everybody's a little bit sloppy. You start to forget a little bit of the why you're winning and everything. We're trying to get back to that, and we had a close match against Foot. They were amazing, and it was a little bit something that we needed, I think, before this tournament. It's good that we won, but we won in a fashion that made us realize that, like, okay, we need to work even harder, and yeah, that's basically our mentality.
It's the best kind of wake-up call, one that you still actually do wind up winning. And maybe that's what map number 1 was as well, because FURIA came out storming on Dust 2, and now we end up on Nuke. All the way, all the distance, all the maps here. Jacob, I think at the beginning of the pre-show, you said there was no way this wasn't a 2-0 for FURIA. I seem to remember something like that.
Yeah, that was wrong. You know, there's no way it should have been a 2-0 for, or it shouldn't have been a 2-0 for FURIA. Again, I just hope we get a better map now, because I feel like we had two very one-sided maps, which has been rather boring to watch, you know, for a lot of different reasons. I think Heroic have shown that they can play Counter-Strike at a high level, and we know what FURIA can deliver as well. So I see no reason why we, as, I guess, viewers of Counter-Strike, us here on the desk, the crowd inside the arena as well, shouldn't be gifted a much better map here to finish and conclude the day.
That would kind of be the classic, wouldn't it? Where the underdog just wins their map pick, and then you just get the two sweeps from the... It's almost like the gentleman's sweep, really, from the favorite.
Yeah, it is. Give them hope and then just crush it on down. I mean, we had the setup in the pregame, right? For FURIA, it's all to play for. They want to get right back into the trophies. They want to get right back into the winning ways. For HEROIC, they've already done more than was probably expected, playing without an Opera, playing with a stand-in. They want to get into the future with their new roster. Right now, it's all just about enjoying the present.
That's fair enough, but I feel like FURIA have shown that they're beatable, right? They showed that on map number 1. I feel they showed that a couple of days ago when they were playing Foot as well. They weren't really in control in that game whatsoever. Had it not been for Molodoi, there's a world where FURIA wouldn't have been on the stage right now, to be completely honest. So it's not that HEROIC can go into Nuke and feel like there's a chance here. We can get off to a good start, win the knife round, start on the CT side, you know, get a bit of momentum. And just to outline it as well, I know HEROIC said that they're happy with the, is it 17 VIS points they're getting if they lose the game regardless? Well, if they're beating FURIA, they're guaranteed 89 points, and they're taking a jump from the VIS from number 19 to number 12 or number 13 or something like that, which would be massive for HEROIC. And all you have to do is win a best of 1 against FURIA. It's not entirely impossible.
Not at all. They did win the knife round as well, so maybe that goes a little bit further in their favor. Maybe that makes this happen here, Maui?
Well, I mean, they've had a good CT side already at this event. I mean, they beat another Brazilian team in Pain, so there's definitely proof that they can do it. I don't know if they will, though, here.
Well, they're just living, they're loving the moment, and two guys always loving the moment and enhancing it as well. Scrawny and Launders, take it away.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your insights one last time. We go into Nuke, where, like we've just mentioned, they've already beaten a Brazilian team. Mo, is this doable? Can you truly defeat FURIA? Well, I think it depends which FURIA walks into the server, and I think, unfortunately for HEROIC, we kind of saw the warming up of individuals. There's just a little more pep in the step of all of FURIA throughout that second map, most notably csgo, who, again, in the online portion was right down there in the struggles. But if that's csgo's best map so far at Bounty, well, maybe this bodes well for the Molodoi push. You know, you get him back to his best, and FURIA, despite starting on this T side, could still end this.
I think what you see in, you know, FURIA's history is like, csgo plays well, doesn't really affect the outcome of the games, but you see he's too good for the team. Then you get, when you get Molodoi and this whole roster behind him, when Molodoi doesn't play well, it all falls apart. When he plays well, they can still lose, but there's way more room for everybody to just benefit. It feels just such high impact overall. Well, this could definitely just be one long warm-up essentially for FURIA to get into this game. Lurk Smoke comes out. X-Cloud's got his knife out, ready to knife some feet.
Here's the rumble as they move past csgo into main. They're going to try to pressure hell as well.
One. Oh, well, they missed this.
Yo, they'll react to it. Good on you, Kindar. Quick enough to do so. Not mistaken, that was the cache of nades as well from HEROIC. They had a couple grenades up in heaven. That player dies down beneath. The second from heaven's going to catch him off. And they never see Molodoi coming. X-Cloud hiding in the back of B site's going to blindside Fallen and Yuri. What? Sick UST shots from X-Cloud on his own downstairs.
What a disgusting clip there from X-Cloud. I was just about to credit for HEROIC for being in a few different positions that you could never expect. All these shots, 1 or 2 bullets getting missed and then instant punish. And then X-Cloud being in the final spot, but he'll, you know, eventually get traded, but no. Wow. 3 for 3 on that lower hold, man. That was just beautiful. So that's how they win all those pistols, huh?
It's true. Dust 2, the only CT pistol round they've lost so far at Bounty. That's a hell of a stat, and obviously kicking off on Nuke is a stat that's nice to see them tap back into. Yakindar leaves a lot to be desired with that Tech 9 spam.
Oh, yummy.
And Krizen's gonna press his vanilla pistol into the side of Fallen's head. 5 alive. Oh, maybe. Yuri gonna make a quick run for the rooftops. Don't jump.
It's actually crazy interesting that, you know, if things go right, like on Nuke here, like they just get that crazy round and they hit a streak of momentum and they actually take the series, what that does for their ranking.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's insane how hard you'd have to work in your regular matches.
I think
to jump that much.
Particularly for a team as well that like didn't make the major, right? Like that's where we've seen a lot of these new other up-and-comers. Say Paravision, for example.
Yeah.
Their run back in Budapest is why they got a chance at Bounty, and obviously they're capitalizing.
Yeah, it's like you got to work so hard to get the one chance, and then you just got to hope you're great that week.
Yes.
And that could happen right now.
You know, whereas other teams, say the likes of FURIA and the other top dogs in the space, can have a literal bad week. They have their worst week of the year. It's never going to cost them so much that they stop getting invited to events. They're the top dogs. So, Heroic in contrast. Oh, you guys really going to slow-mo the Yakindar whiff? Damn, production. Damn.
That's pretty funny.
Got to do what you got to do. It was an honestly important duel to take to maybe get that bomb down on A. Now AK-47 for csgo still to work with. See if that catches off Heroic. No, Thomas instantly deals with it. Luckily, it will be retrieved off the trade frag. Krizen's gonna scramble for lower sight. Oh, Rifles have an edge here. He tries to take a duel versus that picked up Molodoi Thomas. And now FURIA looking for an early round win off of the all-in ramp play.
Interesting moment. Bomb will still get planted. It looks like they're doing a good job of just peeking him.
Goes down over towards Astralis. Molodoi peels that Thomas back, commits it into dark. You've got a pistol over towards the ramp. xFloud playing with the door. Does kind of compromise the bomb site slightly with Fallen being stuck on the other side of the smoke. Just trying to isolate these, looking to nade open the smoke and try to chase down Fallen. Good pressure out from xFloud. Sus finding one as well. 2 versus 3 being taken back. Barely survives with a single point of health. If not, Sus would be queued up for this 1v1, but without a kit, it is going to be that FURIA all-in ramp push, and not even off of the csgo AK-47 that finds FURIA an early round.
It's the Molodoi 4K after he steals this Thomas on the entry into ramp. Takes that instantly, takes out Krizen going to the back of the site. We look at that and go, oh no, Krizen, why would you do this? But look how quickly he dies. And he also ends up fighting the one gun instantly as he gets there. So just kept reaching to stabilize the situation, and Molodoi does insane work with this weapon. And, you know, first map pressure's off. They're joking about getting 17 VRS points. Second map, they know they have a map to play with. This map, they know they can beat FURIA if things go right. And that makes it a little scarier.
Yet again, we get FURIA trying to fly out onto that upper bomb site. Insta deletion. Although a bad Molotov bouncing back makes it a bit awkward. I feel like maybe if there's timidness towards Hell, that's going to stall FURIA.
I think they pull all these rotators downstairs. And I think they know it too. So right now it's Heroic or 2-2 to sights. Oh, the nade doesn't get a good bounce.
Smoke will still block off FURIA. They can have that ramp control. At a minute 10, Yuri starting to carve a path back through lobby.
He's kind of holding in a great spot. I wonder if he really feels like he needs to move. They kind of just have this lock off inside a ramp, inside of lobby as well. You can go and search everything you want, but it's actually up to Krizen to decide if he's going to stack, if he can smell it, you know, because they're not giving him that many visuals.
Ooh, nice 1-2 there. Frag grenade through the squeaky door. Sus sensing that he can catch him as he goes back onto the angle.
Ooh, Krizen doesn't want to make another mistake down here, but the lower site's been taken.
Smoke on double doors.
No second smoke just yet.
Single.
Can't stop the plant. They're gonna try.
And the retake's on.
Uh-oh.
Molodoi hanging on to that Molotov. Again, it's CT's playing with no kit. And so Sus taking damage towards single door, puts pressure now onto his teammates to find room off his death. There goes the molly. Oh, in the reload.
Might be worth it.
xFloud catching Molodoi a decent spot to be in, but Yakindar dodges the op bullet, and that's going to put pressure back on Krizen. Silently walks in. Again, no kit. Time critical. And at this point, honestly, already too far gone. And so as he backs this one up, just looking for an escape, he's trying to leave with the tease, and he's gonna do that. Puts pressure back on it economically. Does Yakindar survive? No, sir. That's an off to be saved, at least here for Heroic, but round win goes to FURIA.
Yeah, they saved, I feel like, with off the back of some of these Yakindar kills, and I feel for Youngstar right there. Got startled. Had a position to maybe get that retake going. xFloud pulls off this ridiculous play. Molly goes down. Molodoi thinks, no way. no way after a full second anyone's going to come into it. Reloads his gun, dies, and that did create an opening. He took out the most important player in that post plant. So good effort. This brings the op back to Youngstar. I don't know if that's more unnerving than helpful.
Fast one opening. Molodoy Serato finds success inside of A site.
At least you don't even have to think about the retake now.
Yeah, slam your head against A, see if it lands, and it felt like FURIA had kind of taken a look at this. You know, just Yuri kind of floating in lobby, seeing what would come out of Heroic, and Heroic have had a bit of a forward-pressed A defense. This time, though, FURIA just churn right through it like it's nothing. So go ahead, save majority if you're allowed to.
It is refreshing to see them play fast. A lot of the games that we watched last week were extremely slow.
Well, brother, let's go back to Mirage.
Brother.
Brother, let's go back to Mirage. Let the
you have to do the whole thing.
FURIA back on Mirage had nothing. I think it's actually Macho Man, Randy Savage, but I said the Hulk.
It's just two jacked guys.
Excuse me, getting my wrestlers all mixed up.
Very tanned.
All I know is shout out Andre the Giant one time.
Do they both have blonde stashes?
No, not the blonde ones. But sorry, let's get back to the point there.
Brother.
You wanna Furious Mirage.
It's so easy to make Connor do an impression.
Furious Mirage had no lively moments, no rounds where we would see kind of like that all in from FURIA. I think their final round of the T side, they still set up outside of A site, threw some smokes, went into an execute. But something with that level of kind of tenacity, all in, confidence,
Yeah, not a single round like that.
None.
Yeah.
Nothing. And you know, you could have. It is still Mirage. You can literally do that.
Yeah.
But now we get to map 3 and it feels like, okay, gloves are off, FURIA are in the server, we're playing some Counter-Strike. Yeah, we can slam ourselves against the A site, and look, it goes perfectly because you are one of the best teams in the entire damn world.
Yeah.
That's the FURIA everybody turned on their TVs to watch tonight. If anybody's watching on a TV, I don't know if...
Whoever's tuning into cable right now, just catching this game live.
Here at the Blast TV, don't change the channel, folks. Counter-Strike. Okay. All right. I think that's actually a monitor.
And think actually ruling.
Nice try, J-Raz. Youngstar hanging on to the ramp, lets the off bullet fly, and he's gone. So Fallen takes up position within it. Kindar looking slimy as he tries to crawl up into the heaven. Nilo getting the better of the timing. 5v4 to Heroic.
Peeled him off that jump up like a gecko. Don't make don't.
Susp inside of the hut with just the 5-7. There were limitations in this round. In terms of the weapons for Heroic, we see one of them. Oh, but only one additional kill on the actual upper hold. So again, ferociousness from FURIA. They show us a bit of tenacity, a willingness, once you Kindar and the potential, you know, plan B goes down, to just jump. They pop in, they catch the 5-7 hut, they follow through instantly, and with convincing fashion, secure this 4th terrorist round win.
It's so boring because they're just showing us what they should have, and then like we didn't. At least it would have been nice to be like, okay, in Eyeballer's Vitality, game was close and then Vitality won.
Right.
Good thing to say about both. But Mirage is a big bait. The games they played versus Foot were a big bait until Dust 2. It's sort of just like, we know it from the jump that it feels like it's just a long warm-up. They're not themselves, but you still have to entertain the thought that, oh, they're just not here today at all.
Out of respect for Heroic, we're going to take it seriously when you can beat FURIA on a map.
Yeah.
But it feels like that beating has 180'd pretty swiftly.
Big time.
And then we just have to ask, like, oh, well, then why did it happen? Well, it's start of the season. It wouldn't be the first team to start slowly. Again, we can find all the outs in the world for FURIA. But if they bring any of these, you know, wishy-washinesses to the table versus any better team, you're cooked. This is Heroic with a stand-in, and that stand-in's not even a primary opper.
Yeah.
That'd be like, I don't know, if like That'd be like if Vitality were to go to the major on a win streak and lose to like Legacy or something. Can you imagine that ever happening?
Yeah, or like Falcons show up and take down a full-strength Team Liquid on LAN with a stand-in.
Could you imagine that ever happening? Well, in this world, there's still something to look at for Heroic's defense. Guns in hand, bodies on the A site. If they want to just throw bodies at this problem, then the trade frags are more likely, and Sus finds one.
It's a classic.
Kindar right there, though, back into the main pressure. Walkout through the squeaky door will be clipped. They weren't counting on Crizin being in this corner. But as he tries to fight his way out off the Nilo flash, perfect stuff coming out from Crizin and the fallback, which then opens up the flank out of the vent. 40 on the clock. They're going to catch that Nilo peak because they knew he was up in heaven, and so Crizin still got more to do, but they found their way out.
This is my favorite FURIA look. It's existed before basically everyone on this team. You know, Caserado and Yuri were on this roster, but this is from Art days. The double lurk into mini. Got to be the first ones to have pulled that off like more successfully. The other look I love that they do is running out as if it's an upper entry and then having everyone sneak in behind the smoke to go for the lower drop. But all this stuff around mini and vent, they're very, very tricky about it. And even if you kind of see it coming, it's still crazy effective to have both two outside lurks, someone come into mini and compromise top hut, get info on heaven. Even if that guy gets traded, the second guy knows now for sure where to peek in, and the splits are hard to stop. So the pace that FURIA are bringing right now, like Heroic just don't have that much time to think about it.
It's a great flash setup for Crizin. Thought maybe that could have been that X Factor moment to save the round. When Nilo gets killed in heaven, I think FURIA recognized their chance to leave. Ooh, a little bit awkward on the ladder, and that it's gonna have impacts. Obviously, quick vent dive made possible by that 1.5 second stall. Yakindar hears this stomp coming out. Oh, they're not even considering it. Oh, dude, yeah. Great catch by Jay to see that miss on the ladder, and you see the ramifications that come from it, as if all these other shots weren't just going so swimmingly for FURIA. Just the first kill is by way of the smallest mistake, and those are the mistakes you can't make when you swing for a top contender.
Yeah, like you might do that to your friends on purpose, but that doesn't fly at this level.
Get the hell off my head.
Now this has just changed up to some of the fastest FURIA rounds of all time.
Well, this version of FURIA anyways. It's no Art version of FURIA.
It is though. It is because like Art also did crazy things, like he would push super early and flank, you know what I mean? But it was like you're watching him like, oh my goodness, is he really about to do that? But it wasn't even necessarily about the speed of which.
It's just the craziness of it all.
Yeah.
This round was, to be fair, I kind of just thought back. It was instant down the vent so fast.
Yeah, everything. 142, 141, 137, first kill, boom.
All right, Launders, right again.
It's tough if you're Crizin, you're trying to, you know, you come into a round with a whole plan.
Of course.
But the other team does too. And then they do something you don't expect, and then suddenly it's like, well, okay.
And again,
now we got to move on. I got to come up with something new.
Slight hiccup on that ladder. That's what allowed that drop downstairs. Feel bad for letting Youngstar down. Obviously, he rotates down, has been given no indication that that could really be a real threat.
I mean, he should have. He should have, because they smoked it.
Well, he didn't consider it a threat.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. Ooh, okay, he gets there. Fallen making sure to keep an eye on the corner. Means xCloud still has to work for it, and obviously very little to work with in general here for Heroic. You got Caserado sitting basically in his spawn, waiting for the lobby flank, but the fact that he's got an opponent sitting on top of the roof does make it a little more awkward. Feels like if that just locks up players, though, towards T-spawn, then the rest of FURIA should be good to just take the rest of the map. This 5-7 starts to feel a little itchy. Youngstar trying to find contact, goes down, and we have man advantage FURIA secured.
FURIA in another excellent position, slowly constricting all the space left over. Even with the pushes in place, it's very clear where they are standing, obviously, here to FURIA.
And Susp is a dead man sprinting. Yuri didn't catch that front sight player, but slow squeeze out of FURIA, and I think now, you know, we're starting to see those different looks. Again, a pretty quick opening move to get into garage, but then when you see a player hiding in corners, you think, okay, there's more corners occupied if this is kind of the general plan.
Yeah, I don't like 5v5
mistakes.
5v5 late can be good for T-side, like it can make people nervous and stuff, but I think easily the best position to find on average is early pick play into map control into wait. And then that's the best way, I feel like, to generate another death instantly or to have an option to go on without having to go for map control.
Ooh, trying to get hyper focused on that A site. Instead, Krizen stops it. T-side still gunning for double digits. Give Molidoy a little chance to work, and Krizen finds the perfect timing to stick his barrel to the back of Krizen's head. Oh, Queserado's head. Queserado, who has, I've just noticed, really cooled off from map 2, huh? Hasn't been needed with Molidoy and Yukindar doing what they're doing.
Oh, whoa, this round's actually still alive.
You can't miss those shots.
Yeah, a few bullets come through. I really respect, like, the disrespect, actually, from Krizen. Especially with the round, some of the way the rounds have gone. Pushing through the squeaky smoke straight up, trying to do something for his team. When obviously plans are going awry. But even though he gets the 2 kills, this could be a key trade back. You know FURIA are going to attempt it. One rough peek here on xFloud. He's been really sharp, though. Uh-oh. Oh. Very awkward. Oh, and Susp dies as well. They know where you are, xFloud. How are you going to deal with this?
Thinking about jumping it. Smoke being covered would take a quick scope from Molidoy. Wouldn't put it past him. Instead, they're just going to wait that
smoke
smoke
to run
out.
away.
Hut player slowly getting into position. Small adjustment out of Molidoy. Oh, there we go. Kills back for Heroic, but oh, Yuri tagging Youngstar down to 5. Fire at Yuri's feet.
They got to get on that if they have a kit, but if
they don't,
not, ooh.
They've got to stick this, so Yuri's still going to have time to go for the duel, being covered by the rifle. And he just barely survives. Gets what they need. It's a 3rd round at the very least here for Heroic.
It's beautiful from Nilo. You see that Yuri identifies where I'm going to be held from. Perfect pre-fire, 57 damage instantly. Nilo had to hit the head right away. Now that was just a done round. Youngstar was 1 bullet away from death. Oh, just most of those just missed straight up.
I mean, Molidoy crouched, but I think he crouched, like, just happened to crouch right before the shot. You saw those bullets bouncing off the back wall.
You know what they say, when you're good, you're lucky too.
Luck is a skill. Use it wisely.
Second highest rate of taking op versus op duels in Tier 1 events. First, Alcarin. Respect for that. It's got to be the most, one of the most impressive stats, depending on how many you won. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a key element, huh? You know, duels taken versus.
He was kind of dumb, but he was brave.
xFloud has just found a free bomb thrown over. We have not seen that position occupied by Heroic whatsoever, so Fallen just falling victim to it. Now the bomb pretty much belongs to Heroic. They'll throw a player down the vents, presumably to go and clear it from down beneath. And probably because xFloud felt time limited and sure enough, fired his feet, op trained on him. Krizen's turn to try to hold this. Keeping his head down. Opper's gonna step into it. And so that's a free frag on Molidoy, a 4 versus 2 for Heroic, and 45 seconds to try to claw it back.
Gotta appreciate Krizen and how he gets his info back.
So much money here for FURIA as well. It's a buy in the next round guaranteed, so they've got to go for this. No reason not to. If not for anything else, just the economic damage on Heroic. But Queserado dies with nothing to show for it. And that, my friends, is Heroic's 4th.
It's a well-earned 4th for sure, and I think it's the attitude that they brought into these kind of comeback rounds. It's Crizzen info seeking, it's them still peeking things, them playing actively. I know the phrase is fighting fire versus fire, but I also know that's not used properly. So I don't know what the better one is, but in this case, it's going aggressive because the other team is expecting you to be conditioned, and Crizzen showing them that he's not scared is actually working out really well. It's like a way to humanize your opponent, to make them feel like they're not sort of indomitable creatures that can just overwhelm you whenever they want.
It's getting real now. 2 rounds to start this CT side. 2 rounds in a row now make up number 3 and 4. 5 rounds, best case for Heroic, and they've got all the guns in the world to pull it off. And it has felt like, despite FURIA's efforts in the last couple of rounds, they've actually been kind of caught off by Heroic's changes, right? This new position in the secret stairs completely blindsides Fallen. And not just Fallen, but Fallen with the bomb. So much possession with that kind of through the rest of the round.
It's like by this point in the game, you would think you've got your opponents in a spot where they have no confidence. They don't believe in their own game plan. They're really angry because these rounds, they've been losing them so quickly. So for them to just turn around and play as if they've been winning the last few, I think that's just been really great.
Fallen wants to take timing into the site. Ooh.
Oh, Fallen's
burned out. So Fallen's duel made easy. Heaven duel comes through, and Queserado's gonna line those ones up. Fallen getting a few assists this round. But again, it is just that upper pressure made possible by the main play.
Oh?
Youngstar's gonna try to dodge. Oh, but the cover. Queserado's the king of this last one, as yet again, coming into that round, he was 2 and 7. A quad kill and an assist for Fallen to get that one over the line. It is 8 rounds for FURIA's attack.
My name is Jacob Winnecke, and today I'll walk you through a little bit of a map analysis on Nuke. It's between Spirit and Eternal Fire, and what I want to showcase for you guys today is how you condition your opponents to feel uncomfortable and maybe deny them information in order to cause rotations and then losing your rounds. Now we have Spirit on the T side and we have Eternal Fire on the CT side, and I want to set the scene from the get-go. Donk over here towards Yard is being applied to, I guess, pressurize a little bit. According with Donk right here, there's also 2 smokes being put down. One here and one here, which is going to deny the vision for the player up here in CT spawn, so he no longer knows whether or not anyone can cross down towards secret. So with those 2 smokes, you're conditioning the opponent and forcing them to make a calculated guess whether or not someone is going down secret, which is why they have placed a player down towards secret already here, so the CT defense have now been spread thin from the get-go. Now what's going to happen now is that Spirit is going to stay inside the lobby, and what they're hoping for is some sort of reaction for Eternal Fire. However, they're playing very defensively. As you can see, the way it's set up right now as well, you have a player very defensively out here, you have a player down towards secret who's super defensive, you have 2 players inside who at this point haven't made a move or haven't pushed or haven't done anything, and you have a player boosted on ramp as well in a very isolated position where he cannot rotate away. When you're in this position right here, you're fighting till you're dying. Now what's going to happen is that we have 3 Spirit players moving towards ramp right here later in the round, and they're going to go out and they're going to go out towards ramp and applying their pressure. Now before they do that, they have players out here in Donk, who's now rotated from Yard back towards lobby, in towards center with this boy. They're gonna throw Molotovs towards inner. I believe they're Molotoving behind the second vent. They're Molotoving somewhere on this side as well. And they're also gonna throw a smoke towards gate. Now what that does is that they're trying to sell the idea that they're going inside. Meanwhile, 3 players from Spirit are moving in towards ramp, and they're actually going out ramp right here.
trying to tap back into the fight they brought to the table. Tough go of it here on Nuke. It feels like Heroic across map 2 and 3 are now finally fighting the full-forced FURIA.
Okay. Yeah, that was good alliteration right there. And it's very true. This is about as strong as it gets. And to be honest, they've gone from some of the most disappointing CS that we've seen in any of their time in the last year or so to now some of the best, most exciting, well-coordinated rounds with a much healthier looking scoreboard, teammates around Molodoy, and all the extra fixins.
Ooh, stamping quickly through that hut, and Yuri's gonna go down, but the Berettas rip through 2. And then you've already got your Heaven player into the duel, so rock solid stuff from FURIA in the second pistol. I think just having Berettas in position and having Yuri to serve up the distraction, that's what lets csgo kind of awkwardly get up, because if not, he was like a 1.5 seconds behind the timing.
He's a spot that you would not clear in a situation like that. And yeah, very awkward, but look how many people are here.
Yep.
Just, yeah.
And those distractions between main and backside, that's what lets csgo come through with the couple of kills he gets. He lets his brother Yuri die for the greater cause.
Sometimes you got to break a few Gregs.
Yes. Greg Yuri Toledo. What is Yuri's last name?
You just give him...
Yeah, I just gave him Gabriel.
Gave him Fallen's last name.
It's Santos. Learned something today. And so did Molodoy. Don't get ahead of yourself, kid.
Yeah, his name is Greg Santos. He's from California.
His name's actually Yuri.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you knew that? Okay, I didn't.
So I asked the other day, and then some people tweeted at me. And I love learning about the etymology of people's names lately. I don't know what's gotten into me. I've known them all for years. Don't know where Scrawny came from, though.
Thanks, bro.
Cha.
MP9 ready for this pack of hopeful Heroic players. They've got 1 kill already. They're looking for more, and lo and behold, even with the Glocks, right? They'll get that second one. If they can find a bomb plant, you'd think that's as good as it gets. And Yakindar's got other ideas. Nilo's playing with the MP9 up top, tries to get fancy with it, and Yakindar doesn't give a damn whatever the hell you're trying to do. With your little pirouettes and your midair spins. Get out of here. Double digits for FURIA. 3 away from semifinals.
They're playing fast, they're shooting fast, they're trading, they're multi-killing.
Yeah, and it wasn't a part of Mirage, I'll tell you that.
It wasn't. Don't go back and watch that.
Was that a fair time to blame timing?
Yeah, I don't know. That is just kind of the game.
Top silo peek's about to come through, but not before Yakindar finds opening kills again.
Yeah, Yakindar's just frying now.
Yes, sir. Kind of taking up csgo's position alongside Molodoy as the heavier hitter. And that's what we need to see from FURIA's camp, right? Is Molodoy at the top, that's become the absolute staple. And then somebody alongside him, more often than not csgo tonight here on Nuke, seems to be Yakindar, who catches a second kill in this 15th round of play and whittles the numbers down to a damning 5 versus 2. Youngstar tries to find timing. And we've got FURIA, what seems to be in every single position they would have to be in. Not one player that Heroic hope to catch off guard really is found with their pants down. It's just FURIA ready from start to finish.
Yeah, it's just been an art form so far, these last few. Every setup's perfect. Sometimes Heroic are just running into an extra stack site by accident too. Maybe they're going a little bit too quick, to be honest. But it's also FURIA getting in their faces, as we can see. Wow, this could be a quick one. Heroic will have one last chance to put something together this next round.
Tech9s for the meantime, gonna go for the squeaky bust. caught in the smoke. Spam leaves a little to be desired. I take that back. Serato gets back onto it. Crizin will come through with the double tech 9 kill. So at least the door distraction served well to catch the trades back and get that one gun into Crizin's hands.
Pick it up. It's going to become their mini.
Ouch.
Yeah, a little bit.
Could have been worse.
And the hunt down won't take place just yet. They're going to clear this all out. Let's see.
Have to remember, Squeaky could be awkward.
Oh, that's so awkward and unfortunate and unlucky. That's timing.
And the bomb is inside of lobby now, too.
Ah, yikes. And it looked forward, so it's nice and deep and Squeaky.
Couldn't have been thrown farther from the teammates, and Fallen's going to predict that these guys try to double back to lobby to retrieve this. He's walking into them.
Oh my goodness. And Molodoy's complaining about timing. Look at this.
xFloud just considering the rooftops.
Oh.
Now Crizin has to go Splinter Cell mode and somehow find a way to infiltrate lobby despite there being 2 CTs inside it.
That's life for you, huh?
Let's see it, Tom Clancy.
Come on, Solid Snake.
Ooh. Got the barrel. A little bit of damage. Trying to figure out where the second player's at, looking to isolate these angles. 20 seconds, he finds them both.
Here he comes for the ace.
Molodoy running to the bomb site instead, sticks around, and that off angle is going to catch Crizin on the chase. 12th round for Furia secured.
Yeah, it would have been a hero moment. And Crizin, I feel like if there's one thing that's been good this map, I really have enjoyed some of the plays that he's made. So this is going to be, well, it's going to be tough. They almost went around with a tempo just to deny map points with an ace. That would have been a hype moment for Heroic, but unfortunately, huge deficit of rounds. Haven't seen much of a game plan so far besides just go fast, which, well, it's been exciting, but Furia are just keeping up way too hard. I liked Mirage because their T side was very default heavy and they really got a lot of these individual trades. xCloud was winning fights by himself. They're taking over map control slowly. They're making things happen on Furia's level, but Nuke has been a bit more scrappy for sure.
What goes around comes around. That's what that confirms. This is that final buy that Heroic saved up for just to try to make a game of this. Again, kind of exceeded our expectations considering the stand-in situation of Youngstar, especially his responsibility to pick up a gun he doesn't use. Defeating Pain is no joke. It's what qualified them for the LAN portion of Bounty. But obviously, once you get here, you're going up against the top dogs and playing versus Furia. No easy feat. Fallen with a teammate smoke to sail in front of him, catches Crizin off guard. Although the trades still come back. Putting these guns to the test. Serato worried about Secret.
Well, they're so flexible, man. They've already got Serato in control silently. They might
Doors open.
Oh, nice clear.
Although makes sure to keep his head ready. And xFloud has managed to slip that net. So now Molodoy's Tech 9 silently following, just missing these timings. He will catch the wind a bit, but the tag is not ideal. xFloud on 75 health and 2 teammates right behind him. And a missed shot from Molodoy, which means missed opportunity for Furia to close this game, it seems. Yakindar trying to catch them off guard, being held by Youngstar, and that is where this round ends. So majority alive for Heroic. They press the numbers up into the ramp, and they keep it simple. Just slide down into that B bomb site, duel the duels that come to you one by one, and give yourself at least one more round to play with.
Yeah, Fallen just started off by, first of all, you know, the smoke is thrown for Fallen, so no one's the wiser, and they don't clear him either. So he could have looked for a second duel or an easier lineup, but couldn't keep control of the spray for the first. Took a little bit too much effort to get that one together. Either way, nice to see Heroic get a full round and now get a full buy off of it. We want to see Youngstar back on the op as much as possible.
With the pressure on Furia considering their lighter buy, they're going to go for control of lobby. Sust's responsibility, and Yuri's going to trade him out. You've got 2 members of Heroic up above this lobby crunch, but by the time they're on the scene, I feel like Furia will be gone. MP9 lingers towards Trophy in the hands of Fallen. trying to hang on to this for a little bit longer. K-Serrato just loses the duel heads up versus Xfloud, and that's going to be Krizen's opportunity to take over lobby. Yuri slipping in through Hut, isn't able to react fast enough, and so Heroic are just going to run this bomb into that A site. And again, they have figured out a problematic situation, looking to send Furia's economy into the dumps and extend this play a little longer.
Dude, reclaiming lobby is not an easy task. Definitely not mid-round. So, and also, it's so nice when you see Xcloud. He always looks so free when it comes to taking duels. He's very confident about it. And that was great aim. Not easy to take out K-Serrato on a headshot angle of all things.
I'm glad that you discussed Krizen when we thought we were in the middle of wrapping this game up. You know, you said he's impressed you with a few of his plays, and I feel like he just keeps making them.
Yeah,
when the pressure's on, there's nothing to lose here. It's just sort of rack up as many rounds as you can until you get a little closer to overtime. Then you have to take it seriously. But in the meantime, he's playing quite freely and looking good while he does it.
Yes, playing with a lot of follow through. I just feel like a lot of confidence. And you can see that energy feeding into his teammates as well.
I think as well, when you're in these kinds of positions where you're in a recovery mode, right? You have to go back and get lobby. How daunting of a task is that to get lobby back from tops of the rooftop? From the rooftops.
Yeah, it's extremely daunting. Uh-oh.
I haven't seen that lineup before. It's a new one.
Come to Kazakhstan.
Molodoy's op, though, looking to just make the difference this round alone. You'd be foolish to count him out of this. 17 and 8. Yeah. Oh. Dude, those are so gross. Oh. It's so gross.
Ooh.
Wow.
Damn.
That'll give Heroic something to think about, but only for a second. They very quickly disrespect that smoke downstairs. Odds are that Molodoy's not here, and they'd be right about that, but he's not too far off.
They've kind of forgot about control side, but it won't really matter, I guess. Oh, it might.
And Yuri's found it with the pistol. But you've got this player up in front of Molodoy. Okay, they dive into it. Dangerous game taken by Nilo. AK-47 picked up by K-Serrato. Krizen yet to come join this, but that AK on K-Serrato is also not downstairs. Oh, Kindar finding the squeaky kill.
No
this is all
kids.
sketchy. I don't think they can play for the round win, but they can put pressure on Heroic's economy at least.
Guess there's always the ramp exit save, and maybe with the picked up guns, you're just gonna, just go jump on it. Why not?
They won't bite. And Yuri's dead. Terrorists win. Suddenly, this is only 5 rounds to overtime.
One foot in front of the other. I mean, you really just don't look at the score at the top, right? If you're playing well, as long as it took them to figure out how to get to this point, it's sort of irrelevant. See how much they can build on this. Yeah, just like gone for a pretty deep clear as well.
Sid comes in trying to cool his jets. Need Molodoy at his best to try to finish this one. Gave Krizen his due credit with a few of these pressured situations that he puts himself into to win the rounds back. Highest performing player for Heroic as they dream of pushing this series into overtime map 3. We said coming into this third map, things would have felt real, like you had a chance to genuinely cause this upset. Furia obviously tap into a whole other level, and I had kind of written Heroic off. Such a challenge, this T-side of Nuke. When Furia found their foothold, but here we are, guns again in the hands of Heroic, enough grenades to go in with 2 volleys if needed. And once more, they're going to take that look towards ramp room, which is very free for the taking. Susp, taps Molodoy out of this one. And so no op in the equation for Furia. They have to somehow reclaim in the 4v5. And Krizen going to make that all the more difficult by killing K-Serrato.
He's got that lurk kill. They're coming at Fallen, but how's he going to multi from this spot?
Take a huge individual moment here from Fallen. Missing this first few. Does still line up 2 frags in the backdrop. Single man advantage here for Heroic. Nearly lost.
There's only 2 downstairs.
They can confirm. They know there's one back in that lobby, and now as xFloud plants bomb downstairs, I think Furia are going to take a look at this and try to play ahead of the timing of that 3rd attacker's rotation.
Yakinder's a weapon, man, and he's having a great game. Pressure on control both sides. T's are cowering.
Confirming this is back here. Krizen is still a mile away from this bomb site. If Furia are the ones to get this next kill, then it really would have been a problem. But both of the other Heroic members find their duels, pick those up, keep majority alive, and close that overtime gap to now just measly 4 rounds the difference.
You know, that was really scary for Krizen, because he's like, I can't even get back to you guys for a while, and I don't know who's going to be holding me. So you really need to stay alive this post when it's on you, and, well, if you don't, we can't continue the game. But here he is, making more pop-off plays happen. In the face of the fall of 2K downstairs, that actually kept things alive for a second.
Nice boy.
Really good here, Heroic.
Molodoy again comes in with the hero AWP. Fallen going hard into the investment for that. Oh, there's a chance. Misses his shot. Will land that one onto Susp at least.
Oh, he
Nice.
got it. That's
done.
A beautiful alley-oop.
Very few tools for the job. Still makes it happen.
Please clear that.
Missed Eagle shot for Yakindar. Yuri goes down. Garage player gets turned on, and they've recovered this. Heroic sinking their teeth deep into that upper site. Fallen's gonna have no money for the next round. And now Heroic, it is 3 rounds to overtime.
If you're broke, just say so.
Oh, that's not bad. Looks like he will have a chance to get out of there.
You think that Heroic should get some extra VRS points for the fight?
No. It's win or loss. That's it. You?
No.
That's what I thought.
I think they should get even less for winning.
The win is about the win, not the
for
VRS.
pride. Yeah.
Sure. Honestly, I do think at first I thought they were just getting a few rounds here for exactly that. Just don't get dumpstered, map 3. Ooh, Fallen, I don't think you're so safe, brother. He's hanging on, though. Showing Molodoy how it's done. Okay, Fallen? No, 3 of the 4, not bad. Heroic, obviously, you lose a round, this match is over. So they will go all in and deny that op save.
Scary moment. Right when Yuri missed that first Eagle shot, xCloud gets the kill, gets 2 kills after that. So, 3-round game, ops in play, everyone's stacked. Heroic standing up to this version of Furia is even more impressive than Mirage.
Yes, sir. Obviously, they and we, I think, would have hoped that it had happened a bit more so in the first half. Give yourself more margin of error, but hey, they've made a game of this. Commendable. No matter how the next 3 go. And I think if you're Furia, you're a bit worried that this has slipped out of your control. This is 5 rounds in a row, all the way for Heroic. And really, the CT side is only made up of CT pistol win and conversions. But they've found first blood here in round 22.
Oh, it's Krizen as well.
There goes your playmaker. There goes xFloud. And so Furia just needed a bit more runway to seemingly find A way to close. Eyes set onto this upper floor. Yuri's gonna get blindsided, and all of a sudden, it feels that much more doable. Molodoy, concerned of some kind of a heaven wrap, takes the peek out, finds nothing. Yakindar catching good timing, cuts one more off of the play, and no exit back into the lobby means Young Star in this heroic jersey is trying to save the Orb's life here at Bounty, but FURIA will prevail. A 13-9 finish here on map 3 after such an incredibly slow start to this series. We get 2 rebound maps from one of the very best.
And it's a map where they turn our attention. I mean, even though they end up only playing for pride, I think they did earn some of that. I love what we saw out of Crizzen as a leader on this team, especially when this game was basically done. Even throughout, while they were losing rounds, some of the only moments that really mattered for Heroic came from him. So I thought he was very much leading by example. Back on Mirage, definitely xCloud taking over middle. Nilu throughout this event, there's been lots of good things to say, and even Youngstar, it's not like his overall stats were great, and to be honest, maybe he didn't even need to opt that much, just should have just gone for comfort picks, playing the rifle. But I think this lineup showed a lot of potential, not under the best circumstances, and in the end, they did stand up to the most strong FURIA that we've seen so far.
For an event that is full of teams that try to use this as kind of a springboard, as a chance to show us what they can showcase throughout 2026. It's safe to say Heroic, one of the squads that have now made a bit more of a name for themselves, especially fighting up against the fact that Youngstar was brought back kind of in those final moments before flying out to Malta. So Heroic, it's a shortcoming versus FURIA, but that FURIA obviously now ready to play here at Bounty.
They certainly are ready to play, and they managed to get the first important win here. I've got Fallen with me, and okay, opening 2 maps, dominant from both sides. But this nuke, it started to get a bit scary despite the lead you had there. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. It was got very close on the very end. We had like 3 or 4 more rounds to close the match. And I think overall it was a good game. They destroyed us on Mirage, we destroyed them on Dust 2, and then all came on the third map.
Talk to me about that Mirage a little bit, because they played in a similar way as what we saw them play against Pain. It worked really well, and it seemed like at times you guys were caught off guard by it. Was it just a case of you guys not being ready?
I would say that the way we played the CT side, we really needed individuals to step up and get some kills and stay alive. So in order for our crossfires to work and stuff like that, we didn't really play as active on the CT side as we could. But it's just like how we can go. They play well on those T sides, and they deserve the win there.
And what did you say after Mirage going into Dust 2 when you guys are outside and getting ready for it? Because I can imagine the mood might have been not too good.
I mean, it was just fine. That's why the game is a BO3, you know, like maps can go either way. In the end, Counter-Strike is all about who's going to be winning those pistols, you know. For example, Castrato clutch in Dust 2 bring us back into the match. It was only 1-1. The game was going on their way at this moment. So, you know, Counter-Strike is just like that. Sometimes a very important round can happen and the game can shift away.
You seem very calm throughout it all, and you did get an important win here, but now we've seen you drop a crazy map on Overpass to Foot, this one here on Mirage, playing against the Heroic side. Is that giving you any worries for just how you guys are starting the season?
For me, no worries. We're not supposed to win every map and not supposed to win every single matchup we play. Like, I mean, we're a very strong team, but there's many good and capable teams out there. And I go to those matches knowing that I can lose all of them and I can also win them. So that's pretty much how it goes. Like, we are a very strong team, but nobody can beat everyone all the time. So I don't have such expectations.
When it comes to your expectations, though, when you're now going to face tougher opposition across the rest of the tournament, are you confident that we can see the FURIA that we were getting towards the end of 2025, that you guys can bring that performance back up? Yeah,
definitely. As the tournament goes by, only the best teams are going to be surviving and no exciting matches can come away. I think we can play a little bit better than I have been playing. And it's in those moments that you want to grow and you want to step up. So we have all it takes to make it happen, and I'm looking forward for Saturday.
And in terms of that, right, I've got to talk about this audience we've got here joining us in the studio. There's still Brazilians here. I met some of them earlier. Anything you want to say to everyone back home and in the crowd?
Yeah, definitely. Everyone cheering outside Brazil. Thanks for cheering for FURIA, following up all the boys. Para a galera do Brasil que está aqui em casa, obrigado por terem vindo assistir. Quem está assistindo em casa também. Foi grande jogo. Eu espero ver vocês no sábado de novo.
Everywhere we go, Brazil is with FURIA and Fallen.
It's time for the Bounty Bonanza. We got Molotoi here. You got a bonanza of kills. Are you ready to spin the bonanza wheel?
No.
No? Not at all?
No.
Always ready in the server, but a lot of surprises waiting here on the stage. What do we think, fans? How do we feel about Molotoi? You got a few fans here. You ready to see what this wheel will do?
Let's go.
Let's go! Here it goes! Here's the big spin! Bonanza wheel off to the races where it stops. No one knows. Whatever number it's gonna be, that's our prize. What's it gonna be? Could be a giveaway for the fans at home, or it could be, oh, just past the big one, into the giveaway! And that means that that's now triggered a giveaway. So if you're in Twitch chat, type !bonanza, and you might have a chance to win a prize all your own. What's that prize going to be? Well, it's time to find out.
Not time. Not time. We need to wait, bro.
Congratulations, you have won a Desert Eagle Print Stream Factory New. Make sure to get extra crispy headshots with this bad boy. I don't have any skins. I'm bankrupt.
That's right, it's a Print Stream Deeg. Molotoi, what Deeg skin do you have equipped?
Deagle?
Yeah.
Good question, good question. I think Deagle boys I have.
Do you like the Print Stream?
No.
No?
No.
Well, it's a good thing you're not winning it. Someone at home is. So if you like the print stream, get on into chat, type !bonanza, and that print stream that's been metaphorically held by Molotoi could be yours. Blessed by Molotoi, that gets you some headshots, surely.
Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe. We will see.
Well, you gonna win another game so you can come back and spin this wheel?
Okay.
It's a promise. You heard it here first, folks. Thank you so much, Molotoi. You can go back and join your team. This has been the Bounty Bonanza. Rocking on in here on the desk. Deegs in the server. Deegs on the wheel. Op kills as well. What can't Molotoi do?
Man, he just was thrilled for that one, actually.
Actually, do you like the print stream? No.
No. Oh man, that was good. The Blaze skin actually just got messed up in the latest patch. You see that?
Maybe it's time for a print stream.
Yeah, he should consider it. He should. But I mean, he had a great game, so he doesn't need to change a single thing, if you ask me.
Still hit the giveaway, right? Man of the people here. Just a reminder, !bonanza in chat, and you'll enter the giveaway. One lucky fan will be winning that Deagle delivered by Molotoi, kind of metaphorically. He's not actually going to give it to you.
Metaphorically. He was delivering on the server as well, delivering in this game, and thank God to him for FURIA moving on into this tournament. You know, on all three maps, even the one they lost 13-3, he was firing on all cylinders. So safe to say that Molotoi is off to a good start in 2026, and what we thought was a good year in 2025, I feel like, you know, we're seeing early signs that he's going to be able to replicate that. He's not a one-season wonder. He's not like a 6-month player that's then going to drop off. I feel like m0NESY is the real deal. Oh, sorry, not m0NESY. Molotoi is the real deal, and perhaps ready to take on a guy like m0NESY.
I mean, both of them have been the best players for their teams today, so you could even make the argument that they're the best 2 LAN players of 2026.
There you go.
Huge sample size.
Yeah, let's move on from that one.
Small sample size,
I always love a small sample size.
I
always love a small sample size.
All right, well, things that weren't small. The kill round counter for FURIA. I'm segueing it. We're getting there as well. Massive rounds coming through from FURIA again and again. Delivering, look, a little bit of a run back there at HEROIC, but that's that moment where it's like, you know the team's dead. You're just trying to see what the killing blow is going to be.
HEROIC were bringing it back, to be fair to them. They had a couple of...
Crizzen.
I was going to say, I mean, Crizzen both in terms of individual play, kind of mid-late round moments, along with some of the calls. Again, I feel like there needs to be some credit given the fact that he can really shock FURIA. I mean, some of those rounds were won because they would throw something like an A exec, they would pull a bit of a rotation, they would move into the other bomb site, and so the FURIA players had to work for it. That's kind of what was nice about the way that this ended, that even though at the end of the day, I'd say, yeah, it's a cosmetic comeback, but they did display a couple of rounds that they could probably take moving forward into online play or whatever tournaments they have ahead of themselves.
Yeah, I feel like they confirmed what we've seen so far for HEROIC throughout the entirety of the tournament, both the online portion, but also here at LAN versus FURIA, that they, in moments, in spades in the game, can play some high-quality Counter-Strike. Crizzen, as you said, you know, an in-game leader coming from Denmark. A lot of people were wondering why Astralis didn't take a chance on him. A lot of people were wondering why OG would go for Cadian instead of Crizzen. I think he's slowly slowly but surely ramping up to become something of a future, prospect from Danish Counter-Strike, especially in the in-game leading department, where we have a history of having some decent in-game leaders from that country. He's found some inspiration, so that's a positive sign. The only thing I want to say here is that for Heroic side of things is that Nilo, good map 1, didn't really see him much on map 2, didn't see him much here on Nuke as well. I would love to see a little bit more, because I really do believe that he is the future of Heroic. So a tough night for him individually, despite the first good map, and that's something to look out for in the future, if he's going to be able to learn from that and do better and better and better.
It's going to be eyes on, but I feel like if you're Heroic, you can just take all the positives away from this
And
event.
17 points for the VRS.
And 17 points for the VRS. And all those negatives you can throw out the window and say, we had a stand-in, we didn't have an opera, we didn't have our opera with us. Whatever that's going to be in the future, you're looking at that future, you're looking at that full project, you're looking at that trio to deliver you results. So I think there's only positives, really, if you're looking at Heroic. Obviously, it would have been fantastic if they could take a win, but they got that one map. They have some bright things ahead of them on the horizon, and today FURIA was just too tough a hurdle.
I mean, not everybody that watches the broadcast watches both series of the day, but if you actually ask me who's going to be higher ranked in a few months, Liquid or Heroic, I have a hard time answering that question. I have a really hard, because I think Liquid have better players, but I like Heroic's style better. I think they work better, maybe together better as a team even. I think the calling and the way they start every single round, it looks nice. I'm liking really almost every first minute of a round, and then you just kind of have to hope that some of the closers like Nilo are able to deliver, and that's going to be up or down for them.
Look at this, man of the people, triggers the giveaway, taking a photo with all the fans. He is always prepared to stay after the game and take some extra time to spend it with the fans. Just want to say, that's a really nice piece, in addition to all the damn opping he does.
Slowly but surely turning into a superstar. That's just the way we have to phrase Molodoj. People knew it already, obviously, what he did in 2025, how he's been one of the big reasons as to why FURIA was put back on the map, why they were the favorites heading into the major, why they won 3 trophies in a row as well. Molodoj is a superstar by definition by now, and he's also very likable. And I think, as I said, we haven't seen the best from him. I still think there's a lot of potential for Molodoj. We heard about how him struggling a little bit with the English communication in the beginning, how he had to get adjusted for that. Still relatively young, inexperienced. I feel like if he's playing this well already this early in his career, just like we're seeing with m0NESY, with Donk, there's another level to be attached to this guy. And I'm really, really, really curious to see what that's going to look like throughout 2026.
It's the asterisk we have to attach to an already stellar resume, which is that he hasn't even had a year in this team, right?
Crazy.
He hasn't even had a year speaking English. He hasn't even had a year at this level of Counter-Strike, and he's already doing all this. I just don't know how high the ceiling can go.
He's really relish the moments too. I mean, the fact that he stays after, the fact that in Astana at his opening LAN playoffs, he's just taking the mic from James Banks, saying something to the crowd. I feel like all of those aspects, especially being next to Fallen, it's going to just big him up even more. And as we all know, I mean, the operas are the most highly scrutinized role in this game. I mean, we always see their perspective on defenses. We always see all the whiffs. And so, but the thing is with Molodoj, there's been a ton of hits for the last 7 months on this roster.
Congratulations to _Kenzer. You've won the giveaway. You'll be the new proud owner of the Desert Eagle print stream. Factory new as well, in the parentheses. We didn't have that on the poster, but it's always good to know. So congratulations, Kenzer, for that one. Keep an eye out for some sort of communication, because that's how you'll get the giveaway, presumably. And now it's time for us to give way to a little bit of a loser interview, unfortunately, because Heroic are out of this one. So we're going to hear from Krizen.
Heroic have impressed across the whole bounty and still managed to do so against FURIA, especially on this first map. You guys just seem to be oh so comfortable, even without a dedicated AWPer on this Mirage. Like, did you expect to be able to have that kind of impact against a team like FURIA?
I mean, I don't know if I would say expect. I feel like we for sure knew again that we can come in and be annoying. I also feel like, as you said, we managed that on Mirage, and I also feel like we do so on Nuke for the majority. Of course, they are just really skilled, and that of course makes it really hard, but I think we kind of got what we wanted from it. I feel like we got some experience that we needed playing against the top, and also seeing like where we're at, even though of course it is with a stand-in. Yeah, it's the first LAN game for us as a new team, and it's important experience to bring with us throughout the season.
Now, I know Dust 2 was very tough, right? And it is just one of those games. It looked like Nuke was going to be that way as well. Did you start believing when you were able to claw it back? What, you were like down 12-4, round by round was coming. You were getting a good read on the game. You were pushing their economy as well.
Yeah, for sure. It felt close. Like, I think for us, we just kept on believing, you know, and like, suddenly the gap is just only within 3 rounds, and I feel like we kind of just lose our grip a little bit in the last one. I feel like we come in with a good idea, but we really don't transition that well after getting blocked from it. So it's like, yeah, I feel like maybe it was just us being a little tired. I don't know what it came down to in the end, because actually I felt like on T side we had kind of a good idea of what they were doing.
It
but
looked like it. You
yeah,
looked like you were running around them, man.
Yeah, no, but I'm not sure. I would have to look it back, but yeah, for sure. I feel like everyone was believing, doing good, and keeping the comms and mood high, you know, which was nice.
Very positive sign as well. Looking at this event, even though it was with a stand-in, how important was it for you to just have the guys on land now coming just into this one game and being able to get that more experience and work with the team in this way?
Yeah, very important. I mean, even myself, you know, like I don't have so much experience playing at the tier 1 lands and whatnot, so I think it's just everything that we can get right now, you know, where we get to test ourselves like this is going to be very valuable, especially when we play against people that are more in our ball pit, I would say still, you know. So I think for sure it's going to give us an edge, you know, later on. And I mean, I'm just happy with how we looked and how we performed, because I'm very happy with how the boys came through. Sorry.
And when they've been talking to me, they've been very happy with how you're leading them, how you're doing as well. I'll say that from what they've said to me. But after this, Alcaren's back. Are we going back to normal?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll have to see.
Hopefully we can go back to normal, man. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I was all ready to come out of that interview with all positives. That last little note is one to keep in mind, I suppose.
What is it with Heroic and having players, you know, that I know you want to keep it tight sometimes, but we had the situation with Nilo as well, where he didn't play for, what, 5-6 months when he came into the lineup. Now Alcaren as well. Like, I get privacy is a thing, but I would like to know what the hell's going on.
You got to keep those things close to your chest so you can engagement bait on Twitter.
Isn't it just some... Okay, I guess I don't know for certain. Isn't it something to do with just getting into the...
Visas are complicated things.
I thought it was visas.
I believe it is visas,
yeah,
but they are complicated things at times, so I'm no expert. We'll move on into saying the positives for Prison, right? Because I think there was a lot to take away from that. He put it very nicely. It's nice to be able to, with a stand-in, early on in this roster, be at least annoying to the top-end teams.
And the way that he did that, I mean, he kind of upset FURIA, definitely on Mirage. I mean, they didn't know what was happening. I mean, he's right. The T side, it was coming together for them, but they just didn't have enough runway because they had a CT side with no opper. Like, what are you actually supposed to do to slow down a FURIA team with as many great riflers as they do have when you don't have that? All in all, though, I like his perspective a lot. I like the way that he even said he's going to look back at the footage to see what went wrong. It's like, nobody is even asking you to do that. You were playing with a stand-in, and even taking any sort of learning from this is probably as big of a task as just building into the next tournament. So good on him, because you can tell that the mentality is pretty strong.
Absolutely, the right answers.
That's the thing, right? The right answers, you know, and I do feel it makes Heroic an interesting team to follow, because as he said as well, he can't wait to play teams in their own ballpark. Right now, going up against a team like FURIA on a stage, it's not within reach for Heroic, with or without Alcaren, with or without the AWP player. We're not expecting Heroic to be a team that's able to compete against FURIA right now. So for them to be able to pressure them a little bit, win a map, get in here, get a good experience, beating Pain Gaming, which is a team that they're probably slightly below in that pecking order, that's positive signs for the future. And then whether it's visa stuff or something else, don't really care. I just want to see the full lineup play as soon as possible.
As would we all. Looking back at today, we started it out with the Falcons 2-0 over Liquid. Monoseat flying high. Liquid maybe breaking a hoof on that one.
Difficult pill to swallow if you're a Liquid fan or player. We'll say it's a huge positive for the way that Monacy and Nico played in this series. In terms of the stand-in for them, also showed a good face. I'm positively surprised by the fact that he was able to stay afloat despite the fact he only had 5 officials to his name.
I'll put both of you on the spot right now, given that you're NA representatives. Like, we're looking at a team Liquid coming into Krakow, coming into this offseason as well. A lot of people expected them to make some sort of change because it didn't really work out ever since adding Elish. If they fail at Krakow, if they don't do well, if they don't win a single game or just bomb out, you know, in a whatever place, are we already looking now and saying, Liquid, you have to change in order to save the rest of the season?
I'll go first. I think Mike is sometimes a little bit more optimistic. I would just say, yeah, you cut Ultimate. I feel like there's probably, and I know that the opping department right now is a little bit harder to come by. Just take a gamble even. I mean, I would even just, like I said,
say OC.
You already know my answer regarding OC.
Let's go deeper. Let's get slumped.
But I feel like all 3 riflers showed up today for them. So I'm not really disappointed with Elige, Naf, or Nerds. I'm only disappointed in one guy.
Yeah, I think it's fair. You're looking to me for the optimism. I don't know that I have any right now. You're going to need to have one hell of a bounce back for Ultimate and Liquid, I think, to justify the continuation of that particular partnership.
And that's the pressure they're going to play under during Krakow. There's so much pressure on Team Liquid.
But what are you talking about? Famously, Liquid loves pressure.
No, that's the thing. You're one tournament. You're one tournament into the season. And all we've been saying so far here, the Bounty is that for FaZe, it's not a deal breaker. For Na'Vi, it's not a deal breaker. But for Liquid, for some reason, it's a deal breaker despite them even
Because they've shown nothing. Because they've shown absolutely nothing.
That's the thing, yeah. Exactly. So they really put themselves in a spotlight now. We're not making a change in the offseason. Applied pressure on Bounty, and even more so now at Krakow, as they didn't really show too much here.
Well, we'll see if they can live up to that. We'll see if our teams tomorrow can live up to the pressure as well, because we do have 2 more fantastic games coming your way in that first round of play. Gamer Legion taking on Vitality, and Perivision wrapping up Spirit with the storybook matchup to wrap up our day. I really can't wait for that one. No offense to the Gamer Legion Vitality matchup, but we all know who's getting the marquee lighting
And Maui's favorite player is playing in that game as well. Sway, huh?
Why not my other favorite player, Snacks, on the Gamer Legion game? Okay, there's a lot of favorites going on here. I'm optimistic for the future of Perivision. I feel like Spirit's going to be a little tough for them to handle, but hey, Zway's been on a heater.
Well, don't worry. You'll get a lot more time to yap about that particular matchup, but we'll have to wait till tomorrow for it. The first day of the Blast Bounty playoffs are done. Tomorrow, we continue. More action, more bounties, more bonanzas, more wild rounds of Counter-Strike. Tomorrow, see you there.